Good morning. A very good morning to all of you. I hope you like that little intro ditty that we've created. It's actually our own. We used AI tool and staff members all contributed to creating a ditty that we thought would actually be always related to all our events. So we hope you'll recognize it and jig to it wherever you are. And if you want a copy of it, we'll send it to you via email. My name is Dharmendra Kanani. I'm Chief Operating Officer and Chief Spokesman at Friends of Europe, and have the great pleasure of moderating this opening plenary. This session where we are fundamentally asking what kind of Europe do we want, do we need, and are we prepared to work towards? Our response to that question is the issue around what you will find in this publication, the renewed social contract, 10 policy choices that we've identified in this document. I hope you've had a chance to glance, look at least peer at, and give a view, because in the entirety of this day, the reason why we brought you to this 20th edition of this roundtable is to think about what do we want from the new mandate? What do we want from the new EU mandate as of its kind of post-elections and the establishment of a new commission, a new parliament? What is it we should be asking them as public servants? Let's not forget, as public servants, what do we want from them? Before I kind of introduce some of the key contributors that we've identified, so what we've done is we've curated this session to identify a number of characters that are going to stimulate your thinking, help you reflect on where we are, and perhaps identify some potential solutions or ideas for change and progress as we move ahead. And as a think tank, one of the issues that we've been thinking about a lot, obviously, in the past years, and especially in this past 24, 36 months, is the organism of government rotten? Is it beyond repair? Have we got any possibility of being able to bring it back to a place where public service, integrity, authenticity matters? When we think about what happened in the past couple of days, who'd have thought Portugal, come on, Portugal would collapse? And the level of, and when we think about corruption, etc., when we think about what's happening in other parts of Europe, how is it that when you actually, even if those of you, despite Brexit, those of you who are listening to the COVID inquiry, and you think about the excesses of power, the excesses of poor governance in terms of the treatment and the sense of public service at the highest level of government. And there's a sense that are we able to regain faith and trust amongst the people out there of you and those of you who are politicians, leaders in government? Because at the moment, when you think about it from a punter's point of view, watching what's happening across Europe and other parts of the world, they'll be thinking, oh my God, is it worth it? Is it worth actually engaging in the political process? Because actually nothing ever changes. One of the things that we've been reflecting on as we produce this document, and I want to thank a lot of you who are here that have contributed to this. This has been a crowdsourcing opportunity for us. We have worked with hundreds of people to really distill what the choices might be and should be. But it should be really clear, this isn't the end point. This is a discussion point, a discursive point. So you please do challenge them, engage with them, disagree with them if you wish, but give a view. What we're hoping is that we will launch the final report in February next year. I think one of the biggest questions that we need to be thinking about before I bring in one of our first contributors, and we're thinking about this a lot when we're having it on this journey. If you think about most of the institutions that we have in place, the international ones, a lot of the governance arrangements that have been put in place are post-World War II. Are they fit for purpose now? Is it time and is it right for us to change things? And I suppose there's a sense, and one of the things that we are saying as an organization is that we need to shift our system from a 1950s model, so from a 1950s model of thinking and working to a 2050 model. How do we make that leap? That's the actual, if you like, the exam question or the leadership challenge amongst all of us, is that how do you move from the 1950s, which is so steeped in how we are working at the moment, both in terms of how governments work, how our economies function, how we think about democracy, how we think about improving social mobility or reducing inequality. It's very much an old-style model. How do we actually change that and I suppose systemically make sure we're able to do things differently, better, with a different kind of mindset. So that's kind of as framing, if you like, for this discussion. As I said, I'll bring as many of you into this conversation as possible. As a reminder for those of you who are newbies, so welcome back, those of you who've been here before. But those of you who are new to this arrangement, everyone is equal around this room. Doesn't matter if you're a head of state, a minister, a civil servant, a head of a civil society organization, etc. and so forth. We treat you as equals. We want you all to contribute to this conversation. It is a brainstorm. And so what we want you to do is not have grandstanding speeches, but to engage. And the people that I'm going to bring in to curate this conversation, they're not here to answer your questions. They're here to actually add to the debate and discussion. And so that's what we're hoping to do, that we can engage in a conversation. This is not your traditional conference by any means. And those of you who've been here before know that only too well. I also want to point out that we have people throughout the day. We have people who have been involved from our Debating Europe, our new democracy area of expertise in Friends of Europe. We have people who've been facilitating an engagement with citizens in 7 parts of Europe. We are going to launch a report called 2024 Citizens. So we're engaging with 2,024 citizens across Europe. And we're doing this actively right now in 7 markets of Europe. And we have people who are facilitators in those areas who are going to be in and amongst us, who will raise their hand and say, actually, this is what people are telling us right now, because we're engaging with them right now. Across Europe. And that's our ambition, is that by beginning of next year, we'll have a report on 2024, so 2024 citizens that we'll have engaged with, to ask them what they think is important to them now, what they're experiencing and what they hope for the future. So that's I want to make sure that you know that they're here, and they will be raising hands, and I'll be bringing them out also into this conversation. So that's it. Without further ado, I want to be able to first invite James. James, where are you?
I'm over here.
Lovely. I'm going to speak to a man called James, who's done some amazing things in his time. And James, would you just share with us what motivated you to do what you're doing? And explain to people here who may not be aware of the kind of impetus and the motivation that happened post that first case that you took out, which was almost an act of, I suppose, truth to power, in a way. But over to you.
Well, I was an type of gig worker. My career over the years has jumped from NGO side to technology and back again. And I was working at a startup, and I thought I'd be an type of gig worker, worked for Uber, walls in the door while I worked in my startup. And that all changed one night when I was consulted. I found that Google would not identify who he said it was, police demanded that I do so because they thought I was the principal. And so we started to look at contracts and find that I was in this kind of no man's land. I was either in control of my work or was I protected by an employment relationship. And that's what started the case that ended up in the UK Supreme Court. The insight I learned from that was a few things. One, the story of that case was what was going to triumph. Statutory protections that all workers are entitled to if you're to be recognized as a worker, or commercial contracts if you're an independent contractor acting in commercial capacity. The UK Supreme Court rightly recognized gig workers as workers entitled to statutory and how that contract is going to be managed, how your performance is going to be managed. And still, gig workers are struggling to get that clarity. I believe the Platform Workers Directive here in Europe that I think was being discussed by the Council last night, I'm not sure what the outcome will be a great step forward, but there's still, even if that is passed, there's still some very serious fundamental issues that have not yet been addressed.
Share with us, would you, whether you've been able to create some form of connectivity with other, let's say, platform working kind of groups or people that have similarly had experiences to yourself across Europe or elsewhere? Has there been that ability of creating community around your cause?
Certainly. I mean, in the United Kingdom, this was a group of workers that have been traditionally left behind by the trade union movement, service workers, many of them migrant workers. We built a union within 3 years that now has 8,500 active members. We believe it's the biggest single block of organised labour in Europe. So it can be done. Across Europe, we've coordinated. There's a group of workers cycling today between Paris and Brussels to lobby for a good Platform Workers Directive, the International Alliance of App-Based Transport Workers. What all these workers have in common is a common business model. And this is the thing that's interesting, is that these platforms have hollowed out inside. They don't have really a local organization. They don't have a local function. This is a global automated management system. And so it's important that the workers organize globally also in response to that.
I mean, in terms of the kind of reaction you've had from governments, obviously you're a litigant. You know, people see that you achieve your cause through litigation and have succeeded. What kind of reaction are you getting either from governments that you're approaching, but also, I mean, when you're beside corporates, so they kind of take a kind of body swerve when they look at you, think, "Oh my God, that's James. Let's move away."
Well, I think governments have been too slow to understand this phenomena, where it came from, and where it's going to. For me, this all starts in October 2008.
Yeah.
In that month, 3 things happened. October 2007 was when the iPhone was launched. October 2008, the Apple App Store was opened and the Google Play Store was opened. But also in October 2008, the financial markets crashed. Within 6 months, interest rates were almost zero. There was a flood of cash into Silicon Valley. And the gig economy was born from that, because we saw public austerity. We saw people struggling to pay mortgages because of subprime. People were brought into debt that they couldn't handle. And at the same time, Silicon Valley was awash with cash. And so they thought, listen, the way out of your problems is to get a second job, get a third job, work 18 hours a day just to keep a roof over your head. And that's what the gig economy was for. Now, the interesting thing about the financial crash is that it was about misclassification. It was misclassification of risk in the financial markets. And now what we've done is we've misclassified risk in the labour markets, because we're misclassifying workers as independent contractors when in fact they're workers. And so what we've also seen is this sort of post-truth era populism that's come from that financial crash era as well. It's come into the labour market. This idea of pretending that an employment relationship under management control is really booking entrepreneurship is a lie. It's a post-truth phenomena. And so we have to get over that and understand where this has come from. These platforms rely on public welfare programs. Yeah. So lots of people working in the gig economy, certainly in Britain, they work full-time but cannot make ends meet, and so rely on welfare support in order to survive. So that's a wage subsidy for these platforms. But also, I think what's very sad is the wastefulness of this promise of technology. You know, technology should bring good things to life. But here we have an oversupply, the lure of large numbers, as the platforms call it. So we have about 50% more people working in the industry than it can sustain. They are not paid for their waiting time, even though the courts have recognized that they should be. So this magic of technology is not technology at all. It's transaction layer innovation. It's a use and abuse of labor. The only way that you can get your food delivered in 15 minutes from a supermarket is if there's an excess of people waiting to do that, and they're not paid while they're waiting to do that. And that's causing congestion, it's causing poverty, and it doesn't need to be like that. In real-time technology should be really efficient at allocating labour just as it does capital, so that people who invest their time and labour in that work are get a fair return just as investors would. Until that changes, I think we'll be trapped in precarity. And by the way, the last thing I would say is Andy Haldane, who was with the Bank of England some years ago, wrote a paper about the dragging effect on our economy of utilising labour in this way. You know, you're locking in underproductivity into our economy by choosing policies that support that kind of economic activity. It isn't fair, it isn't reasonable, and it's bad for all of us.
Sure. I mean, my final question to you, I mean, an aside to what you're saying is, what we do know is that there's the development of what you've just described post-2008, with the whole kind of introduction of an online world, if you like, and connectivity. We're seeing that, you know, places in China and India in particular, cheap supply of labor, and able to, you know, field calls and do a number of things. There's almost a sense that how do our global agreements catch up with that kind of phenomenon, if you like, that you're describing? But what's the one ask you have of the new mandate, of the new EU mandate? If there was one thing you wanted, because I'm going to ask everyone that, by the way, just to warn you, is this that, what is it you'd want?
I want recognition and protection of the social model of employment, because it has been the concept of employment, something that we, you know, what we're doing really here, you talked about 1950, let's go back to 1850. You know, at that time we had a gig economy. It lived well on the docks in London, in Liverpool, in Belfast. People came along for a day's work. They even wore badges, you know, to signify how good of a worker you are. That's the same as the star rating we have today. So the gig economy just simply brings us back to where we were before we had employment rights, before we had the new industrial movement in the turn of the last century. If we need to, you know, we need to think, do we want to protect and preserve the social and employment model we have, or do we want to tear it up? But there's no point in pretending that technology has changed, you know, that technology has fundamentally broken that. This is old wine in new bottles. We have to make a decision whether or not we're going to preserve these decent employment terms, or we're going to tear them up.
I suppose some people will think that's just loony left politics, and we can't afford it, and the world's moved far more forward than what you characterise. And there is this dilemma that when you talk immediately about a social model or a welfare net, there's a whole clump of people who just turn off and want to walk away and think, oh gosh, really? And we can't afford it. But so, I mean, I want us to all think about that, because you might think that what I'm saying is that's not the case, but you know genuinely that if we genuinely believed in a social model and wanted it to work, we'd have stuff in place by now. And I think what happened during COVID was the biggest reminder of what happens when you have crises, that someone has to step in, and it's the taxpayer, the public taxpayer, who basically underwrote societies across the board, whether that was people working in the private sector or the public sector. So thank you for your contribution. I want us, all of us to kind of engage in that dialogue about what do we want and what kind of model is possible, because some of us will sit around and say, yes, it's really important to have a social welfare model, but secretly you're thinking, that's really, you know, politicians who wants to win a game is really not going to be up for making the strident moves that we're required to do redistribution. And what does that mean? So thank you very much, James. That's very, very helpful for setting the scene for this conversation. I want to go to Karine, and I can't find you. Karine? There you go. I shouldn't say that. She's a minister from, you know, a Dutch minister. How could I say, where are you? Thank you for joining us. From your perspective, what do you see, given where you find yourself, both as a government but also as a player in the EU, the European community, the priorities for a renewed social contract?
Yes, thank you. And thank you to talk today about that new social contract, because I think that's very essential to the discussions that we are having, not just in the Netherlands, but in Europe. And social contract is the idea that the legitimacy of a government is based on the consent of the governed. And that's actually a product of our shared history. The reason I start there, and that's with Rousseau, he conceived the idea of a social contract in response to a divided Europe a century and a half ago. And over the years, we've developed that into the European Union that we are today. And a European Union that is prosperous, and where in most cases we do have a strong social protection. That makes us unique as a social market economy. However, we are at risk. Our social contract that lies at the basis of our prosperity lies at risk. We see structural inequalities. We see fault lines in our societies that put pressure on our ability to build cohesive societies. People feel left behind. People feel that their interests are not taken into account, that we don't hear their voices. And we're facing great challenges at the same time: climate change, migration, digitalization, aging population, and of course, most recent, first the war in Ukraine, now in the Middle East, in Israel, Gaza. We need a strong and united Europe and to play a role in the world. But we also need a strong, cohesive society to be able to deal with all those challenges. And at the moment, we are not building a society where we leave nobody behind. We're not building a society where we actually give middle classes perspective, that if they work really hard, they will have a better future, their children will have a better future. That's not what we're providing today, and that's what we need to change. And I often say it in the Netherlands can only do well if everyone prospers. And the same goes for Europe. If not all our citizens feel that they're part of society, then we cannot prosper as Europe. So, to go back to your question, what do I think are the priorities for the new Commission? Well, the overall message, I think, it's all about people. And sometimes we tend to forget that. We're talking about rules and regulations and businesses, and we need businesses. I come from the business world. But when you talk about people, my first priority is fair labor mobility. Free movement of people and services has brought us a lot. But the way we treat EU labor markets within our own countries is not worthy of the European Union. What I've seen in the Netherlands, a very wealthy country, the way we treat people from Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, you name it, it doesn't fit with the model that we stand for. We don't treat people as human beings, we treat them as workforce. We house them badly and we don't pay them what they ought to. One way to turn that around is the upcoming discussion on the mandate for the European Labour Authority. For those who are involved in that, let's strengthen that mandate. And especially, let's make sure the ELA can do something about the posting of third country nationals, because that's where we really lose grip on migration. The second priority is about safe and healthy and fair work and modern labour laws. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That's a Dutch saying. And it actually means we have to put far more focus on prevention. And last week, as the Netherlands, we've stated that we want 0 death at work in 2040. That's a big ambition. That goes to hazardous materials. That goes to mental health at work. We need to get serious about that, by the way. So that's one part of it. And the other part is, as James was alluding to, our labor laws are outdated. The world has changed. Digitalization, hybrid working, algorithmic management. So also let's get serious about that platform directive. We need to get that done. We need to protect the people that work in the platform economy in a much better way than we do today. Thirdly, we can only address these challenges and we can only give people perspective if they have the skills to do so, if they have the education. So lifelong learning, and it's the European Years of the Skills, we need to invest in much more than we do today. And finally, my fourth priority, and it's the overarching priority, is about equity and equitable opportunities. If we're honest with each other today, we all like to recruit, promote, hire, have coffee with, give the greatest project to somebody who looks like us and is 5 years younger. I like to recruit a junior version of myself because it's much easier. But that means that we leave people with a market background, people who are 55 plus, pregnant women, you name it, people with a culturally diverse opinion. We leave them out of our equitable opportunities. We leave them out of our societies. And we need inclusive societies. And we know that diverse teams perform better, but we don't act upon it. We know we need inclusive societies, but we don't do it. But we can start by it today. So my question to you is, when you're back in your offices tomorrow, who are you going to invite for coffee? Is it somebody like yourself, but 5 years younger? Or is it somebody who's really different, with a different opinion, with a different background? Because that's where diversity and that's where inclusion starts.
Indeed, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to pause you because I'm running out of time already, and I'm sorry for that. But it's a powerful note for you, to conclude your initial contribution. Ultimately, this is about behaviour and mindset, and it'll be interesting to know whether you're able to convince your fellow cabinet colleagues in the Dutch government of what you're saying, but also previously when we had dear Mark at the council, what kind of conversation they had, because we know that whenever gender equality directive or other matters on social equity were put up, the council basically blocked it or delayed it, and we know what the gender makeup is, and also the demographic, because we're talking about. Excuse older men in the room, I'm an older man too, but a general demographic of older men coming from a particular background and a particular circle that actually felt that politics should be done in a particular way. Yep. And those things don't matter. So it would be interesting to see whether you're able to convert your cabinet and your government in the way that you're describing. But we'll come back to you, and that will be a bit of a challenge when I do. Maria, thank you for joining us also.
Hello.
Hello. You're 2/3 into your presidency, and obviously, dear old Pedro's having a bit of a tough time at the moment, which is a real shame. But you are a very well-known government for, I suppose, promoting a social welfare model in various ways over time, given the history of Spain. Where do you given where you are now in 2/3 of the presidency, what have you been doing as a government to promote this agenda, firstly? And then, I suppose, my second question is, and if you can be brief about this, is that what's Spain's vision for a future of Europe? And I don't mean that in a naff, romantic way. Seriously, what is it that Spain would like out of a future Europe? Over to you.
I'm gonna answer you. Well, for the first question, it is evident that we need a more competitive economy. But from our point of view, it's vital that that economy will be fair and looks after its citizens. We have done specific things, which had.
Yeah, Maria. Yeah? Oh, good. Okay,
yes.
Carry on, sorry.
Yeah, a direct impact on the cost of living for citizens. It's the case of the reform of the electricity market. So of course, we appreciated from the very beginning. It was because of that we asked for ourselves, and afterwards it was extended the Iberian solution to capping gas prices. That was going to have a huge impact on the citizens. So that is one of the main causes of inflation. The reform, as you know, aims to make electricity price less dependent on this volatile regime, so that is something very particular. But James was talking about the model of welfareness. That for us is very important, because it's true that the European society has suffered a decade of successive crises that we were talking about, but they have left scars. Those scars are very important, So a key element in this objective, for example, to try to promote the welfare state, is to promote European tax justice. That we are very much in that, and we are very conscious of what the Dutch minister was saying as well. Of course, the United Europe and the fact of not leaving nobody's behind. So we're attending great importance to groups of people that perhaps they were not taken so much into account. Is the case of disabled. So we will try at the end of this month to get a common approach to get an European disability card. We we are very much involved in everything related to less populated areas that we do have a lot, but other member states do as well, you know, because I mean, at the end of the day, it's very idyllic, you know, to see someone working with his computer or her computer in the middle of nowhere, you know, with a wonderful landscape around you, but you have to have connectivity. I mean, you have to have the opportunity to be there as if you were in the city somehow, you know. So, I mean, we're taking very much that into account, everything which is related to age people as well, which is super, it's full of possibilities as well. It's not only something bad, it's something very good, which can offer us a lot of economic possibilities. So that is from that point of view that you were asking the first question. Regarding the future of Europe, well, as you were saying, we have had so many black swans. Had COVID, had Brexit, we had Ukraine, now we're having the situation in the Middle East. But what's important, however, is how we respond to this crisis. And the response hitherto has been very positive, because, I mean, we have remained united. And that is something so difficult to get, you know. I mean, Borrell, the High Representative, always says so, which is pretty funny, you know. He says that it's unrealistic to ask Europe to always act with one voice. For Europe is made up of many voices, but we should have to be we should be acting as a finely tuned chorus, you know, and that is a little bit of our objective. James was talking about the 2008 financial crisis. Look at the difference with the situation now. You know, I mean, the European Union went to the markets, issued bonds to borrow 750 billion on the financial markets to boost the recovery and supports the need, you know, and that was the next generation funds, you know. So, I mean, the situation is completely different, and these crises have made you bigger. But our objective is, of course, you know, I mean, to continue with that unity, and in the same sense, you know, I mean, the Spanish presidency has tried to follow a little bit of what was the Versailles Declaration and the French presidency as well, and trying to foresee which ones are going to be the vulnerabilities that we're going to suffer, you know, and that was Granada with our informal council, European Council, and that's been also the summit EU-Select. You know, I mean, you really have to broaden up. You know, it's good to have trade, but you have to extend it, you know, and not depend on just very particular countries, you know. I mean, you have to go further. We're very happy. I was talking about that yesterday. And this is why boosting reindustrialization and open strategic economy is the first priority. But taking into account our motto, Europe closer, you know, I mean, you have to go to the citizens, and that's what we're trying to do as well, in our way, you know. So that is a little bit our vision. We are coming from a very much pro-European society, and that helps a lot. You know, we don't have a single party in all the spectrum which is really against EU, or which have a position, you know, like a very radical that unfortunately other countries do. So for us, it's easy to be defending Europe, you know, whatever it takes.
So for you, the sense of collective, collaborative working is a key dynamic you want to pursue. You make reference to the Resilience and Recovery Fund, right? Which has been, you know, it has been transformative. Suddenly the EU becomes a bank, and the power dynamic changes between member state and the centre. But the reality is, most of that money is still sitting around, not doing much, because governments have not had enough project or programme activity to bring it down onto the ground, which is a bit of a shame. I'm not asking you to answer that question. What I want to know from you is, just very briefly, do you want a bigger Europe, or do you want Europe to stay the same as it is now? And I'm talking about enlargement here.
Talking about enlargement, well, we do need to have, well, we are we're pro-enlargement. We think that is something good. So look at, for example, I mean, talking about Ukraine, you know, I mean, I was saying so yesterday. I mean, the 1st July, first day of our presidency, our prime minister was in Kiev. And we are Spanish, far away, apparently. So, I mean, that is important. But of course, we need to have reforms, you know. We really need to discuss what's going to be the qualified majority, which ones are going to be the topics. I mean, you cannot have the same rules with 30-something countries, it's completely impossible. So we'll have to discuss about that. That is for sure.
Great, thank you. Thank you for responding to that, because I think one of the issues, I think, for a lot of those who are in the waiting room of Europe will find it really quite disturbing that the focus on rule of law and moving in the right direction when you actually look at what's happening in Europe right now, especially your neighbour Portugal and elsewhere, that you think, really? Why does it have to be why can't it just be a destination rather than reality of joining, that you work through a process? But let's come back to the question of enlargement later, but thank you very much. I want to move to Etche. Etche, where are you? You're here, aren't you? So those of you who weren't there last night will have not have received a lovely little red book. Do you want to hold it up? That she produced, that she wrote. Something that we asked Etche to produce. When we were thinking about the renewed social contract, we felt that how do you frame it in an emotional context or give it some emotion rather than just fine policy words? And what she did was to create something which I refer to as a primal scream, because it feels like a primal scream. It's a zeitgeist to, I think, how people are feeling and a kind of the language and the emotion of what people are feeling. But thank you for producing it, firstly.
Thank you, Dharmendra.
From your perspective, you've written that incredible book about 10 steps to reduce a democracy or kill a democracy. You're Turkish by background. You've got that experience of working across Europe. What do you see as the key issues that are breaking that bond, that social contract between governments, private sector, and citizens? That whole kind of nexus of relationships. What's from your perspective?
Thank you, Dharmendra.
What's going on?
Good morning, everyone. I think it's going great so far, Dharmendra. Normally, I am the first person or the only person in the room who mentioned the word redistribution, and you already did. That is good. And there were other words such as authenticity, integrity, and so on. So all these things, I think, are quite applicable what I'm going to say. If you weren't there, this little red book, which hopefully will be as popular as the actual little red book, is about what actually Dharmendra asked me now. It's about the loss of faith in politics. Malcolm sitting next to me said, I just read it and I felt like my father, what your, the Catholic education. Yeah, it reminded him the Catholic education. Yes, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm not Catholic, I'm a non-believer, but I believe in humanity, and this is what I'm trying to bring it. Why? Because I think the central problem of Europe, of global politics today, is loss of faith in humanity, loss of faith in politics itself. That is why, as James mentioned in the beginning, there is this rage, and that rage translates into right-wing populism, as some may call it, or as I call it, fascism. So either we're going to have a better, actual, real democracy with social justice in it, or we're going to go on with the theatrics of democracy that we are currently exercising, which will end up being first fascism and then barbarity, as once Rosa Luxemburg called it. So this book also says that it is either better democracy or we are in barbarian age. Unfortunately, this little pamphlet was written before Gaza happened. And I think it makes more sense, the title of it now, A Perfect Day to Be Brave. And this is calling us, all of us, to be brave. And today, being brave means what your Belgian Vice Prime Minister Petra de Sutten just made. She called Europe to have sanctions on Israel. We are going through some strange times. As Gerd mentioned yesterday in his gala speech, Even the voices who say that children shouldn't be killed are marginalized in Europe. And even me saying this, I feel the fabric of silence changing in the room. Right now, you're silent in a different way. There's like, oh, somebody's going to mention Gaza. So this is about our authenticity, as Dharmendra earlier talked about. This is about integrity. And this is about the most important crisis in Europe today. It is the moral crisis. And if Europe cannot get out of this moral crisis, what does she have? Guns? Money? Incredible technology? No. Europe is an idea, and Europe is an important idea for many people around the world. It might be establishment, it might be these cafes, corridors in Brussels, blah, 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 but also Europe is Voltaire, Europe is Spinoza, Europe is Rosa Luxemburg, Hannah Arendt, Walter Benjamin, and several others who brought us the faith in humankind. So what we have to do is look at our integrity and authenticity and be brave when telling the basic moral rules, such as we shouldn't kill children. Why did we become so proud? This little pamphlet also says it talks about the second biggest problem. And that's another dirty word. In such places, it is frequently evaded. It is capitalism, ladies and gentlemen. And we have to lose our fears that Dharmendra mentioned earlier, that was put there during the Cold War, after the Second World War. We are still thinking with the taboos of the Cold War. Let's get rid of that, because this system, neoliberalism, will kill what we believe in, will kill what we are working here for, will make our lives meaningless as those people who are talking about democracy, who are working for social justice, or who are, thinking that Europe is a safe haven for free thinking and free expression. So, my last point will be, people go vote every 4 years or 3 years, 5 years, whatever. And they're asking themselves, why would I vote anyway? I cannot change anything. I cannot change my wages. So why do I have to do this part of this theater called democracy? And if we lose them, these people who have actually moral values, who actually would be fine with a better democracy with social justice in it, they are going to become not fascists necessarily, but they're going to become the material that new fascism will build upon. I have a friend who's a very well-known politician, and I told him I'm coming to Brussels and so, and he told me, why are you going there? Why are you still going there? It's establishment. They're done. It's gone. Forget about them. What's happening is on the streets now. He's a leftist politician. And I tried to convince him that there are people in European Union establishment, that they are actually really willing to speak up, and they can be brave. And I hope today I will leave this meeting knowing that, yes, there are people here. Thank you.
Thank you, actually. Thank you very much. Thank you. As is us at Friends of Europe, we're going to go from Etche's contribution to someone from McKinsey. Who'd have thought? Yeah, I know, Mario. I had to tee you up like that, because how do you follow that? And you're McKinsey. And I just wanted to make sure that, for us, we've been working with you over some time. You're working with private sector companies across the world and across Europe all the time. Okay, so you have an insight that many of us don't. So I'm not going to ask you about what CEOs and others are saying at the moment about the state of the world, but from your perspective and the work you're doing, you've been coining the phrase of, how do you get people over the empowerment line? And how do we make sure that we're not talking about welfare, we're talking about empowerment? Let's see kind of the difference there, but also where do you see the private sector moving? Or rather, should the private, in this report we say, one of our recommendations is that the private sector should be an actor early on in the process of policy making and thinking. They should be a shareholder in developing a good society, not simply a profit maker. So over to you for kind of reacting to that, please.
Thank you, Dharmendra, and thank you for the agenda. It's always interesting to, to cross-fertilize and exchange views. But I will make a comment on what we call the empowerment line, because I think globally there was a lot of hype on the poverty line, which is still an important concept, no? How much money you need to survive. But we think being empowered is what matters also, at least in advanced economies. And for empowerment, we mean how much do you need to make and to spend to have access to education, to healthcare, to have a buffer of savings that if something goes wrong, the black swan that Maria mentioned, then you can not fall in poverty. And this is, I think, very relevant globally. So we calculated there are in the world 4.7 billion of people unempowered, vis-a-vis 700-800 million that are in poverty. So 4 billion more are still unempowered. And if we look at Europe, for example, this number of people is 140 million, which is 27% of the population. No? So we are not in poverty in Europe. There are exceptions, but there is no poverty. But there is a lot of lack of empowerment. So that's where I think we all should focus, and private companies will need to play a role. Now, how can we solve the empowerment gap? How can we help people to become empowered? I mean, there are two ways. One is growth. We spoke before about redistribution, which I think is very important. But if we don't generate value, we cannot distribute it. So growth, especially in Europe, in the future, can actually absorb 60% of the unempowered people. But there is still a 40%. 40% means 60 million of people. So it's a country like France or Italy, that needs to be empowered on top of growing. And this is where I think the private sector, back to your also question, Dharmendra, can play a role. One is really working on productivity. So when the private sector doesn't only create GDP, but becomes more productive, it creates higher paid jobs, and this is helpful for people to be empowered. The second way that the private sector can contribute is, let me call it reskilling. So in a world which is dynamic, it's growing, people are left behind, also Kari, and you mentioned it before, and skilling the workers, and reskilling also people in the value chain of companies working for the suppliers is very important for them to be empowered. There is also a third way which sometimes is a bit neglected, which is product and services. What does it take to be empowered? You need to have a financial buffer, you need to have access to housing, to education. So imagine you are an insurance company. What can you do to make sure that people close to the empowerment line are actually insured, so that if something bad happens, they don't fall below the line? Or take, for example, companies in real estate. What can they do to foster social housing? So to build houses that can go in the market with a yield, with a rental that people can afford. So many companies should think about not only philanthropy, so how much do I give at the end of the year back to the society, but how can I change my products and my services to make people empowered? And let me conclude with the last contribution that private companies can do to empower people, again, beyond being productive, beyond reskilling, beyond product and services. And this is project management. Sorry, I'm at McKinsey, I need to mention project management. But companies have a lot to help with in managing projects. So if you have to build a new real estate development, it's not only money, it's not only technology, it's people, it's managing a project. So I think many companies should figure out what's the best way to use their people to run projects with the society, with the public sector also, to reduce the empowerment gap.
Marco, thank you. One of the things that we say in here is that in the deal making that happens between government and the private sector, what I mean by that is big infrastructure projects where you have public-private partnerships, which sometimes is a bit of a dirty word, other it's just profiteering because so many have failed, some have succeeded. What's your view in introducing the notion of conditionality of social clauses in public-private partnerships so that actually what you're describing is part of the contract of delivery? So you get a major contract as a private sector company to build a housing estate or a big new road or bridges, etc. But part of the deal is that you build a school with that money as too, or do something in terms of skilling. Is that kind of conversation happening? Would that be something that the private sector is up for?
I think Darmende, I think it's a good example. No? So that's a good example of partnership. If you take new developments on big areas, in the past this was about how many apartments can we build and sell. I think now the narrative in Europe, in many cities, I come from Milan, that's actually what is happening to the city, is to say, okay, how much green space do we build? Because we want to have space to reforest the cities to lower CO2. And how much of this space has to go to social housing? Because obviously there is an issue of senior housing and of student housing, no, that cities need to solve. And at the very end, it's a win-win because you don't create good neighborhoods and bad neighborhoods that are honestly something from the past, but you create areas in the city that are more interesting for everybody. And by the way, also the city are better off because if you attract, for example, students, that's an issue in many European cities because cost of living is too high for students. This is the future talent that the companies can hire to be based in those cities. No? So this kind of cooperation between private companies, public entities on real estate developments and many other areas, I think are a key component for empowering people, especially the youth.
But you think that there's currency in this concept? You think that there's going to be a deaf ear to the notion of having social clauses of conditionality of making social good happen as a part of getting major contracts?
I think it can happen. I think it's happening already.
Okay, all right, thanks. Was that, Maria, you going to say something there?
No.
Okay, colleagues, over to you now. I'm going to invite all of you to contribute, engage. Please bear in mind that one question. What is it you want from the new mandate? What is it you'd like? Given what we've been through, and you'd think that this current mandate has had it pretty bad, but done not notionally well, that from the onset of it, you have COVID, then you have the financial crisis, then you have a war, and then you have what's happening now, and etc. and so forth. So it feels like responding to and adapting to crises has to be a new management style, has to be a new leadership capability. And we also need to think differently that, as I said, the 1950s model that we have has to be transformed and has to change. But because we cannot rely on the norms that we've inherited, whether it's about how we run government, how we make money work, how do we work with citizens and others. So what is it that you'd like? What are your reactions to what you're hearing? And in this report, we've got here some building blocks for the new mandate. I'm not going to read them out, but I hope you get a chance to look at them, because what we're saying here is that for the renewed social contract to work, you need a different mindset that's tilted towards power sharing. Sounds a bit kind of, naff or romantic, but we mean that. It's tilted towards redistribution. It's tilted towards tackling inequality and promoting equity, if you like. It is about making sure that policy making has a tilt towards making sure those who are benefiting or going to be impacted by policy are part of the solution. So it's kind of looking at community intelligence very differently. And the brain doesn't just sit within government, it sits around government and elsewhere. So, views, contributions, you just have to raise your hand. And, we already have Lubna. Have you been just kind of forced into contribution? To all of you, just introduce yourselves. Regardless of, I know you're probably all well known and highly regarded, but just as in the spirit of this round table, do introduce yourselves.
Thank you. I'm Lubna Bouarfa. I'm an AI scientist turned entrepreneur. I just want to contribute. We've heard different stories from James with the gig economy to how as member states we want to drive and actually follow all the changes to stay relevant. But actually also around the war and our choices in Europe. There is one question actually for me as a scientist and as entrepreneur is how much sovereignty as states are we willing to trade for economic prosperity? And especially around the digital era. We know we've always had this trade-off. But now we know that digital platforms are becoming emperors. They have millions of users. And the time spent in those digital platforms is much more sometimes than spent in the physical world. And we somehow, as states, we accept and we only focus on the physical world and we're okay with new rules and new values in the digital world. So how much of our sovereignty we want to give away, knowing that more and more rays will come in the digital world. And we've already saw this with the internet. We already saw a lot of companies run by shareholders took key roles that states had. Yeah? So now we are moving to a new era with AI, where not only we have humans, but we have also machines making decisions. And so how are we going to balance? What role do we want? Do we want to keep, is our values number one for us? As we've heard, how can we stay authentic when we continuously feel like we need to compromise to keep our economy in balance? So what is important to us? Is our values? Is our, why are we not following the same rules as we have in the physical world, as well as in the digital world? How are we going to make our relationship with these emperors, with the big tech that is raising in all the different areas, introducing new economies, new rules, to be able to keep our identity and protect our citizens?
Lubna, thank you. And thank you for raising that point that actually, does it have to be an either or? And it's like that, changing that mindset that values can be important as well as being competitive, as well as having inclusive growth, as well as having a kind of a different kind of approach to how we make society work. They don't have to be mutually exclusive, but we tend to have that conversation. It's a values or competition. It's, if we're going to extend the social welfare net, Europe will become anti-competitive, basically, etc. and so forth. So thank you for that contribution. I'm going to bring a lot of you in. I promise you, this is great. But I want to go to our citizen voice. And Alessandra, first you. Introduce yourself, please.
Sure, thank you so much. My name is Alessandra Cardaci and I work at Debating Europe, which is the Citizens Engagement and Democracy Unit at Friends of Europe. We are currently running a series of consultation, participation for citizens to voice their concerns about major topics that we are discussing here today, from democracy to economy, security and climate. So you will hear also from other colleagues today in all sessions, as Dharmendra said at the beginning. But I heard about moral crisis, as I mentioned. And indeed, we have someone in our focus groups, in our activities that mention that the biggest economic change today is to combine profit-making with moral duty. And this is, I think, a very interesting food for thought for today. And also, what about youth? I heard a lot of you talking about empowerment, talking about redistribution, and I think it's important to link redistribution to power. So it's not just economic distribution, but power redistribution. And what our citizens, especially young citizens, as you can imagine, tell us in our activities, which I find very important to voice and have the privilege to voice here today, is they don't feel represented. So can we blame them for not wanting to go to vote if they don't see anyone that can actually represent them? Why are political parties and institutions so difficult to access meaningfully for young people? So these are really things that I'd love to hear you commenting about throughout the day, and also maybe replying to some of our ideas. Is lowering the voting age to 16 one of the solutions? What about boosting civic education? So yeah, that's what I wanted to contribute.
Let's do this. Hands up. those of you who... No, this is not for your... That's great, wonderful. Hands up, those of you who are for lowering the age to 16 for voting. A straw poll. Not overwhelming, but I suppose getting there. Some people, and those of you who don't want to do it and want to make a comment, please do say. I'm going to now go around the room, and so I'll bring you in a moment. Firstly, Laura, introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Laura Sullivan, and I am the director of an NGO called We Move Europe. And I want to answer your question with the lyrics of a song by a band called Portishead from Bristol in the UK. So they have some lyrics that go, "Give me a reason to love you, give me a reason to be a woman." And I'm shifting that a bit to give me a reason to love EU, give me a reason to be a European. And the organisation that I work with is mobilising activists, advocates to try to change Europe in a positive way. But there's a lot of problems. And to get to the 2050 question, Europe's got to be able to look at root causes, right? It's got to look at root causes of what's going on in Europe and in the world. And when I go to meetings and I'm told by prominent commissioners that we can't ban pesticides, we can't stop exporting pesticides that are banned in Europe, but that are still going to Africa, Brazil, etc., because the chemical industry is having a hard time. We can't do that. And likewise, we can't call ourselves a Europe of values if we are paying a Libyan government to pull back people so we don't have to push them back. And there's an amazing woman speaking in the Parliament on that today. Her name's Sally Hayden. She wrote a book called My Fourth Time We Drowned. You should all read it. Very last thing is just to say we've got to be self-aware. And Karin, the minister from the Netherlands, just said, you know, who are you having coffee with, right? Well, I'll tell you who Ursula von der Leyen is not having coffee with, and it's NGOs. She's never met the Green 10. She's never met We Move Europe. And 5 minutes after Ukraine, the war broke out, one of the first meetings she had was with the representatives of oil companies. And I ask you ask people to go and vote every 5 years, but then this happens in the 5 intermittent years. That is growing seeds of Euroscepticism and the kind of fodder for fascism that Etche just mentioned.
Thank you.
We are better than this.
We are indeed. And let's hope she's listening, right? And, you know, let's hope some of the people that are advising are watching this online if they can. But you're quite right. I mean, you know, that's one example. It's about what I was saying earlier. There's something about the quality of leadership that we require into the future and an emotional intelligence about the way we are in the world. And actually doing things as we've always done just won't cut it. So thank you for raising that point. But you are, you know, leading a movement to get people out to vote. Just briefly, what's your level of confidence about what might happen next year? But very brief, Laura.
About getting people out to vote?
Yeah, and what you think is going to happen.
It's going to happen again because, you know, it went up 8 percentage points last time. It's going to keep going up because people are way more awake since COVID and people see there's a need to go out and vote.
Great, thank you. You've been waiting patiently. Is there a mic? Yes, lovely. And I promise I've remembered I will bring all of you in. But I need you all to be snappy, and I'll be snappy too. Sorry.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Giedrius Surplis. I am an MP from Lithuania, and I have my colleague who is the youngest MP in Lithuania, so he will be able to tell you about the youth in politics. But, you know, I'm a Christian Democrat myself, so I'll try to be a devil's advocate. Maybe this morning, after having listened to what you've said, about the mandate, I would like to address one quite short issue, I would say, but I think that's very important. You know, we have been seeing strikes in Brussels yesterday and for the days. We have been seeing strikes in Paris, in London. We see what's going on the streets of Sweden. And we are having the situation where we lack labor force, but at the same time, we have pretty much the same percentage of people who do not want to go to work. And they are living on the social schemes. So this is the question. I think it should be very much addressed in the future mandate of the European Commission. How can we tie together the competitiveness of Europe, which is very much needed in the future if you see what's happening all over the world in the economy, if you see the digitalization, the artificial intelligence, the robotization coming. So where do we hit the balance between the politicians, the businesses, and the trade unions and the communities.
Okay. What about you?
to-
You're
to
an MP. You're an MP. What are you going to do? What do you want? What will you do?
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually, and
Come on.
it's coming. It's
You're a
coming
member
back.
of Parliament.
It's coming back to what we discussed during the dinner yesterday. It's a very tough question, but I would
Why
like
is it done? Why is
as
it
an
tough?
MP, I
Yeah.
have done this, and I would like to repeat it once again, and the EU should do the same.
Yeah.
Sit around one table, the businesses, the labor unions, trying to shift this mindset, thinking that yes, we should be productive, yes, we should have life-work balance,
Yeah.
but no, we cannot be lazy because the world is after us. So where do we hit the balance? This is the question. And that's the question for the new mandate of the Commission. If they can do that, if they can change the mindsets of people, because it starts in the families of European citizens already. I mean, the children are not going to work because they are living, their parents are living on the schemes,
sure,
on
but
the
you're-
social schemes.
yeah, but
so that's the question.
But if I may, you're a public servant, you're answering my question. What would you do? Would you go for legislation? Or are you saying we do some sort of more kind of cultural engagement, outreach type of activity? Where do you stand?
It happens in Lithuania after each election, and I think it's pretty universal all over the European Union. Every government, new government, is trying to go less on the social schemes and be more transparent. And then before the elections, the new elections, it goes back to increasing the social schemes. And this is what I would like to change. And I think we all should discuss here, because the trade unions or the left politicians should also understand that somebody in the end of the day must pay for that. And it's a win-win situation. We just have to discuss that.
Okay, great. You've been waiting. I'll bring you dinner also, don't worry. And Antoine, where's Antoine from the cabinet of Nicholas Schmidt? Where are you? Ah, great. I'm going to bring you in next, if I may. You haven't had your hand up, but I think it's important you're here, given what you've been discussing only last night. Great, go on.
Well, thank you very much.
Introduce yourself, please.
Yes. Jan Notterdam from CSI Europe, a network of 10,000 enterprises on sustainability and social responsibility. We are working very much on this issue of people. We're currently having men and women in companies discussing proposals that will be made also to the current and the future leaders for a more social Green Deal, making social much more explicit. It has always been the poor child in Europe. More practically, we are very much in favor of 40 years after the creation of a social dialogue to have also a sustainability dialogue. Having the NGO world, youth, academia, business, investors. There is such a wealth of solutions out there, but that is not in a bottom-up movement. It doesn't percolate enough.
Sure.
In
Jan,
the policy.
if I may. I mean, you're a really well-established outfit. You know, you have the voice or the ear of entrepreneurs, industrialists. In terms of one of our recommendations in here about the role of the private sector, what are you going to ask for the new mandate? Just briefly, what is it you and your association will be asking for?
So one, well, we need to finalize our proposals, but
Sure.
having a European sustainability dialogue, that is key. Is it part of the reform of the treaties? Tant mieux, sinon on le fait autrement. Two, regarding capital and investments, we have a climate environmental taxonomy to flow investment to support the efforts of companies on climate environment, not on social. We have put it under the carpet.
Okay.
And there are easy solutions. And then the other point is, next to a climate scientific-based approach, it took 20 years for GIEC to have companies, governments taking this scientific approach. Can we also have a human science-based approach? Because the human factor, the human blockages, even if you promote the best solutions, we need to understand not only the neuroscience, but also the other human sciences. How can we bring that intelligence in business logic?
Okay. Thank you, Jan. Antoine, what happened last night? That's not in your personal life. I'm talking about the trialogue. How did it go?
Well,
What can you share with us? Do introduce yourself, sorry, please.
yes, of course. Antoine Cazelle, I'm the head of cabinet of the European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, the European Commission. So last night there was a trilogue, we call that in the European jargon between the European Parliament, Council, and where Commission attends.
Come closer to the mic so people
sorry.
are saying they can't hear you.
Yeah, so last night there was a trilogue, meeting between the Parliament, Council, and the Commission to discuss Platform Work Directive. And the atmosphere, I think, was pretty good. The Minister of Spain was represented, which actually is also providing a good atmosphere, because so far it was the ambassador negotiating with the Parliament. Parliament always feels that they need to have a minister in front of them. And they have been discussing a lot about this presumption of, worker classification, the one which is at the heart of the Commission proposal. I think we are not, unfortunately, at the compromise at this stage, but we are getting there slowly, and there is some hope that by December there could be a deal on this directive. Now, I'm saying this, there is still some weeks to come and some discussions. But they have pretty much secured the algorithmic part, the algorithmic management part, which is the other part of this proposal. But the whole thing will be around the presumption.
What's the central issue of discontent or lack of unity?
Well, the Parliament... So, Commission came with this proposal to have a presumption of classification of worker when you are not a real self-employed. It's as easy as that. Either you are a self-employed, and that's fine, or you're not a self-employed. And that, according to national labor laws, because we don't want to interfere into national labor laws. In each member state, there is a labor code, and that labor code gives a number of conditions to be self-employed or to be a worker.
Okay.
The treaties forbid the Commission to legislate about self-employed, because, before the treaties were drafted before the internet era, and so they didn't know that there would be workers cycling in the streets called self-employed. So we need to deal with that issue, but member states, they can legislate on self-employed. What we can do is to protect those who are bogus self-employed in order to become worker when they deserve to be treated as worker. They have the social protection, which of course is linked to workers. So that's the Commission proposal. Council has discussed that for quite a number of months. They came to a conclusion that the presumption that we presented was, let's say, a good basis. But they have a little bit reshuffled the way this presumption worked and the conditions around the classification of worker. Now, the Parliament, they came to a completely different, let's say, planet. They wanted that everyone is a worker, and if you are not a worker, then you are maybe a self-employed. So not this presumption that we had, that actually you are a worker if some conditions are met. But they have moved along the way now, and they are coming closer to what the Commission and the Council has proposed. And so we come to something which is much more pragmatic and more practical, and also respecting labor codes of member states, because member states will not agree to go beyond that labor codes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for responding in that way. Sonia, you've been very patient. Introduce yourself briefly, but I want you to be brief as well. All of you, I'm going to bring in.
Sony Kapoor, sorry, but this is not how I normally sound like. I'm a trustee of Friends of Europe and an interdisciplinary professor of climate, geopolitics, and economics at the European University Institute. So, we are very navel-gazing, as always in Europe, and this was supposed to be a geopolitical commission. It's been a geopolitical commission without any geopolitical awareness, right? There's 8 billion people in the world, of which we are a shrinking proportion. The future of climate change will not be determined by Europe. Technology, we are an interesting, important actor, but by far not the most important one, right? And I think the inward-looking, navel-gazing discussion that excludes and ignores the fact that, for example, Nigeria, a country of 220 million people, had a 10-hour blackout of its grid, electricity grid. And the electricity grid of Nigeria has the same generation capacity as the city of Austin in Texas with 1 million people, right? And even that is not able to be met. We complain about demographic decline, labor market shortages. There's 30 million Indians and sub-Saharan Africans coming into the workforce every year, of which only 4% will even be employed in the formal sector, right? To think we will reach a socially fair, inclusive, climate sustainable, environmentally friendly Europe without an awareness and a plan to deal with what are these, far larger macro issues. It's just borderline insanity, and yet it continues. To give quick example, if India reaches half the resource intensity that China has today, the world loses 2 degrees, irrespective of what we do in Europe, right? If India reaches the same resource intensity as China, we've lost 2.5 degrees. India cannot afford not to follow what remains till date the only tried and tested development model from the last century that worked for any country larger than Singapore. And we in the rest of the world cannot afford for India to do that, right? But India here is a proxy. Where is our plan? Where is the grand bargain? We, the EU, as a good faith actor, which we are eroding our reputation for with our, screwed up diplomacy, is putting on the table a bargain that is able to utilize the fact that the vast majority of natural resources, human ingenuity, human talent, human capital lies out there. And those are exactly the things we are short of. We have a lot of money. We have a lot of asset managers. We've got a lot of intellectual property and technology. And the two can be put together in a way that the world can reconcile growth, welfare increase, fairness, while still keeping us in at 2 degrees and beginning to tackle biodiversity. But recognizing that we are only one increasingly shrinking part of an economy, a global economy of 8 billion people and rising, I think is an absolute first step.
But thank you very much. Obviously, had a currency. Both of you have been really, really patient, and I know you both been wanting to come in. So do you want to come in first? Do introduce yourself, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Agnieszka Łukaszczyk, and I'm a vice president for government affairs at Planet. We're a company with the largest constellation of Earth observation satellites, and I wanted to talk a little bit today because we're talking a lot about being competitive and making profits, but also holding on to our values and taking care of humanity. And actually, you can do both. We are a mission-driven company, and actually, we are listed on New York Stock Exchange as a public benefit corporation. I don't know if you know this sort of animal. It's very rare. There are literally only, I think, 12 companies in the world that are listed like this. I think Patagonia was the first one. It's a choice for a company to do that. And what that means is that you are legally obliged to adhere to your mission. Our mission is to help life on Earth, as cheesy as it sounds, but that means that this satellite technology can be only used for positive impact for the humankind. And so we're legally obliged not just to bring profits to our shareholders, but we actually have to sometimes make tough business decisions that when we have business opportunity that could potentially be harmful to humans, we have to say no to that business opportunity, even though that would bring a lot of profits to us and our shareholders. So industry can be positive. You can make money and look yourself in the mirror every day at the same time. You don't have to really choose to either be profitable or be a good citizen, a good player. We all have to play a role. All these issues that we're talking about.
But but isn't that about personality and approach and leadership rather than...
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean...
We can't regulate for, really, can we? So
no.
What do you want from the next mandate, just very briefly, if there's anything at all?
I would like to have a little bit... I mean, I think this is a very naive statement that I'm about to say, but I would like to, for the next policymakers, decision makers, to really look at the big picture, because these problems that we're discussing are global. We're not just gonna... We need to take out the politics and think about really solutions, if we can.
Naivety isn't a bad thing. We seem to lose our imagination as well. So, you, very briefly, please introduce yourself.
Marisa Monteiro-Borsbrom, I'm here in my head of Women in Tech Global Movement, and the word I didn't heard yet is women. So let's maybe face that the great minority of Earth is still not at the table, or when it's at the table is never being heard at the same level. So if I am a European citizen, I want to say in this table that we want to bring children with 16, even with their great value, of course, but we still didn't fix the women participation, either in politics, either in their own citizenship. Empower women in tech is empower women also in their participation. So I urge the European Union to keep working in women participation in Europe as a very, very key point for our progress.
Are you for quotas? Are you for quotas?
I was
Just
not,
yes or no?
I was not as a young woman, I am now.
Okay, great. Now, colleagues, I have been told that I have got no more time left. But I'm going to ignore that only for a little while, so don't kill me, organisers, please. But I'm going to ask those of you who've been so patient to be 60 seconds in your contributions, if I may. Otherwise, I'll eat into your coffee break, and then the day will crash. I do this every year, so I do apologise. So I'm going to literally point at you, and you can make a quick contribution.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Andrea Pagliosi, I work for Edwards Life Sciences. I think I belong to the minority of for-profit organization here, so I want to just make the disclaimer up front in the life sciences. Two things. What I've understood from this discussion is definitely we want to all live in a better world, for sure. I think more inclusive, better life, stronger distribution of wealth and health, so fantastic. I don't think that no one in the street would say I'm against that. So to your question, there must be an effort on more granularity, or more granular approach. Next mandate is the next 5 years. So changing the entire world in 5 years, if we haven't done in centuries, we can accelerate for sure, but we have also to look to whom we are asking. We are asking to a commission, to a parliament. They have powers that are also limited, but they can be strong. So they can contribute directionally to the big changes. By the end of the day, you have to see what they have. 3 major topics on the table. They will run all the legislation on healthcare, pharmaceutical, and other things, for sure. They have this. This can be an important change in healthcare, how it's organized in Europe. They have all the the European health data space, so all the digital is a dossier, is a file that they have to conclude. How they will do directionally will impact the next 20 years, most probably, if no more, and the Green Deal. Already, if you are able to move on these 3 major dossiers in the next 5 years, in the direction that has been indicated here, more inclusive, more, that type of discussion should happen. Otherwise, we have the ambition to change the entire world, but we don't use the tangible instrument that we have in our mind. In my world, is let's move from diagnosis to therapy.
Well done, sir. Microphone here, please.
My name is Adem Kumcu. I represent an organization representing migrant entrepreneurs through Europe. And my point is that the biggest challenge in the world today is an aging population everywhere and what Gaia Vince names the nomad century. Migration means a reality in Europe, super diverse cities, and what I want, what we all want, I think, is an inclusive, participative, and responsive democracy. Art of living, working, and governing together. A mind shift towards dividend of diversity, believing and a faith in a creative power of diverse citizens. And last but not least, I will say less hierarchy, less markets, more network organizations, more ecosystems where the citizens have a voice.
Okay.
That will be my point.
No, thank you. You've been patient. I would urge you to read this. Yeah. So the foundation blocks. We say the first one very clearly: the diversity of the union should be, celebrated as an economic, political, and global asset. So it's there. Very briefly.
Thank you. Isabelle Durand. I'm a former Vice President of the European Parliament and now engaged in the UN. Just one elephant in the room, and following what you said, I think that migration is part of the social contract. Migration means, of course, dignity, access to work, but also capacity to apply properly the migration compact for safe migration. And what is happening in our cities everywhere in Europe today is something which has to be changed. And I expect that the next commission and the next elected people could really address this question properly. I know that the Commission is trying to do its best with Dublin issues, etc., and the problem is often in the Council. But I mean that it has to be done in relationship between what is happening nationally in the country and what is doing or what is not doing on European level. But I think that it's our responsibility to put that in the social contract of the next
Isabel, thank
step.
you very much. I've been told I have to close down, but you have both been very patient. So, but literally has to be 60 seconds, if not. Introduce yourself quickly.
Thank you very much. My name is Marek Haverda. I'm Deputy Minister of European Affairs of the Czech Republic, but I'm speaking now in my personal capacity as a European citizen. I would like to see two things from the mandate. One is the realization that we really need to work on creation of value. It has been mentioned here. Before we redistribute anything, we have to create a value. And the realization needs to be that we need to do much more together as Europe as such, not as individual member states. I'm talking about taxation, but as well foreign policy. Much more needs to be done. This will require very difficult decisions in the capitals, and we're not yet there. So this is the first one. Second is on AI. I would like to see really huge initiative on AI. AI is clearly a very promising technology. It's a game changer everywhere. It will help us to sort out both scientific and technological challenges, but as well could help us to sort out or at least address societal challenges as demography. We need huge initiative to invest and to really be part of the world, which is not lagging behind, maybe not in research at the moment, but definitely in deployment and innovation, but the part of the world which is really leader in innovation and implementation of AI. The first initiative of the president on the support of high-performance computing for the startups is great, but it's just very small. We need much, much more. Thank you.
But we also need to make sure that actually politicians know what they're talking about. And what I mean by that is those who are engineers, hackers, etc., those who are creating algorithms around the table making the decision with you. I'm not asking you to respond to that.
I would like to, because I just came from AI startup to do the job I'm doing.
Okay, that's good to know. That wasn't a comment on you, but you are very, very in the margin. You know, you're marginal in terms of the actual experience of politicians on this subject matter. Last comment.
Thank you. My name is Oana Tsoiu. I'm a Romanian member of the parliament, former chairwoman of the Labour and Social Protection Committee.
And the European Young Leader.
And the European Young Leader, thank you so much. Grateful to be here. But I want to go back to the start of the conversation, which is how do we take the leap from 2030 to 2050? And if we talk about 2050, then we need to acknowledge the fact that a lot of the gig economy of food delivery or car driving, it's not going to be there anymore. We're going to have a huge automation of a lot of the work that is happening across the European Union, which means that we're going to have a huge amount of value, financial value, that is not connected directly with labor. And that means that we're going to have more political decisions, not less political decisions. More money on the table, more rules that need to be defined and redefined. So I want to close with maybe putting optimism a bit back into politicians. I think the solution is more politics, in a sense in which I think the solution is having more votes. Having citizens, European citizens, vote for the national parliaments where they have residency everywhere across the European Union. Maybe we actually give a chance to the transnationalists for the European Parliament. I don't think it's by chance that the European Parliament has a stronger stance on the worker side because they are directly voted, and I think that makes them a bit closer to those issues than the Commission. So I think, politics is not perfect, but I think it's also dangerous to say politicians should be replaced by citizens, as challenging as the conversation was last night.
Yeah.
Sure,
thank you. I don't think that's what we're saying. And, there's a vested interest to a certain extent in some of the comments, right? This is not about that. When you look at the quality of leadership we've experienced, especially in the past 5 years, at the most senior level, Trump and others and beyond, what's happening right now in parts of Europe, what we're saying is that if we're not going to lose, is what Etche was saying, if we're not going to lose the heart, mind and soul of citizens, not to become cynical, we need to have a different caliber of leadership. And
And sorry, I know you're
authenticity
going to hate me for reacting, and I know we don't have the time, but I fully agree with what you said. Only the thing that I'm saying is that it depends what do you put the light on. And we keep putting a light on the faults and the problems of politics that are there. I'm not denying them.
Okay.
But we are
All right.
within the European Union, which is a political decision. It did not came from citizens and it did not came from the private sphere. The union itself is a political decision. And what I'm saying is more light needs to be put on that as well.
Sure. Colleagues, I've run out of time. I've run into your coffee break. I'm so sorry. Thank you all very much. Thank you. We've basically skirted some of the issues, but I hope that we've created an emotional energy in the room to do better and go further and think differently. This is the kind of collaborative space we need, in essence, to actually move this agenda forward. Thank you all. There are 2 sessions we've got. You can see those of you on the screens. We have stuff around digitalization and then also about strengthening the social agenda. So those are there. We've got the Merod Salon and the Conservatory for the upcoming sessions. They start at 11:30. So look forward to seeing you. Thank you all very much. And stay the day, stay the course. Don't just leave and enjoy yourselves. Take care. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a good coffee break and enjoyed those lovely chocolate truffles. They've all gone. We've tried to get one. They've totally disappeared. And I can't seem to use any authority to get a chocolate truffle. So if anyone's got influencing skills in here, I'd love to have a chocolate truffle. Thank you. It's back to me again, Samendra Kanani, for this session on all matters digitalization. Before we go into discussing in earnest the 10 policy choices paper that we've given you, that you've read, I hope, by now, and we've got specific recommendations that relate to our conversation around digitalization. But before I do that, we have a lovely man, Chen, who's going to, if you like, provide an opportunity to kind of think and reflect on this discussion that we have as an idea sharer. So the Tao of imagination. Chen, over to you. Yeah, speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
And you'll have to bring it closer to you.
Okay. Thanks for having me. So as a science fiction writer from China, I'm thrilled and more nervous to talk about politics or any social contracts here. But at least one thing I can talk about is the imagination of the future. So bear with me. Before that, please allow me to draw your gaze backward before we look forward. So this is a series of French postcards from the year 19,000 with a vision of the year 2000. A maid stands behind a hawking machine meant to tidy the room with all the grace of an elephant performing ballet. Obviously, they couldn't foresee Wi-Fi or Roomba in 100 years ago. And now we have the future of warfare, like the French Balloon Air Force cannon at the ready lock at the battle with a seafaring battleship below. But it's inspired Duverne, would captivate the heart of steampunk fans, but it totally missed the silence, precision of drones, and the digital warfare of cyber attacks. And last, we have an image that children in school kept wired in their skull, downloading knowledge from books fed into a mechanical grinder. But here we are in the world where information is at our fingertips. And the challenge is not the speed of acquisition, but the wisdom to navigate vast sea of data. So these images serve as a cautionary triptych of our imaginative limits that echoes from the past that, with technological quaint, must remind us of a boundary we face when dreaming of tomorrow. So, by the keen insight of Amara's law states that we intend to overestimate the effects of a technology in the short term and underestimate the effect in the long term. Herein lies a fundamental cognitive asymmetry. The linear versus nonlinear, the short term against the long term, the familiar self in opposite to the exchange others. So all these binaries stands in our decisions, a world of imbalances that shape our vision and strategy. So considering the anthropomorphization of technology, our innate tendency to bestow our creation with human attributes, we build robots and AI to mimic our form and functions. Yet in this reflection act, we risk escalating the vast spectrum of non-human intelligence that stride around us. So the flaw in our consciousness, the weakness, is not merely a philosophical musing. It shapes the society we build, the policies we enact, and the futures we dream. And when these limitations are not just inherent, but deliberately manipulated and amplified by technology, consequences can be dire. We're surrounded by algorithms that reinforce our bias. Social media and magnified our egos and information silos that echoes our narrowest view back at us. And that's what I call the making of algorithmic slavery. So we must confront an unsettling divisions, the cognitive gap, which not only persists but widens, becoming a chasm divided along the fault lines of class, language, identity, and belief. This gap does not merely separate, it polarizes, creating echo chambers of ideology and fortresses of conviction that are impervious to the breach of dialogue. So the narrative births from these divisions are not idle tales, they are the front lines of a modern failure. One fought not with cannons and balloons, but with tweets and soundbites. In this warfare, an image, a phrase, a carefully crafted story can wield power to rally supporters or demonize opponents. Considering the hashtags that become battle cries, the viral misinformation campaigns that shift elections, or the deepfake that sow distrust. These are the weapons of narrative warfare, sharpened on the whetstone of cognitive gaps. In such a war, the global cooperation necessary to address existential challenges we face becomes not just difficult, but perhaps impossible. The ultimate tragedy, the specter that haunts our every decision, is the potential for planetary collapse. It is not the scene from a dystopian novel, it's the very real tableau of our current time. So climate change, now at the age of a continent melting ice and kindling wildfire, species vanish, leaving behind a silence. And at the heart of it all is the polarization and conflicts of human values, the rift that turns potential allies into adversaries, collaboration into zero-sum competition, the doomsday clock that reflects our self-destruction ticks ever close to midnight. So is there any antidote we can take to detoxicate our civilization? The answer might not be as absurd as it sounds. So in weaving the rich tapestry of our future, let us considering the Taoist philosophy and its profound symbolism of water, an element that is soft yet strong, yielding yet persistent, the art of wu wei, or effortless action which encourage a form of being that flow in accordance with the nature order of things. Much like water carved its path not through force, but through its persistent, gentle touch. This philosophy can profoundly inform the cultivation of our imagination, just as water coexists with all encounters, nurturing plants, shaping landscapes, and adapting to containers. Our imagination also practices this in our creative endeavors, whether in art, literature, technology, or governance. We must allow our imagination to flow around the obstacles and traditional thinking, to find new paths like rivulets in rock, and to settle and expand like pools in the valley, and a new social contract might emerge. To imagine a new kind of social contract, we must begin by cultivating a profound compassion for diverse values. This is not merely tolerance, but an active engagement of human beliefs, traditions, and perspectives. Compassion in the context becomes the crucible within which we can melt down the barrier of a misunderstanding that fuel our narrative warfare by fostering an environment where devised values are not just acknowledged but celebrated. We open the door to previously unimaginable solutions to our planetary crisis. Value-led investment and policy making becomes a must. To imagine a new kind of social contract, we must accept that humans will not be the only intelligent species of the planet. This Copernican revolution of anthropocentric perspective not only allowed us to create a more inclusive and holistic modeling of the complex ecosystem, also encouraging a symbiotic existence rather than a zero-sum game, brutal social Darwinism, and a hierarchical oppression of others. An AI with such a philosophy would be designed not to dominate but to support and enhance the natural flow of human progress and environmental balance. It would learn to be water, to adapt and change shape as needed, to cleanse and to give life, rather than to control or to take. This harmonious AI could assist us in crafting solutions that transcend by binary thinking, helping to dismantle the destructive hierarchies that have plagued our species for long. To imagine a new kind of social contract, our consensus must root it in the reality that our fates are intertwined, that the well-being of one is inseparably linked to the well-being of all. Not in my backyard principle would never be an option. We must imagine a world where green policy are not seen as sacrifice, but as investment in our collective future. As opportunities for innovation and growth, this new social contract will prioritize green initiatives at the policy level, incentive sustainable practice in business and industry, and cultivate a culture that values environmental stewardship as a fundamental civic duty. Also as the cornerstone of education, teaching our children not just the science of sustainability, but the philosophy of it, by fostering a generation not only understand the importance of a green society, but also feels its intrinsic value. Our tools are not just the hard science of ecology, policies, and economics, but also the soft power of arts, literature, and philosophy, which can touch hearts and change minds. As a storyteller, my conviction runs deep, and through tales spun in works like Waste Tide, a novel about electronic waste crisis and climate inequality in China, and AI 2041, 10 Visions for Our Future, a mix of fiction and nonfiction about human AI symbiosis society from a global perspective, I actively craft this belief into existence. So the Tao of imagination is not a passive daydream. It's an active force, a way of being that can lead us towards a more enlightened existence by embracing compassion for diverse values, championing the coexistence of all beings, and forging a new consensus for a green society. We align ourselves with the profound wisdom of the Gaia hypothesis. It would be a contract that recognizes the Earth as the living complex system, whose health is inseparable from our own. Signed with the ink of our highest aspiration for the planet and all its inhabitants, we become not just stewards of Earth, but part of its consciousness, a planetary intelligence that can guide us towards a future where the survival of one is the success of all. So please allow me to close with a lyric from John Lennon's Imagine. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Jen, thank you. Those images are fabulous, and your kind of presentation, your words were very kind of, they leave an indelible mark in our memory, but also our consciousness, if I could say it that way. I suppose those of you who've been here before, you'd be quite surprised to see that we've got something like Jen here, because usually it's a kind of a policy discussion and going straight into something else. And we wanted to kind of give you what I would say is a left field experience. And I hope you've achieved that by just being able to zoom out and you know, think deeply about this agenda, which is about digitalization. And so all of you know, you're all highly aware that this thing that we call digitalization is enveloping our lives at a pace that most of us don't really understand. The pace of change around it, the role of machines, machine learning and the kind of fast computing and algorithms and AI is operating at a level that we simply are not alive to or in touch with at the pace it's going in the private sector and under the underbelly of certain parts of societies across the world. The question that we are trying to raise here is that something which has been created which has such a force for good, how do we protect that? How do we make sure that digitalization can be something which has been there to democratize, to create a different mindset, create that kind of hyper-connectivity for good, being able to seed growth that's inclusive and seed growth that's sustainable. And so how do we get to a point where we think about creating resilient infrastructure in Europe? How do we make sure that digitalization that is going to, whether we like it or not, immediately as it is now, but in the next 5 years, we cannot imagine what's going to happen to us in terms of our consumption, how we lead our lives, how we speak to each other, and the dialogues that are happening. At the moment, there's a child being born everywhere in the world that the first thing it interacts with is not a book, but it's a phone. And you've seen it. So we're creating generations below us and around us who are being inculcated through the phone and through tablets, and we haven't got a clue what's that's doing to their brains, their sense of social mores, and their sense of being social, and a sense of humanity. Everything is happening in a different way. Their brains are going to be potentially wired in a different way, but it's something we need to think about. But those are that's the big picture of how we try and think about digitalization as a force for good rather than a force for bad. And unfortunately, what we're trying to do here, also in Europe and elsewhere, is that what kind of regulation is fit for purpose? What kind of approach is the one that we need to have in place? But up to this point, the Commission, on at least the past 5 to 10 years, have been taking this kind of elective approach, asking people to elect to kind of move towards good practice rather than actually be regulated. We now have the Digital Service Tax Act, we have the DSM, we have the AI legislation in formation, which is quite an interesting piece of regulation that's coming about. But in the context of where we find ourselves right now, I'm going to first invite, we've got a number of contributors to kind of make us think about this agenda slightly differently. And the first contributor I have is Simonetta from the European Space Agency. Where are you? There you go. I mean, we've worked very closely with yourselves at the European Space Agency. And, you know, over the past 3 years in our work, what we've realized is that people haven't really they still don't understand the potential and the capacity of space infrastructure, but space per se, to create a more resilient Europe. And when you say that to people, especially policymakers, they think, really? But could you share with us, because you're close to it, Simonetta, and it would be great for you to say, you know, Copernicus is what the most famous thing that, you know, in terms of Europe's aware of in terms of space capabilities, but there's so much more. But you have a data model that actually, NASA uses the data more than anybody else in the world, free of charge. And that's what Europe has given the world. How do we recapture that opportunity that space offers to be more resilient in the future?
Thank you, Demendra. Good morning to everybody. Yes, sure. In a reflection about the social contract and the new renewed social contract of Europe, I think the reflection on how to best use available technologies, including...
Can you bring the mic closer to you?
Including the digital ones and the space technologies available is certainly a very important element and a strategic one for Europe. Today you have two objectives, two main objectives at the level of the European Union. One is certainly the green agenda, second is the digital agenda, and both of those objectives can be supported very widely through space technologies and what we do at the level of the European Space Agency. And that's why we have such a close collaboration with the European entities, Parliament, Commission in particular, many more. But what's the wealth of it? And you talk about the positive aspect of using the digital evolution, not the negative ones. And this is what we're trying to do and what we do since over 30 years with the work of the European Space Agency. Not only we build satellites, and we have today 15 satellites in operation for looking at the environment and the state of the climate, but we also are building more than 40 currently. So in Europe, we have the biggest wealth of available data and infrastructures associated to space to support the climate challenges and the environmental ones. And on top of that, I would like to say the sustainability challenges related to the better management of natural resources. I think of water there, and all of what is related to food security and sustainability in general. Now, the challenge today, but it's also an opportunity, I'd like to say, is the one to best use the available technologies in the digital context. And that's what we do, for example, with the Galileo satellites, the satellite navigations, where you do localization. And since February this year, we have an operational service available for everybody who needs to do localization, but also in support of domains like the agriculture one. And this is a really success story of what's been developed in terms of common effort in Europe between the Commission, ESA, but also the industry and the users. We need also, I think, today to make citizens more aware of the potential of those technologies, not just space seen as a faraway domain, but space seen as something that really impacts everybody's life. Because what you need to do and to have today, we're working on climate, on variables, on those indicators related to climate change, and we do support those indicators with data from space. But not only we need to see what's the state of our planet, we need to see about where we stand on deforestation, sea level rise, but we need to have methods of having a forecasting, a modeling, and also eventually know what the Earth will evolve into to support decision makers to do that, but also to support citizens to live better. Today we have about 500,000 people every year dying due to air quality in Europe, and that's statistics from the European Environment Agency. So how to use best the digital technologies? We are now working with DigiConnect, and this, I think, should be part of certainly priorities for Europe overall to integrate what we can do with artificial intelligence, what we can do with machine learning in terms of supporting the better exploitation of the data available. Because you just don't need satellite data looking at the Earth. You need to have products that citizens can use, information that people can use to take decisions, but also to live better. And that's really, I would say, a collective challenge that we have. At the European Space Agency, we work on the technology side, on the industrial side, with contracts, with industry, with developing the better systems that respond to user requirements. But this is really a collective European effort that has to be fed into this reflection today of the overall evolution of Europe and how to best use the exploitation and the potential of space.
Simonetta, thank you very much for that. What, is your message being heard? And I know that's a political question, and you, as a civil servant, you might find it difficult to answer. But, you know, in this kind of quiet, closed space, share with us. Are policymakers getting it? Because, you know, we worked together for the past 3 years. I mean, and it's been kind of a journey of, you know, really opening up policymakers' eyes and minds to the fact that this is kind of the biggest game in town, and it should be. And it can be life-saving, but it can also create intelligence for better policy making. Are they getting it, do you feel?
I think
in the next mandate, what have you heard so far in terms of what's going to happen with, let's say, space?
Certainly, there is a positive trend in the sense that I've been in the space business 30 years. We've been working with policymakers at the level of the European Parliament, at the level of national governments, at the level of civil servants nationally. And more, there is an increasing understanding of the potential of space and the technologies and the data and the value of that associated to that. Just to make you an example, we just last week made an agreement with DG Clima. DG Clima needs, for the Green Deal and the 255 implementation policies, tools to monitor with also space the implementation of those policies. And this is a recent evolution, and I think a very strong perspective in terms of a collaboration on the realization of what is the green agenda. Another thing I like to say is also in the context of civil security, and if you look at today with the geopolitical context of Ukraine, you had a lot of estimates about yield production already available in terms of the work we were doing with Ukraine with satellites. And of course, those became much more relevant also to decision makers after the war was started. Or another domain, this summer we saw the heat wave in Europe. We saw the fires, we saw the flooding, we saw the heat wave in the cities. Everybody realized, just watching at the TV, of the potential of space. So I think there is a positive increase in trend, still a lot to do, especially a lot to do also with citizens to make them realize that what they invest is about, you know, an equivalent of a coffee per year in space in Europe.
Exactly.
And it's not really such an investment, but with strong and very strong potential benefit. And I think the work with decision makers has to continue as well.
Sure. Okay. I mean, because your point about citizens is so important, because actually, given the reliance on the mobile as almost like a social right, people almost think that if you don't have your mobile, it's going to just like destroy your day. If they didn't realize that actually it's powered through a satellite infrastructure, and that people just don't realize that. I suppose this is for all of us to think about, not for you to answer, that the only concern that we have in the conversation we're having around space is that at what point will it be too late not to have, let's say, the Bezos and Musk effect in Europe in terms of absolutely drenching the space, you know, the space above Europe with private satellites, and what that does to the reliance on private actors for public good. But that's something for all of us to think about, not necessarily you. Ben, I'm going to come to you, Vodafone. Household name, and again, one of people that we've worked with over time. Ben, if we, our supposition is, and I think it's a right one, that digital infrastructure is essential societal infrastructure, right? It's essential for everything in the way we live our lives. What, as a provider, you're everywhere, mostly. You're still in the marketplace. I mean, there's competition, etc. But putting that aside, this is not about the stake in the market you have as Vodafone. It's more a case of, one of the recommendations in our thing is that we're asking private sector people to be more social actors, part of this shareholder model of creating a better society. If infrastructure, digital infrastructure, is societal infrastructure, is essential, what do you need from government? What is government doing right and needs to do more of that, or what's it not doing that it needs to improve on?
Thank you, Demendra, and I think good afternoon, everyone, just about. Well, let me start by answering your question, by not directly answering your question, but picking up on something you said a little bit earlier. You talked about the digitalization being both a force for good and maybe a force for bad. And we've worked with Friends of Europe for a number of years, and I think one of the most powerful things that we had in our collaboration was going back, I think it's 3 years ago now, where we did these citizen groups, just talking about digitalization, not as a large corporate thinking we know what everyone wants, but actually going out to the people that matter and saying, what is it about digitalization that really matters for you? And the one thing that really came through strongly and clearly was that not everyone was convinced that digitalization was a force for good. As much as they were excited about some of the opportunities, they were worried about some of the threats. And I think this is, when we ask to work with policymakers, we have to bear this in mind. And right now, at this point in time, we're seeing society polarized. We're seeing the threats of digitalization playing out in our lives day after day. And the days of the Wild West must be over. We have to accept that we have to have a sensible and grown-up approach to digitalization, where there are rules, there are responsibilities that every actor in this space has to comply with. But I don't want to dwell on the negative. I want to move then forward onto the positive, because what do we want from governments? I'd say the first thing to really get this force for good. And also, by the way, hopefully it's a source of happiness. Hopefully some of you have seen our little robot dog walking around today, powered by a private 5G network. Right, digitalization can bring a smile to people's faces, and we have to remember that. It will be a force for good if we embrace it in the right way. But what we want from governments is to really think transformational, to think big, because in the end, digital connectivity is going to transform everything we do. We're just on the cusp of this. You talked about the smartphone, and if you leave your smartphone at home, you realize much faster than you realize you've left your wallet or purse at home if you left your keys. It might take you half an hour to realize you've left your keys at home. It's about 30 seconds until you realize you've left your smartphone at home. It's transforming everything we do, but it's not about smartphone. Everything is going to be transformed, and every societal and economic problem we have is likely to have a digital connectivity solution to it. So how do we make sure that our biggest European companies remain competitive? Digital connectivity is going to be at the heart of that.
How do we make sure that our smallest European companies can grow, can be the big challengers? Digital connectivity will be at the heart of that. How do we make sure that our grids, our energy grids, are renewable, are sustainable? Digital connectivity, smart grids will be a critical part of that. How do we make sure that agriculture, we make the most of scarce resources? There's going to be digital connectivity through sensors that are going to be driving that. And how do we rejuvenate our rural communities? Connectivity is going to be a fundamental part of that. So the first thing for governments is to think really big and understand that we're not just talking about the next generation of apps, or then are we going to go from 100 megabits per second to 200 megabits per second to 500 meg? No, it's transforming our sectors, it's transforming our public services. It's going to be the difference between who has a healthy life and who has an unhealthy life. And that's something we all need to embrace. So then if we want to think big in terms of transformation, what do governments need to do in terms of thinking big? I'll start with this city. Thinking big means really unleashing the power of the single market. We are, in the digital space, a fragmented 27 member state market, fragmented by also not just the geography, but also the narrow way markets are looked at. Is this the market for mobile connectivity? Is this the mobile for fixed broadband connectivity? Is this the market for social media? Is this the market for satellite connectivity? All these things are merging into one. It's one giant ecosystem across a huge economic bloc, which is Europe. And if we can get the most out of that economic bloc, then the digital ecosystem will start to unleash its magic. And that's something which we find really important, because we've, as Vodafone, traditionally been seen as a player within a certain constrained part of this digital world. There's no constraints anymore. Everything is interacting, everything is interoperable, everything is interrelated. And we need governments to work with that, because we have an ecosystem where we are forced to both cooperate and compete with other parts of the ecosystem. And that cooperation and competition has to be held in a very delicate balance. If that balance gets out of harmony, we find the ecosystem starts to eat itself, to use a sort of analogy. And if the ecosystem starts to eat itself, we get to weaknesses in the ecosystem, and those weaknesses will in the end undermine the entire ecosystem. And for us, that's where we're concerned about the state of connectivity across the EU. We don't believe it's at the level it needs to be. It's not bad. We don't want to criticize too much, but we look to other parts of the world, and they are forging ahead. For those of you that like statistics, if you look at OpenSignal, they do a global 5G benchmark. The 10 top countries in the world for 5G availability, not a single one is European. This should not be the case, but it's the way the sector is being regulated, over-regulated, is driving these bad outcomes, which in the end are going to harm consumers and businesses in the long run. So what do we need from governments to remedy this? The first is it's got to be a participative approach to policy making. So like we did the citizens groups on a small scale, this needs to be done on a more macro scale, but including companies as well, to really determine where we want to get to. Because again, looking at this city, we've seen some very bold and ambitious targets, which we fully subscribe to, the digital decade targets. This is a great example of how you have a vision of where we want to get to. But it's not just about where we want to get to, it's how do we actually get there. And that's where we see a inconsistency between the vision and the implementation. And that's what we need from governments to be very clear on, not only where we want to get to, because it's easy to say 5G to every location in Europe and every single house should be connected with either a high-capacity fiber or cable connection, but how do we get there? How do we solve the economic conundrum that the industry faces? And I won't bore the people in this room with a detailed shopping list of policy changes that we would like to have. For those who want to have a long shopping list, come and see me afterwards. But I'd say two words, which I think are critical for us as a sector to drive forward and meet the expectations of our citizens, meet the expectations of our businesses. And that is predictability and certainty. We as an industry have had a very substantive communications code in Europe, which sets a lot of the rules and the regulations that we have to comply with and our expectations of us. And that would be fine. It was an attempt to bring together disparate pieces of regulation into a coherent whole, and by and large it was successful. But then over and above that, there's every couple of months there's another initiative. Oh, what about this? What if we change this? What if we just added a little bit of additional obligation? What if we change the rules about which vendors you can use? What if we change the rules about how you charge for roaming? What if we just change the rules on inter-EU calls? Every single initiative in itself can make sense and can be sensible. But if you don't do it within a framework which is cohesive, coherent, and which gives us as investors spending billions of euros every single year in digital infrastructure, the predictability and the certainty, then at some point the investors say to us, actually, we're not sure that what we're investing in today is going to deliver what we expect it to deliver in the future. And that's where we start to get into the situation we're in today, which is a 5G performance, which is not bad, but it's not where Europe needs to get to. So my request for policymakers and governments is really come together, make sure we have a very clear identity of where we want to get to, and it needs to be bold because the transformation of our economies and societies is worth fighting for. But on the other hand, make sure we're realistic about how we're going to get there and how we can create this investment-friendly environment where everything is cohesive, coherent, and predictable and certain as best it can be in a world where there's crises crop up all the time, so that we can go forward with confidence and meet the expectations of our citizens and our businesses.
Ben, thank you very much. Those descriptors are not really associated with Europe, as you know from our experience of policy making. So you're asking for a leap of faith to a certain extent. Are you, as a provider, are you saying? I mean, I understand the point that stop kind of over-regulating or creating new bits of stuff to adhere to. Have a vision for the kind of connectivity we should have in Europe. The pathway to that, is that more competition, or is it a greater structured competition? I.e., do you work with 5 companies, or do you just open the playing field and say, as many of you play in this field, and we could look at a future where we have Amazon Incorporated providing everything for us across Europe?
So for me, competition is critical. I think we've had enough years and enough experience of looking at what happens in markets where there isn't competition to know they don't deliver very good outcomes in general. Competition should be the first, second, and third priority on setting policy, and then governments need to intervene and step in when competition isn't working. But it's not to say that competition is there's always increasing returns to competition. There are not always increasing returns to competition because there's a balance between competing on price and competing on investment. So in our industry, where we have technology change, it used to be every 12 years, maybe now it's every 8 years, or probably every 4 years. If you get the competition for price to a level where you don't release the competition for investment, you end up in the slow lane, and you can't invest in the new cycle of technology, which in the end delivers the better outcomes and the better value for consumers. And to put it into I'll make up some numbers here. Don't hold me to account on these numbers. But do we want Europe in 10 years' time to be the average smartphone or the average SIM subscription to be €8 for 4G or €8.50 for 5G or 6G? And that's sort of I mean, when you get 4G, you might get a 2 gigabit allowance, and when you do 5G, you might get 50. So it's understanding what you pay for. We've been increasing the capacity that customers get every single day, but you have to have the competition investment to get you there. And so that's where you need, again, I talk about balance within the cooperation and competition, is balance within the competition of the short term versus the long term, which is what is important. But we will never say that competition is a bad thing. We were created on the back of opening up markets to competition, and we strongly believe in it.
No, sure, thank you. And I ask you that because I think that the time at which you were created is very different to now. And you have a very different kind of playing field, especially in the digitalization marketplace. And so I suppose our caution is we need to be really careful about what we're doing, that an unfettered market approach may lead to some very negative consequences if we don't think about it. I'm not asking you to answer that question. I'm just saying something for all of us to think about. But there's the other end, which is, I suppose, the point at which this becomes digital democracy. That our democracies, our access to public services, what we do about our identity, everything is on here, and will increasingly be here. So I think the challenge for the EU and governments nationally and across the space is that how do you make sure you walk into that in a way that creates security, safety, reliability, and trust? And that's the issue, is that increasingly this will become the basis on which we do everything. And we mostly do everything already, but in terms of public service, it's quite likely there's a kind of very short time before everything that we experience through a local municipality that's bricks and mortar will be purely virtual. But let's think about what that might mean. So on that note, Sabine, I want to bring you in. You've been in Romania. You're the chair of the technology platform there, but also you're the president of the international telecommunications entity. Share with us your thoughts on what that which is good that is happening that might be able to be transferred across Europe.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, I'm chair of IT and C Committee from the Chamber of Deputies, and I wasn't the president of ITU. I wish to, but I was just the president of the biggest conference that they are having each 4 years. It's the Plenipotentiary Conference.
Still, that's big cheese.
Yeah, it is. I will try to build a bit on what Tom said before about the cooperation between the public sector and the policymakers when creating legislation. And I would like to say that there are countries in Europe where this is happening. At least at the level of the committee I'm chairing, the Romanian Parliament, we have a body which is called Law and Technology Lab. And we have their academia, we have the businesses, and we have the civil society. And nothing happens without them. We are not doing those consultations that, I'm sorry to say, but many countries are doing, or even Brussels is doing, by asking the others to join them after 80% of the job is done, and when nobody wants to change the philosophy behind the policy that they are proposing. We are asking them to join us from the beginning and to say which are the objectives, how can we use technology for good, as you mentioned, how we can use technology to be more resilient. We precisely say that for this session, we'll have, I don't know, the law for interoperability or the new law for digital signature, because we are having one in Romania, or the law for the cybersecurity of critical infrastructure and so on. So this is how we should act in the future if we want to really achieve the goals of European Union, because I think that what Europe is doing and what's happening in Brussels is great. I think we are trying to export democracy through technology. We are having our core values at the foundation of technology, and this is not happening all across the world. But if this is going, and I'm going to give you an example, a story from Moldova, our sister country, on how they proceed with the legislation. But so if we are going to implement those legislation in a manner that is going to kill the innovation, we are going to be all the time behind other regions of the world. Now about the examples. I mean, Romania, it's fully understanding that we have an opportunity now, that the world is changing really fast, and countries like Romania can leapfrog others with technology. We have one of the fastest internet in the world. We are among the first. It's the cheapest one as well. It is the cheapest one in Europe, and Vodafone knows that it's a strong competition in Romania in terms of the price for the users. We have the biggest cloud infrastructure project on recovery and resilience funds. This year we deployed an identity application. Maybe it's a bit too late, but we have it, which is a single sign-on solution for all the platforms, public platforms in Romania. So we are moving pretty fast. In terms of legislation, I mentioned already, we are among the first countries who did a legislation for critical infrastructure, especially for 5G infrastructures. We have a new legislation which is going to be adopted soon for digital signature, because the things changed a lot in the last 10 years, and we need to adapt this to make this more available for companies especially. But I said that I'm going to mention about how was our approach on a very important law of interoperability, which is mainly how the data are exchanged between the IT systems in Romania. So you can really kill the bureaucracy. It was impossible in our country to ask for the public institution to share their data. It wasn't like in Estonia or in Finland, which were more successful than us and other countries, because everybody wants to stay on the data like it's theirs. It's the data, it's owned in the end by the people. Those organizations are only managing the data. So we weren't successful, and we implemented the law within that Law and Technology Lab. And after having this law adopted in the parliament, we started to develop the solution, the interoperability platform, which is actually helping us to implement that well-known principle, once only principle. In Moldova, they were faster. And why? Because they built first the platform. They started with the technology, they didn't deploy it, and after it was, they started to test it, they asked for our support from the Romanian government and Romanian parliament to ask them how to build their legislation to be in accordance with what's happening in Romania and in Europe in general. And guess what? They are faster than us, and they achieve better results. So sometimes I think we just need to let somehow the engineers to do their job and to work together, and only when the product is ready to get on the market to see how it can or need to be regulated in order to be used for the good of the humanity.
Great, thank you. I mean, so that last point is very much about the role of public finance should be perhaps to be patient, capital, take risk, absorb risk more, but create the opportunity for the thing you just described, the platform to be built first and tested before moving forward. But there are many examples of which for public money. And it's quite, I mean, forgive me, people would never assume that Romania would be in the position that it is in because of this it received a sense of its progress, especially on tackling issues like corruption, etc., and so forth. And it's great, and we're not going to fact check what you're saying at all. But no, it's great that so much of that you've suggested is happening, and perhaps it's because where you are historically, and the kind of energy and enthusiasm there is for modernization. Of matters in Romania.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, if you're looking on the numbers, in the last 20 years, Romania is the fastest growing economy in Europe. I mean, we have an IT&C sector which is producing more than or almost 8% of our GDP, with only 220,000 people there. And this is our chance to get through a digital transformation in the future that will help us in even avoiding those problems like corruption that we have in the past, not that much today. But this is the chance, as I said, to leapfrog the others through innovation. And our role as policymakers is to make the legislation that will allow them to innovate more and to bring many of the European or companies across the ocean in Romania to innovate more. Romania is not anymore, you raised the ball, is not anymore a best cost country. It's a best value country, especially when we are talking about technology.
And is there a vision in Romania to create, a more of a kind of digital democracy? So you've seen in certain countries across the world, in municipalities, they've become wholly digital. Everything about services, voting, health, data, getting prescriptions, etc. Is there a move towards that?
Yeah, it's a move towards that, and I think it's like in any country, when the leadership, like in any organization, when the leader of the organization assumes a digital transformation process, it's happening. If the leader of the organization is not assuming that process, is not happening. Now we have the leadership of the country, people that assumes this process, and it's happening. Maybe the biggest problem we are having is the one with digital skills, with the digital education. And this is something that Europe in general didn't invest in enough. I mean, you can have the technology, but you cannot make everything as user-friendly as the social networks. That's impossible in the end. Maybe the AI and the chatbots will make the technology more accessible because you only have to prompt or ask for something, and it's going to be easier not to navigate through a dashboard and so on. But this is an issue in our country. I mean, only 30%, to be honest, of the population have basic digital skills, which is less than what is happening in the rest of Europe. And it's true, we are behind in terms of digital public services, but a lot has been done in the last 3 years, and probably the results are going to be seen in the next 2 years.
Thank you.
Thank you also.
Colleagues, who would like to react? Any views, any thoughts on this agenda? I was going to bring you in, actually. You've read my mind. No, I know, it's really crazy. So one of our European young leaders, I'll bring you in, absolutely. Nicholas, I mean, please introduce yourself, because I know you've got a view on this topic. But can I ask you to think ahead? So we can diagnose the problem, okay? But what would you like to see happen? You're based in France, you're where you are, and we know that Macron has a particular view about digitalization. It's not been the top priority on his to-do list, but in terms of what you'd like to see happen on the digitalization agenda in the next mandate and beyond, what would that be?
Well, I would like...
And you can say what you wanted to say anyway, but answer that question.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Bryan. I'm the chairman of the European Startup Network, which is basically the big bad lobbying organization for startups here in Brussels. That's not my job. I'm a startup founder also. What I would like to see in the next mandate? Well, I would like to see our money where our mouth is. If you look at all the money that is flowing into technology and startups, half of it on the European continent is your money. It's taxpayers' money through the European Investment Fund, through the Banque Publique d'Investissement, through KfW in Germany. It's your money, it's our money. And I'm really, really fascinated by the gap that is happening right now between the citizens that don't really see this money there is a huge gap in terms of skills, in terms of access to technology and access to the products that the startups are creating. And what we have been discussing here in this room, we're talking about throwing 100 million euros at generative AI, a startup that was created only 3 weeks ago. We are talking about throwing a lot of money into 5G and so on and so forth. But maybe can we put our money where our mouth is? We want to solve the climate crisis. Okay, how many startups are going to help solve the climate crisis? How many startups are being created to solve the waste crisis? We heard about Waste Tide. How many startups are being created to solve the water crisis? I don't see that much happening. And this is a collective decision to make, because this is happening on the board of the European Investment Fund. This is happening on the board of the EIB. This is happening on all these big European institutions. This is taxpayers' money, and I believe this should be used to solve real problems.
So, there you go. But while you've got it, Nicholas, while you've got the mic, one of the things that we've been recommending for quite some time at Friends of Europe is that we need a kind of Europe-wide sandbox for innovation. Exactly the kind of thing that you're describing, that actually some of this money could be pulled from the various banks or even from Horizon funding to enable entrepreneurs to start applying themselves to these big challenges of whether it's water, climate change, et cetera, so forth. Is that what you were looking for, in that we could, but done in a way that's curated not by the banks, but in partnership with people like you, civil society organizations? I know it's kind of a very different thing, but what's your reaction to that as an idea?
Sandboxes? So 30 years ago, I would have said yes, because I was 4 years old and I love to play with sandbox. But now I'm a grown up, and I may tell you, Dharmendra, we don't have time. I mean, if we want to solve the climate crisis, if we want to solve the water crisis, if we want to solve the waste crisis, we don't have time for sandboxes. We need to put at scale global solutions. And really, startups have something to play here, because there are not that many institutions in the history of mankind that have been able to deploy solutions at a global scale in less than a decade. So let's use this famous hyper-growth, hyper-scale, blitz-scaling to solve real problems. That would be fantastic.
But the presumption being that the ideas are already out there, that the solutions are already out there. Because isn't that the issue? That some people say that, do we have enough in the system to be able to scale? Because you're right, actually, we don't have time, absolutely. But COVID, we created a vaccine in a manner and in a time frame hitherto unheard of. So adversity strikes, we're able to do things fantastically well, but at a fraction of the time. So are the solutions out there from your perspective?
Yeah, the money is out there, the solutions are out there. It's just that it's not connected.
Sure. I'm just asking, the reason why I'm pressing you is, and others do contribute, is that so what do you say to the next mandate? What should they do? Because saying that the EIB does this and there, they're not going to do it just like that. What's the idea that we should be promoting, that actually putting things to scale requires a different approach? What would that approach be? And I'll bring you in and others. Do you have a view?
Yeah, I mean, we can keep this conversation on and on, but if I may just throw one thing, let's basically kill the unicorns and start building what I would call gigacorns. So instead of having startups that are valued at $1 billion, can we just pay more attention to the startups that can remove a gigaton of carbon outside of the atmosphere? If that would be the new metrics at the EIF, for instance, or EIB, that would help a lot. That would be fantastic.
That's why I was pushing you. Exactly it. It's changing the approach fundamentally on the issue, as opposed to describing some of the issue problems. I'm going to come to you because I know you wanted to, and yourself, and then yourself, and you. So, firstly, please introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lyubo Georgiev. I'm from Sofia, Bulgaria. I deal with urban planning, urban policy making. There is an issue that was not mentioned in the discussion until now. It relates very much to the digital data that's being created by satellites, which we have used a lot. it comes as kind of an idea of a common good in a way. Even you described it, NASA is the biggest user, like for free of it. Oh, it isn't. Okay. Anyway, this other issue of great creation of data is this. So our digital footprint, the personal one, not so much of companies or startups, but of citizens. We all know that currently the digital footprint is being monetized mainly by US corporations, nothing against the US, but it's just how it is. There is this idea of creating data spaces in Europe. It's being supported by the Commission, I believe. But there are also some very interesting examples that happened in Barcelona. I don't know how much you are aware of them, where people actually become owners of their digital footprint and manage it. You can decide to kind of sell it and authorize others to use it. But this is very important for me, as I've seen people interact with digital technology, citizen participation, when you actually know that you are capable of dealing with this data, managing it. And I think this is a way that should be explored further, well, regulations maybe, but also examples rather before regulations, in order to give good methods and structures and platforms for people to be able to decide what happens with their digital footprint, even monetize on it themselves before corporations do. So that's my point.
What do you want from the next mandate in that respect?
To dig in the question at first place, to take the Barcelona example and see what went good there and what went bad and kind of scale it up, as was said. This would give instruments for implementation of this logic.
Great, thank you. Yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Just as a reminder, I spoke earlier.
Do introduce yourself,
yes,
again, please, because a different audience potentially.
Agnieszka Łukaszczyk, Vice President of Government Affairs at Planet. It's a space company, satellite company doing Earth observation, and I wanted to talk about this startup situation. So I think the problem is, because you asked what has to happen in the next mandate, and I don't think companies need subsidies, so they need seed money, they need contracts. This is how company grows. And so I don't think there's a problem with seed funding in Europe. You have all these different schemes, to give money to startups. But the difference is, for instance, there's been studies done between startups here in Europe and in the US that the number of startups is around the same. The difference is that many more startups actually scale up in the US, where in Europe they either don't survive or they stay in a very small level because the money is not there. Why? Because the government is much more willing to take risks in the US, and venture capital is much more willing to take risks. This is where the money is, where this is not happening in Europe. My company that I've mentioned, Planet, was started by European, American, and Australian. They decided to establish in California because that's where the money was. Simple as that. It would never grow to where it is in Europe at the time. We now have 400 people in Europe.
Is that because the venturing capital was higher risk, with a higher risk?
Absolutely, because we're doing something that innovative that has never been done before. We miniaturize satellites from these, satellites of the size of a bus to 6 kilograms. I mean, it's a huge, difference. And we are the only entity in the world that is able to observe every place on Earth every day. Nobody else is doing that. Not NASA, nobody else. But it was a risk. It's either going to work or it's not going to work. But space business is expensive. Somebody has to put money in it, right? And the money was there. So I think you need to give contracts to these companies in order for them to grow. This is why you have these Elon Musks and Bezoses in the US, not here, because that's where the money is. I'm not saying you want these personalities here necessarily. Launching a car into space is not probably something we want to repeat, but that sort of mindset where the money is. And then why you were mentioning earlier, talking about Elon and Bezos, do we want to rely on these private companies, right? It can be a little bit scary. And I think you have to find a balance. Private sector will always innovate faster, quicker, and cheaper. The government simply cannot do that because they have taxpayers' money. They have to be much more cautious in how they. So if you want to innovate quickly, this is where the money is. So I think you need to find a balance where there's a good cooperation, because you will never have a solution from one data source. You need many different data sources to have a product that is actually a solution. So from private sector, from public sector, and you to find a balance. So I would say for the public sector, do not repeat what the commercial sector is already doing. Do something that hasn't been done yet.
Or
Fill
do
in
it
that
with
hole.
them
Or
differently.
do
I
it-
suppose the issue of the renewed social contract is that we're in a different world, right?
Yes.
Risks are higher. You could have, let's say, a Musk or Elon decide, Elon Musk or Bezos has a bad day, and says, you know what, sod
Which Elon
it.
does sometimes. right?
Exactly. Sod this. I'm going to make it X. I'm going to do this. Suddenly, billions of people are affected.
Of course.
You have a system which perhaps, let's say, the international banking system, which is based on small bits of software engineering and let's say, capacities. And that's owned by the private sector, not necessarily by, the
Yeah.
world PLC. Something goes wrong, there's nothing you can do unless you've crafted some sort of relationship of accountability. I suppose that's where we're going as a think tank on the notion of a renewed social. It's
Absolutely.
not saying competition is bad. We're not saying we don't need big private sector, but do it differently, I suppose, with a different mindset.
Yeah, yeah. And then one last point on that, because we're also talking about these startups. The previous speaker was talking about how they should really do business that is contributing to the sustainability. There have been studies done that the Sustainable Development Goals, there's 17 of them, just 13 of them can be helped with by Earth observation alone. So the business that I'm in. So if you're going to be a business, if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you might as well make money on something that actually is going to be impactful, help the world, because you can really develop something that is going to impact these things. So we have a big role to play, and let's keep that in mind when we innovate.
Thank you. I'm going to go to women in tech. Because I'm not saying that all women are good, but neuroscience shows us, we learn from neuroscience that actually having more women in a room leads to better decision making, whether that's on stabilizing peace, looking at how we make policies about tolerating risk or responding to crisis. More women in a room will lead to better results, potentially. That's what our research has shown us. What's your reaction to actually you're in women in tech, is there a way in which that should be, is there a solution or a pathway where we craft different approaches to some of the biggest problems we're having with women in tech?
Well, as I said earlier, it's also a matter of women standing and claiming our agency to claim the seats at the table. That sometimes is not easy to do, even among ourselves. And if you were listening to the young gentleman that described what the future would be and what we need, and if you don't want to put it in masculine, feminine, let's take the Asian idea of yin and yang. What you described was yin. We've been in a century of yang, the masculine. What you need is the compassion as well. What you need is the emotions that were so negatively seen when women brought them to the table. Policy needs humanity. And for business, and for all of us in the table, we have a huge database of human knowledge in humanities. Ethics, virtues, morals are studied. Philosophers are the ones also needed at the table. Ethics by design, integrity by design is also what we need in the social contract. And I'm very happy that I participate in this beautiful work, because I was more than an hour talking about this. But if you need new contracts, and myself being a lawyer, you need new negotiations, and you need the women that were not there. We are at the table very recently, meaning we ourselves are not even yet capable to understand the impact of all of this. So I urge all the women and all the men to understand that we need to be at the table. If it's not at the table, we will not have the future we need. The future is female in the sense of we need to care. Humanity's care for humanity. And there's no return on investment if we don't have a world to live in.
Thank you. Marissa, as always, powerful. Thank you for bringing that bit of passion and heart into this conversation. But as I was listening to you, I was just thinking how some of the heads of cabinet will listen to you and say, "Oh my God, that's such flaky stuff." And how do you kind of get to a place where it's actually heard and not seen as being flaky?
Yeah.
But thank you very much.
Thanks, Dharmendra. My name is Johan
Introduce yourself.
Lepasser. I used to be one of the 40 out of under 40s. Now I'm over 40 and I'm heading the EU Agency for Cybersecurity. And actually, I would like to
Say your
expand
name
on
again. I don't think we caught
the
it.
EU Agency for Cybersecurity is my field. And I would like to expand on this word. I think Chen used it and Sabine used it as well. And why it's important when we think about digital future. And I had this great pleasure to actually meet Tiago today. Is it fine?
Closer to you, closer to you.
You can hear me, okay. Who's a great entrepreneur from Portugal, digitalizing farming. And I asked him, well, what about the security of your products and services? And he said, quite frankly, we don't care about that. Because, they're a startup and that's not what their customers are after. It's not about cybersecurity. But my point is that when we look at the cost of cyber attack to any digital company, that has gone up 200% over the past 2 years. When we look at the threat actors like ransomware gangs who used to go after the big guys like, Colonial Pipeline, hospitals, etc., more and more they are going to SMEs. Elections as well, of course, but SMEs, why? Because they will pay. Because for them, a cyber attack that will essentially ransom their whole data is an issue of either I survive or I don't. And they will pay the 500,000 or a bit more. So what I see is missing is an emphasis on also creating a cyber-secure digital single markets and really helping. And I mean, guys like Tiago, they don't have to know cybersecurity. They should be able to rely on cybersecure products that they take off the shelf and they use, and they cannot be hacked. So this kind of creating an ecosystem, a cybersecure environment where our digital companies can flourish is very, very important for this vision to actually come true. Thanks.
No, before you hang up, what's your assessment of where Europe's right at now in terms of cybersecurity, and where do you think it needs to be in terms of the next mandate? Imagine you've got the new cabinet here, and they can wax lyrical, but actually a single worm in the system could shut Europe down overnight in every city. We know that.
Probably won't, because we are very heterogeneous as well.
Yeah, true.
And that's the strength.
To a certain extent, yes, you're right. Yeah.
I mean, we put a lot of emphasis, and quite rightly, on making sure that our critical service providers, transport, electricity, banking, energy, etc., are cybersecure. So all the regulation that we built up at the European level have been focused on this. I think in the next phase, we need to look what we can do for the mid and small sized players in terms of cybersecurity, really for the SMEs and startups. And for them, they need a secure ecosystem.
Okay.
And that's, I think, where the emphasis should be. And I'm sorry about, I used to be the head of cabinet of the digital single market.
I know.
And, job not done in this sense. So I do agree that we have a lot of things to do, but the time now has
But I'm
come
interested
to
in what you
shift
say.
really.
Yeah, I'm interested in what you're saying about the shift towards the smaller. But we know that 70% of infrastructure in Europe is owned by the private sector. It's owned by the private sector, not the public sector. In terms of security, though, be more direct and honest about what needs to be happening. You're no longer the head of cabinet somewhere.
Well, the maturity has to go up, and that's, I think, one of the big things. We see when we compare the average European company, they invest twice less to cybersecurity than the US. So, you need to put your money and your people into making sure that your service is cybersecure. But again, this goes for the big guys, not for startups and not for SMEs. They need to have the managed cybersecurity service providers that are trustworthy. They need to have products and services that are trustworthy, so they will be able to use it. They don't need to have the cybersecurity capacity within their company in order to do that.
Great, thank you. I'm going to come over to that side of the room. I promise. I will. No. I'm going to do that. I promise. So. But I want to bring a hacker in because I want to. Perhaps there's a need for more hackers in the system. If you mind the pun. Over to you.
Thanks, Dharmendra.
Do introduce yourself.
I'm Denis Troio, Jaromil, a hacker and entrepreneur, social entrepreneur. I like to respond exactly to what Joachim said before, that we have a patchwork of rules. It's really accurate, I think, to say that uncertainty, precarity, and we had many episodes of precarity in our last, let's say, 4 years, it's what kills also entrepreneurship and also investments. And that's very accurate, I think. In the digital world, because now we're talking about the digital context, we have also a lack of understanding of what it happens. It's high speed. So in the policy making, we don't have so many competence to actually tackle the rules before the impact of the result of digital innovation comes. So we have a patchwork. It's a learn by doing. And I'd be pretty unpopular here, but policymakers do not have really like the sense of what happens when they do the first rule. So we have a patchwork going on. So I think there is a problem there. It's like the competence within the policymaking ranks is not there really on the digital. And this is also a generational issue. So I'm very happy. I'm class 2013. I was a young leader, let's say 10 years ago. And I think it's very important what we do here because we bring young people to the table. And that's very important. We don't have only a gender gap. We have a generational gap within the policymaking ranks. I was born in Italy, a place that has like the ethical commission on AI right now, like the president is almost 90 years old. It's very difficult to work when you have a leadership that is not updating itself or not leaving the road to the young people. So I think the generational issue is extremely important to mention.
Okay, just to kind of save you from having attacks of being ageist, we know that lots of 90-year-olds are very, very sharp. You heard our president yesterday. But it's more about mindset, because you can be whatever age, but having your mindset of a different kind is important. But you're right, in terms of technological development, you need to be aware. You need to be aware. You've been very patient.
So my name is Christina Van Bergen. I am, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I'm a professor and I'm traveling a lot through Asia to talk with business, with university about our human-centric approach in the era of digitalization, including about artificial intelligence. So what I would like for the next the next step, it's first of all, speaking about cybersecurity, for example, I would like to have strong institutions. We have ENISA and many other European agencies. Europeans are not aware about these institutions. We have, for example, a European Center in charge of cybersecurity in Romania and Bucharest. I'm not sure that someone here, except the Romanians, are aware about this center. I would like to see a strong implementation of the legislation, the new legislation at the European level. Nobody knows, only the specialists are aware about this legislation. So as a normal people, Europeans, we need to be aware and we need to build digital skills on cybersecurity. Also, we need speaking about sandbox, we don't need to be so metaphorical in our thoughts. European Parliament, European Commission is working very hard on identifying risk, and we need to keep the pace. We need to take the risk, but we need also to keep in mind our human-centric approach about digitalization. Okay. And also about Eurospace, I would have a word. We have so many, we have a few strategic EU digital partnerships with India, with Singapore, with Japan, and I would like to see something concrete. We have seen India, it is so successful in Eurospace. Do we have an agreement, a specific agreement with them? Okay, great. So as a normal European, I would like to see in the newspapers, on the front of the newspaper, on the media, that Europe has succeeded in having a successful partnership with India, for example, in many critical materials, in aerospace, and many things. So we need to communicate Europe. I would like to see more Europe in our news. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Gentlemen, you've been very patient. Please, again, introduce yourself.
I was actually waiting to tell you to
ask Anne Pettifor to speak because her hand is losing circulation from being held up for so long. So to save Anne's hand, please.
I'm happy to be facilitated in that way. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. You've been there for ages. You're absolutely right. And it's a real pleasure to have you here with us.
Sorry, I really, the conversation has moved on.
Do introduce yourself, Anne, for the benefit of others.
My name is Anne Pettifor. I'm Director of Policy Research in Macroeconomics, Prime Economics, as opposed to subprime economics. I wanted to just challenge the ideology that, you know, the private sector is fast, is innovative, and is cheap. And just to remind you that the internet was not devised by the private sector, that this did not result it is not the result of Steve Jobs' work. It is the result of the work of the public sector in the United States, in particular the Department of Defense, that had the courage to take the risks needed to innovate in this way. Now, the private sector is actually risk averse. The demand throughout the world now is for states to de-risk the activities of the private sector. This is not capitalism. This is a kind of Soviet-style economics, really. So I just want to get away from this delusion that the private sector is always brilliant and innovative and willing to take risks. It's not. There's not a single bank in the world that is allowed to fail, right? All of the big banks in the world are now protected by the central banks and by states. They're too big to fail. The big platform companies have become too big to fail, right? And the government, the taxpayer, the state is going to bail them out. Now, that is, for me, that's not capitalism. That's a form of socialism, you know, but we pretend it's capitalism. And capitalists and the private sector pretend that they're the innovators. They really are not. And I just want to challenge that ideology.
I wish I'd seen you earlier. Thank you so much. And thank you. Because, no, I mean, you know, I've total crush, intellectual crush on this woman, I have to say, over years. I think she's absolutely brilliant. I'm glad you made the time to come across, and because you have, your thought leadership is supreme. So thank you very much for that, and I'm glad you're here. We've got a couple of people. I know I've got only a couple of minutes, so this gentleman first, then you, Pierre, and then I'll bring yourself, and then yourself. So it has to be 60 seconds, each of you, please. So, microphone here, please. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. Goran Boldisco, Open Society Foundations. I'm glad that I don't need to be the socialist now to bring that argument, but actually I really, really would like to bend on that, because there is a lot of regulation which is not about digital that actually favors the big companies. You look at taxation, you look at the investment regulation, you look at bankruptcy regulation. There are a lot of fundamental things. If you want to succeed, you have to put them there, and they're not there. People talked about contracts. Small companies cannot get big contracts because the regulations of winning those are made like this. But my key point is about the human brain. We forgot that. We forgot in this techno conversation. The human brain and technology that can bring us is actually that this gadget can make me forget democracy by physiological means. This can control me, and looking at my reactions, if we go further, will disable for me to create my own opinion. In liberal democracy, the element, the fundamental element, is human beings being able to create their own opinion. We've been manipulated, but not at a physiological level. If I think of what's the future, the first thing is that the regulation should go a lot in the physiology and psychology and actually prevent these digital gadgets to turn us into not robots, but something close to that. Okay. Because that we see in the other parts of the world, and we actually have a chance, not only by regulation, but also by showing example of how we act in real life to change it. Thank you.
I don't know, it's okay. So I take what you're saying, and hopefully, I don't think Dragos is in this room, Dragos Tojoce, who's the MEP leading on the AI legislation, but he has been here, so it'd be great to have that interaction with you. Pierre.
Hi, Damendra. Thank you. My name is Pierre. I'm a venture capitalist, so I speak my own mind. but also teaching an executive program at Sciences Po Paris and HEC Paris on the strategic competition on technology between the EU, US, and Europe. EU, US, and China, and also on venture capital. And just want to share a couple of sentences or a couple of thoughts about my experience. So we had a very radical technology allowing to identify a person without getting any private data whatsoever. And it's based on what this gentleman is saying, it's based on physiology. We're not going into details on that, but basically we can identify a person in a total anonymous way, which means that is the very root of democracy, because then all my data, I keep them and I'm not sharing them. I think where I'm really worried is that the whole system is flawed, particularly as a European. Let me tell you why. 2 reasons. First of all, because the world is going towards more and more digital and technology, which means data gathering. Well, Europe is unable to have its own system on data because we don't have our own cloud. We've missed completely the social wave of it. So hopefully we might get the industrial age of capturing data. But I think we're at risk because the only initiative we started with Gaia, basically we open it to external countries like China and the US. So it's a problem. And the second point is that the largest data gatherers is on the US, Amazon and the GAFAM, and in China, and Europe has nothing. So Europe has become a vassal, and we are more and more being vassalized, not only in terms of our sovereignty, but also in terms of the humans being dictated by technology. And that is a major, major risk, both on democracy, but also on the supremacy.
So Pierre, I mean, but in that sense of Armageddon, is it too late? What could the EU do? What could they start doing more of in their next term to prevent what's ahead of us?
Let me be very pragmatic. I think we have 3 problems. The first one is that unfortunately, most of our decision makers do not understand technology.
Indeed.
It's a major problem, no, but it's a major problem. One of the very few with whom I had conversations is Thierry Breton. And first of all, I'm not French. So, but he understands, he's an engineer, he's coming from the telecom sector. The second thing is that, and I spoke to a number of people in the European Parliament, some commissioners, they understand the principles from a legal point of view, but not technology. They don't understand it. And they don't understand what the risks are. So first is making sure that we get the right people in with the right brains and know what to do. The second thing is concentrate budgets. We are scattered around with many initiatives. It's very confusing, it's disorganized, and we don't focus on funds. The third point is venture capital market. What we had to do was to go to the US, which is absolutely ridiculous. Why? Because there's no venture capital market structured in Europe. In the US, you have one single tax system, you have one single financial market, and it goes very fast. And that's where you attract talents. That's why the Silicon Valley has emerged.
Thank you. Well, in this report, you'll see one of the foundation blocks is to collaborate and make coherent the major funding streams across Europe to make them more focused on delivery and innovation. So that's one of the things that we're asking for.
Absolutely. Just a last comment. We are forced, for example, I use different search engines. Well, we are forced now to adopt AI in our search engines. Go on Bing, and you'll see you're forced to accept AI. Same thing on Google. This is not, first of all, it's not democracy. Second thing, nobody's controlling them. We are doing a lot of legislation in Europe, but who's doing the audit afterwards? Who's checking that the GAFAM are really doing what they tell us they're doing?
That's a potential, a more important role for the European Parliament, actually, to have a specific committee on that role.
But then nobody audits.
Indeed, indeed. Let's speak to a politician who does know IT. Very briefly. Focus if you can, your contribution on what should happen in the next mandate.
Okay, so what needs to be done?
Introduce yourself again, sorry.
Marek Havrda, Czech government, but speaking at personal capacity. What needs to be done in terms of the next mandate, what I would like to see? I really like the de-risking of the state. I think the state, and in our case, the union, needs to play a much bigger role in being able to invest into new solutions. And we had Chen telling us what are the dangers, what are the problematic scenarios, as we're describing some of the remedies or kind of directions for the remedies. So we need kind of courage of the state, in this case of the union, to concentrate the investment and invest into these areas on the scale. So de-risking at the scale, I would say. And I will add one more thing, and that's this talent. I would like to see that Europe is really easy to be reached by the talent globally. So it's not going to Silicon Valley or other parts of the US, but the talent comes here. And if someone wants to come who is great and going to help us, please make it just 2 weeks waiting time. So not months, not years for the companies to get people in, but just 2 weeks at the EU level, and just let the people who come then to work across the EU. Because many of the startups, many of the scale-ups in the US are not founded by the US board.
Absolutely, you'll know this yourself, I'm sure. If we think about labour laws and, let's say, migration routes and looking at migration as an economic asset rather than a drain and a contribution of values, India's producing 200,000 software engineers a year with nowhere to go. And you'd think, what kind of relationship in terms of a trade agreement could you achieve to make that very different? Gentlemen over there, last contribution, I'm afraid.
I'm Timo Harakka from the Finnish Parliament, and I'm a politician who does understand technology. And I think there are quite a few of us, so I strongly disagree. Technology is not any black magic. It's something that everyone can and should and must understand. I have a very practical point to continue Anne Pettiford's wonderful provocation here, that the issue with private companies sometimes is incentives. In my tenure as a minister, I was very impressed by Juhan Leppäsaari, who spoke earlier, when he said that there is an incentive problem for cybersecurity in big institutions and big companies because they always have an alternative expenditure. If you're running a hospital, so instead of having a serious cyber attack penetration, you would want to buy, let's say, cardiological equipment with the same money. So they devised a European financing instrument that would help companies to incentivize the investments to cybersecurity. And I was waiting for that, but nothing came out in time. So the Finnish government gave a grant to private companies to enhance their cybersecurity. And these were sizable checks. They were like in tune of 100,000 euros. And that was oversubscribed in a week. So there was a huge need for the weakest link to be repaired. And this is something very concrete I would wish the next mandate to take on to help private companies, big institutions to repair their cybersecurity. Thank you.
So in specific terms, how would you frame that as a recommendation for the next mandate? What would you ask them to do?
They would need to devise a grant scheme where you put, let's say, 30%, as the Finnish companies did, gladly on your own money to receive a grant for a specific cybersecurity enhancing method.
Great, thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm out of time. But building on that point, if you were to use that concept to create a, let's say, a much more coordinated fund of funds. There are multiple funds in Europe, you know, but they're all over the place. There's no coordination. It's mostly siloed. But imagine, think if you could reimagine a world in which they were to coordinate the hundreds and millions of funds they've had, pounds, euros worth of funds into a mega 1 billion fund of Europe. What they could do, if you were to put it out there, to transform healthcare, transform education systems, transform how people consume public services. It would be unimaginable if you could do that. But that requires a boldness and a temerity and a sense of reimagining the world to be. On that note, thank you all very much for your time. And you have lunch now, but then you have sessions that are coming up on that screen, I hope. So at 2, you've got the idea sharing, and then you've got Europe security. And then on the parallel, Children of Anthropocene and the Maintaining Climate Ambition, Fostering Green Industry. So they'll be in either this room or upstairs the Conservatory. So thank you all very much for your time.
afternoon, everybody. Could I ask you to please take your seat so we can start the next session? Could I ask you to take your seat? Please take your seats. I was just about to say, where's Gerrit's scout whistle when you need it? Joking. Great. Well, welcome to our post-lunch session, which will focus on a Europe of security and values for the 21st century. Before we get into the discussion, we have an idea sharing session. Many of you will have seen the other ideas sharing sessions so far today. This one will be given by Jasminko Halilovic. Jasminko is the founder and CEO of the War Childhood Museum, and he's a 2023 European Young Leader from Friends of Europe EYL program. Jasminko.
Thank you, Mary, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. As Mary said, I'm the founder of the War Childhood Museum. And the War Childhood Museum is the only world's museum dedicated exclusively to the experience of children affected by armed conflicts. When we think about what connects us in the world, we probably have several things on our minds. Is it a language? It helps us to communicate, like English today, on this session. Or is it our habits? Is it our shared experiences, like food, relationships we build? This helps us to understand each other better. Did you know that having your childhood affected by war is one of the most common shared experiences of humanity? More than 460 million of children are affected by war today. It's 1 in 6, 17%. To put this into perspective, it is exactly the same number of people who speak English in the world, 17%. Yet, before the War Childhood Museum was opened, none of over 50,000 museums in the world dealt only with this experience, shared by so many. And that is at the heart of the purpose of our museum, to be a platform for all of those who share this experience, to enable them to tell their stories with dignity, and to educate the world about the multi-layered and long-lasting consequences of wars for children. I'm working on this project for 13 years, so most of my adult life. As a child, I lived through the Bosnian War, which happened in the 1990s. We started this project as a small organic initiative in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but we expanded to become a small international organization, working today in several countries and having offices also in Ukraine and in the Netherlands. As a museum, we reached hundreds of thousands of visitors and did documentation work in over 20 countries. Our collection today includes more than 6,000 objects from 20 different armed conflicts. 2 of these 6,000 objects I brought with me today to show to you. They are in the center of this room under the exhibition cases. I hope you can see them. We will talk about them later. Today we met to discuss the state of Europe. And in the title of this panel, we have 3 keywords: security, values, and 21st century. I want to discuss these 3 keywords today. Let's first discuss security. The first object I brought to share with you today is a book from Ukraine. I hope you can see it. It's on my right side. It's the yellow book in the middle of the room. And in front of you, you should all have a 2-sided flyer with 2 short stories. One of these 2 short stories is called "There Was Only This Book." I will not read this story for you. I want all of you to read it on your own pace. Picture yourself beyond these walls, within the intimate setting of our exhibition. Take a minute to read the story, and for a moment in time, put all of your attention into the object in front of you. So that's the story of this book. The War Childhood Museum has been working in Ukraine since 2018. Probably not to you in this room, but to many people in Europe, when we share this fact, they ask us, why did you go there before the war started? But when the War Childhood Museum started working in Ukraine, this was already 4 years after the occupation of Crimea and the start of the Donbas War. And there were already millions of people internally displaced in this country. Thousands and thousands of children, like Nastya, whose story you just read, were forced to start their lives in new environments, hundreds of kilometers from their homes. They were forced to change schools and friends and to live in other people's houses. I was in Donbas in 2017. I was visiting frontlines with my friend. I saw children going to school through military checkpoints. I saw schools destroyed by shells, just like my school was destroyed by shells in Bosnia 30 years ago. This is when I decided that the War Childhood Museum has to do work in Ukraine, to document the experiences of children and youth affected by the Donbas War and the occupation of Crimea. However, regardless of the fact that this was happening so close, and regardless that it affected millions, the Donbas War and the occupation of Crimea were not enough of a warning sign for most in Europe to get engaged and interested. If it was, we would be in a different position now. If it was, Ukraine would be in a different position. If it was, the full-scale invasion maybe would have never happened. So the first idea to share about security today is that one displaced child is too many, and that this kind of warning should be taken seriously. Let's now discuss our second keyword from the title of the session today, values. Another object I brought today is a scarf from Palestine. It's on the other page of the flyer you have in front of you. The story is called Winter Scarf. Again, I will allow you a minute to read the story. And again, I ask you to imagine for a second that you are out of this room, standing in the museum in front of this object. So this is the short story of the scarf in front of you. The War Childhood Museum worked in Gaza during 2021 and 2022 to document the experiences of children living under the blockade. A researcher who worked for us is now out of Gaza, but her two own children are there and cannot go out. When I received the latest update, they were still alive. I know that not everyone in this room agrees about the Israel-Palestine war. And I know that not everyone in this room agrees even if there should be international pressure for an immediate ceasefire. We could see this during the vote in the UN, where the EU countries' vote was split into 3 blocks. But let's go back to values. The European Union was founded on 6 values: human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and human rights. Its founding aims include promoting its values globally and contributing to peace on Earth. Rose, who donated her scarf to the museum, is 15 years old today. We were not able to get in touch with her family, so we do not know if Rose is well at this moment. Actually, we don't even know if Rose is still alive. European Union has not so far managed to contribute to peace in Israel and Palestine during the latest escalation of violence. This fact has consequences both within the EU, but also when it comes to the role of the EU in this world. As I spend most of my time outside of European Union, I can tell you that outside of the EU, for most people, the EU failed to deliver on its promise. By not contributing to peace, it failed in one of its founding aims. By not standing for human dignity, the rule of law, and human rights, for most people outside of the EU, myself included, it failed in another founding aim, promoting its values. Whatever your position is over what is happening and what should have been and what should be done, you should be aware that the inability of the EU to speak with one voice and the inability to deliver its promises will have long-term consequences for its credibility, in particular outside of the EU. Some voices in the plenary session this morning share the importance of looking at Europe not only as an isolated entity, but a part of the wider world. We should not forget that in this world there are many people and many children who believe in European values, who believe in European idea. Every time the European Union fails to deliver, part of this idea dies. And finally, the last keyword I want to discuss is the 21st century. I want to briefly challenge this time frame. A few years ago, I met Esma. Esma was born during the Second World War. Soon after she was born, the news arrived that her father was killed in war. Esma grew up without her father. Her childhood was affected by war she does not even remember. 77 years later, Esma visited the War Childhood Museum. When Esma entered the museum, she said, "After so many years, I finally feel that I found my home." Someone who might have looked into Esma's stories in the 50s, 60s, or 70s of the last century probably thought that this story belongs to Europe of mid-20th century. But when childhood is affected by war, the war remains with people forever. And often it remains with their children and sometimes even with their grandchildren. So Esma's story is not only a story of Europe in the 20th century, but also the story of Europe in the 21st century, where millions of people are still profoundly affected by the Second World War. Some of them, in Esma's words, still looking for their home. The war and its consequences do not end when fighting ends. They stay with us. So my last idea to share today is that when looking at this object in front of us, we might be also looking at Europe of the 22nd century. The consequences of war for children are not only multi-layered and complex. They stay with them, they stay in our societies. We should remind ourselves of this so that we also know how long-term are the consequences of decisions we are making today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yasminko, for that powerful, sober and challenging scene setter for our discussion today. Following on from Yasminko's remarks, I don't have to remind anybody in this room that the conversation we're about to have would have been a very different conversation just over a month ago. Now, as Yasminko outlined, there are different parameters to the conversation we're about to have today. We all know that for Europe to remain a meaningful player on the international stage, a value setter, a balancer, an honest broker, it needs to, there is general consensus, it needs to increase defense spending as well as double down on its commitment to justice, the rule of law, and democracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and most recently the escalation of violence in the Middle East, highlights the importance of a European foreign policy strategy that is coordinated across member states and is just, value-based and wise, as well as a security strategy that rests on the principles of cooperation between like-minded democracies. You're all aware from our session so far today that the purpose of our gathering today is to discuss the 10 policy choices for a renewed social contract. The policy recommendations that are relevant to this session are policy recommendation number 9, reimagine and make a virtue of the role of the EU as a value setter, a balancer, a standard setter, and an honest broker. Policy recommendation number 10, ensure a union that instills and advocates for the preparedness and resilience in the face of 21st century challenges. So throughout our discussion today, what I would like you to focus on is what ideas come to mind, what kind of recommendations, what kind of suggestions in terms of those 10 policy choices, because we will also be asking people for their key demands for the new EU mandate. But before we open up to a wider discussion, I would like to go to our speakers today. We have 4 speakers coming at this issue from several different perspectives. Our first speaker is Hanna Lubakova. Hanna is a Belarusian journalist in exile, a democracy activist, and currently a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council. Hanna, where are you around the table? There you are. Hanna, hello. My question to you is, how can the European Union and its member states strengthen protections of free press against threat and abuses?
Hello, everyone. I will speak about what the lack of press freedom means, not in theory, but in reality. And as I'm a journalist, I bring stories to names, and I bring faces to these stories. This is my friend, Katerina Andreeva. She recently celebrated her 30th birthday in jail, in a Belarusian prison. Her only guilt is that she is a talented and brave journalist. Katya has already spent 3 years out of her 8-year sentence. She keeps joking and writing from prison that she does not regret her professional choices. Belarusian prisons are not 5-star hotels, they are torture chambers. Yet she keeps her high spirit up. I'm not surprised that all dictatorial regimes are scared of us journalists, but you might remember from Belarus in 2020 are inspiring pictures of mass protests and brutal repression that followed. What I remember is how people protected us on the streets by surrounding us and keeping us safe from arrests from the police. It was not only unity among Belarusians, it was clear understanding that we need free press. In the past 3 years, the regime in Belarus only entrenched itself. You can go to prison if you like or if you just leave a comment, but no one is giving up. The regime pushed us out of the country, so we reach audiences inside the country by living abroad. They blocked our websites, so we go on social media and we use VPN. They forced our newspapers to stop printing, so we make our own self-made newspapers, samizdat, and spread them all over the country. It works. The majority of Belarusians are against the involvement of the Russian war of Ukraine. The majority of Belarusians is against the use of our territory for the attack, and the majority of Belarusians are against Russian nukes on the territory of our country. Your investment in press freedom, your investment in civil society, your solidarity with journalists and political prisoners, your technical support is not charity. This is investment in safe and stable Europe. Achieving press freedom, however, is not possible without achieving democracy and dealing with a dictatorship on the EU border. You see, if dictators are not stopped, they launch wars, they kill and torture opponents, they blackmail you with nuclear weapons, they orchestrate immigration crisis, they do all these different things. And one step is support for civil society and press freedom, but there is a second step, is pressure. Do not allow dictators to avoid sanctions and smuggle contraband goods to your countries. Punish the perpetrators of crimes against humanity. This is your reputation. Your reputation is at stake. And I believe in Europe of values, not in Europe of interest. It's not only press freedom that is in danger, it's the independence of Belarus that is currently under threat. We cannot allow Russia to silently take over Belarus, to have it as a consolation prize after the war against Ukraine is finished. We have to protect the independence of Belarus. Hence, the only alternative to the Russian world, Ruski Mir, is the European Union, Europe. Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia have already made this step, and I want to see my Belarus, my country, being back to the European family where it has always belonged. I want my country to be in the club of democracies, not in the club of dictatorships. Democracy in Belarus is the strongest sanction for Putin. This is not our own local problem. Without victory in Ukraine and freedom in Belarus, Europe will not be truly safe. My friend Katya Andreeva wrote from prison that we are defined how we overcome challenges and hits of life. So, dear European family, be bold and strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Next, we're going to go to Didier Reynders, who's the European Commissioner for Justice. And Didier, my question for you is how can Europe reiterate and strengthen its commitment to justice, democracy, and the rule of law, and ensure that perpetrators of crimes in Ukraine and elsewhere are held accountable?
Well, thanks. First of all, I want maybe to react about the comment that I've listened about the values and the role of the European Union, not only in the EU, but outside. Just to explain that after the Second World War and such a situation with the hostilities and the Shoah and many other kind of difficult situations in Europe, we have tried to build something. Something was the European Union based on values. And if I may, looking back, we have started with 6 founding members. Since then, we have enlarged the European Union to be with 28, now 27, due to the Brexit, but it's not the most difficult situation if I'm looking to the actual geopolitical situation. But with 27, we have the opportunity to enlarge not only the territory of the European Union, but to enlarge democracy to the south of Europe, to the east of Europe, to enlarge the rule of law and the fundamental rights, because sometimes it seems to be evident, but it's a real success of the European Union, also of the NATO for security reasons, to do that. And it was possible to increase. So what is needed to do now? First of all, it's to continue the process. And we need to continue to pay attention to the values in the EU. And it's what we try to do. I'm very proud that with this commission, for the first time, we have published since 2020 a rule of law report on the 27 member states to try to engage the discussion about the improvement of the rule of law and fundamental rights. We have also used the different possibilities to go to the Court of Justice to react against some backsliding in different member states. And we have now, since the pandemic, the opportunity to put a financial pressure on the member states to negotiate and to discuss about improvement in the rule of law, because it's not a fact. We need all the time to fight for the development of the values and the implementation of values, rule of law, democracy, and fundamental rights in the EU. But we need to do the same in the enlargement process. And we are not at the end. You have seen yesterday, with the Commission, we have proposed to engage now negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova due to some progress in Moldova and in Ukraine about the same issues dedicated to the rule of law. And we have had many discussions about the Western Balkans, and it's true about Georgia too. And so, first of all, it's very important to deliver in the EU, to be credible when we continue the process. But I want to just to repeat that it's a long process, but it's a process with some successes. If you look to the situation now on the European territory in comparison with the situation just after the Second World War. About Ukraine, Of course, we try to organize a process with two main objectives. To be sure that it will be possible to bring the perpetrators of all crimes, international crime, to justice. And to be sure that Russia will pay for the reconstruction and the compensation of damages. And what is possible to do for that? First, to work with the Prosecutor General Office in Ukraine. And you know that there are investigations and prosecutions and trials in Ukraine for criminals in Ukraine and for war crimes. We are working with the International Criminal Court, and there is now a delegation of the ICC in Ukraine to start the same discussion. And you have seen maybe the two first arrest warrants issued by the ICC, by the prosecutor Karim Khan, and confirmed by the court, against the president and the woman in charge of the protection of children, but is due to deportation of children. We are working with the member states and other countries having started their own investigations. Universal jurisdiction or involvement of some nationalism crimes. But more than that, we are trying to work on the crime of aggression, the mother of all the crimes, because without an aggression, you don't have war crimes and crimes against humanity. And for that, we have built in Eurojust, our agency, on the base of a joint investigation team with some member states, Ukraine, the support of the US, a new center for the investigation of the crime of aggression. It's the first layer. And so we have now prosecutors collecting evidence. We have a new database in Eurojust to collect and to store those evidence and to exchange the evidence with all the prosecutors in the national jurisdictions, but also at the international level. And now we are in discussion to see how it's possible to have a tribunal, not only to collect evidence, to investigate, to prosecute, but to be in the position to go to a tribunal. My preference, the golden standard to me, is to amend the Rome Statute. And we are trying from the European Union point of view to do that, to propose an amendment to the Rome Statute and to give the competence to the ICC. If it's not possible, now we try to organize a transfer of proceedings from Ukraine to a new tribunal that we try to create with partners not only from the EU, in the G7, and with other partners in the world. That's for the way to bring perpetrators to justice. And then to organize the compensation of damages, we have already a register for damage to collect the information in the Council of Europe, in The Hague, but we work on the mechanism to decide what are the real damage or not. And then the problem is the funding. And you have seen that now we have, just to be concrete, we have the opportunity to freeze 28 billion euro of private assets from oligarchs and entities, and we have immobilized more, just in Europe, more than 200 billion euro of assets from the Central Bank of Russia. So we have, the money is there. So we have the guarantee to use such a kind of amount for the reparation in the future. But I want to insist on one point, because you spoke about the way to bring perpetrators to justice. Is the first time that we are doing that during the war. Because there are many people speaking about Nuremberg. I want just to insist on a very small difference. Nuremberg was after the capitulation of Germany and after the end of the war. We have not seen the capitulation of Russia. For the moment, Russia is occupying Ukraine. And without that, we continue to work on all the possible steps to bring perpetrators to justice and to be sure that Russia will pay for the reconstruction. And we are open to do that everywhere in the world. I've proposed and will organize with the ICC, the African Union, the European Union, a conference next year in Kinshasa about the same process, transitional justice in Africa and certainly in Central Africa. And I know that there is now a mission from the ICC also in the Middle East, because I confirm that we condemn the terrorist attack of the terrorist group Hamas against Israel. There is a right of Israel to organize its own defense, but we need also to apply international rules and humanitarian international law. And so we are sure that we need to be without any double standards everywhere. So I fully agree that we need to do more, that we need to be present. But to be able to do something in the rest of the world, we need to show that we are doing the job in Europe. And if I may, we are in a good position to try to explain not the lessons that we have to give, we don't have any lessons to give, but the experience that we have had since the wars that we have had in Europe. Again, I repeat, we have extended democracy, rule of law, fundamental rights on the European continent, and we try to do our job when there is a real difficult issue like the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and we are working on it day after day.
Thank you very much, Didier. And you made mention of double standards. I'm expecting in the discussion to come that we'll hear more about that and some of the apparent paradoxes. Turning next to our next speaker, Federica Mogherini, who is the Rector of the College of Europe, and of course, former High Rep of the EU for Foreign Affairs and Security. Federica, my question to you, views and perceptions of Russia's war in Ukraine vary across the world, as do views and perceptions of what has been happening in the Middle East, Israel and Palestine over the last month. How does that divergence of views impact Europe's partnerships across the globe?
First of all, thanks for the invitation and sorry for being late. So the combination of the strike, I guess, coming from Bruges has impacted a bit on my time schedule. So apologies for that. Indeed, there are some differences in perception and understanding and reading. I think mainly on the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the nature of the war in Ukraine around the world. And I think that we have a responsibility somehow to try to make it right, because not so much because of the impact that this can have on the partnerships that the European Union has around the world. This is important, but not to me the most important. But mainly because I think that if the narrative about the Russian war in Ukraine is not right across the world, what is really at stake is the possibility for the international community to rebuild the multilateral system. What do I mean? For me, the reason why the war in Ukraine is different than any other war we have seen in the last decades is because it has been an act of aggression, an invasion, a military invasion from one country to a neighboring country, and that country is a permanent member of the Security Council. And that is what makes things very different. It's not because it's happening in Europe, to me. It's because it is systematic, or it is structurally dismantling any trust remained in the multilateral system, and in particular in the UN Security Council. And if the narrative around the Russian invasion in Ukraine is not universally or broadly interpreted as what it is, a violation of international law, an attempt to dismantle the international multilateral system, then we would have many more difficulties in reestablishing some sort of global governance, which is what we desperately need today, because we live today in a paradox that we have a much more polarized world, but also we have many more poles around the world. So we have a multipolar system, but we don't have the multilateral system in place to govern this multipolarity. So I think that this is what is really at stake. I'm less worried about Europe's stand and the partnerships that Europe has around the world, because it's true. In some parts of the world, Europe is accused of using double standards, yes, and caring more about the European war rather than other wars that are considered to be forgotten. And sometimes we do forget wars, not least because none of the wars that have started in the last 20 years has come to a conclusion, and many others have started. So there is a certain war fatigue. The other day I was talking to an ambassador in Libya, and he was telling me, well, now among my colleagues, I'm one of those that are posted in the most quiet place, which is not because Libya is a better place, because the rest is getting worse. So I think that we do have a strong network of partnerships. I think we will be looked at as European Union, as Europeans, as a point of reference the moment when we will need to reform, revitalize, rethink the multilateral system. But what I'm worried about is that in the meantime, in our partners, public opinions, governments, leaderships, the very same idea of the need for an efficient and effective multilateral governance loses ground. And this is what worries me the most.
And on the Israeli-Palestinian issue?
Oh, I think, yeah, there are there are diverging views also on that and different perceptions on that, but I think they are, if you allow me to be very, very candid, I think they're also diverging inside the European Union. And so probably you see less difference between what is diverging between Europe and the rest of the world or some other parts of the rest of the world. You already have, I think, inside the European Union, quite all the possible positions expressed, which is nothing new. I think I'm also not too worried about that, I have to be honest, because I think that when you look at what is happening in, well, what has happened in Israel with the Hamas attack on the 7th of October, and then what is happening today in Gaza, is of such a complexity in terms of way forward. Not in terms of attributing responsibilities, that's clear. That was a terrorist attack from a Hamas terrorist organization, there's no doubt about that. But in terms of complexity of the next steps, of what to do, from which side, to try to fix a conflict that is a multiple conflict, there's the Arab-Israeli conflict and this Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's two different conflicts overlapping. Today they are actually overlapping even more. But with a regional complexity that is multiplying itself today, in my view, the attack that Hamas put in place against Israel is probably an attempt. I see this as an attempt from Hamas and connected forces, being it Hezbollah or Iran, to take the lead of a certain part of the Muslim public opinion worldwide and potentially to connect with a certain way of interpreting the Global South agenda. The complexity of the way forward makes it so that if we have inside the European Union, if we have inside the European leadership and the public opinions, an understanding of all the different elements that compose the conflict, I think we have more possibilities to find the right answers or the right triggers for future steps. So I'm less worried about divergences there. Also because, again, I think that the clarity on responsibilities and sequencing of acts is quite an acquired thing in Europe, and I think also largely in the world.
Sure, we're going to get back to that in the discussion. But to move on to our next speaker, Christian Danielsson, who's the Swedish State Secretary for European Affairs. Christian, my question for you is, how can European member states further strengthen democracy and the rule of law in the EU and beyond?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good question. Huh? Now, I think the starting point is that what binds us together is the common values that we have. And rule of law, democracy, human rights, that it is. That is it. And that is what defines the European Union. So it's rather fundamental. I think what tends to be forgotten is that we have so far been quite successful in seeing to that those standards are respected, with some hips and haps, but generally speaking. Now, important it is for the EU as such. It's important for us as in citizens, but it's essential also from an economic point of view, which seems to be forgotten from time to time. I tend to believe that the fact that we have a rule of law system that works, democracy that is respected, and human rights that are respected, is one of the reasons why we are going to have economic development, or rather build up economic development, and not least getting investments into the EU and seeing to that we are growing, and more prosperity. So I think that driving force is essential. Now, it's clear that this is something that needs to be fought for, something that is not given by itself. And that's why institutions and what the DG Reinders pointed to, the various ways of the European Union being able to see to that those values are being respected by the member states is so essential. And I think that's something where we need continuously to build up. If we would have been sitting here 20 years ago, I think we would not have discussed it from the angle where we are discussing it today. We'd have thought of that is natural. These are going to be respected by those countries that are members of the EU. We've seen that that is not necessarily the case fully, And that's why we need to build it up. And I think what has been put in place is quite substantial. I would imagine that as we are moving ahead towards an even greater union in terms of numbers of member states, we will probably have to address these issues even more and see to that we are even stronger when it comes to the instruments that are there to get these values respected. And thirdly, there is another point to this, and that's what Federica Mogherini pointed to, namely how we can project our role and our influence in the geopolitical framework. We are, I would argue, in the EU, a bit of a beacon when it comes to international law, respect of law in the world today, and the challenges are out there, and we all know about them. For us to be able to project that, to show that this respect of law is something that is needed when it comes to global governance, when it comes to looking into challenges like the ones we see in the Middle East, or for that sake, without forgetting it, this atrocity, a terrible attack by Russia on Ukraine, is by showing that our system works. And that's why there's this link between the way that we project are able to get this respected internally and the geopolitical influence that we will have. And finally, this is not an issue which is primarily for the European institutions or for this town to see to that it's respected. You're right. It is an issue which you imply in the question of the member states. So in the end, it's going to be the political will and the actual actions on the ground by the member states in order to see to that this is being respected that is going to determine whether we are successful or not in this.
Thank you very much. So we're going to open up the wider discussion now. A few rules of engagement. Raise your hand if you want to be given the floor. Introduce yourself before speaking, please. No speeches, and we're prioritizing recommendations. So if you have something specific to say about those two policy recommendations, and just to revisit them very quickly, reimagine and make a virtue of the role of the EU as a value setter, a balancer, a standard setter, an honest broker. And number two, ensure a union that instills and advocates for preparedness and resilience in the face of 21st century challenges. So I'm going to take interventions in batches of 3. So show of hands. Okay, just here to my right. Here. Okay, well, there are roving mics, so just here. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Giedrius Surplis. I come from Lithuanian Parliament, a member of Parliament and the deputy head of the Foreign Affairs Committee. So I'm sure you know what I'm going to say. From the Baltics, there is a very simple way of ensuring stability and sustainable peace in Europe. It's defeating Russia. I know that it's not easy, but just a provocation. We have to digest this question, and I know that parts of Europe are digesting it differently, but we have to just imagine what would happen if Russia lost. It is possible, and Ukraine is proving us that. So we have to support Ukraine, and by doing that, by assisting Ukraine, we can really see sustainable sustainable peace coming back to Europe. And you know, I was listening to what the speakers were saying. Actually, if we ask ourselves how the EU started, because of what conditions it was created, it started because of war in Europe. And what we have now as an idealistic community, as an idealistic union, is basically stemming from a really realistic approach to international relations rather than idealistic. So we were having a dream about idealism, you know, that you can trade with Russia, that you can invest, you know, the neighborhood money, the Interreg money, and that it would be European. It just hasn't worked. Okay. So I think before asking ourselves what the EU can do as a broker of peace and stability in the world, we have to turn back to ourselves and, you know, coming back to your concrete question, thinking about the future. Yes, we must invest in defense. I'm sorry, but it's true. Yes, we must ensure energy security and autonomy. Okay. Yes, we have to reconsider whether our EU humanitarian funds shouldn't be followed by our value export. because of what we saw done by the Hamas. So these are the questions. Let's get back and consider whether we need more realism rather than idealism.
Thank you. We're going to go to Alessandra now, who is our Debating Europe facilitator, who will offer some citizens' perspectives on the focus of the discussion.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. So I'm speaking on behalf of the citizens from 7 EU countries that we are involving in a series of discussions on several topics, including security, democracy. And there are a couple of points that after listening to you, come to my mind from the conversation we had with citizens. One is about press freedom. Ms. Lubakova, sorry for the pronunciation, you said it very well, and indeed we had a Polish, in particular, citizen who mentioned that for him, when thinking about a healthy democracy, it's about media freedom, but also quality of media from the public, but also private sector. We know that in some countries, public media are basically propaganda tools. So it's also important to remember about the private owned media responsibility as well. And of course, we think also of social media platforms. And then another point that I want to mention, a bit of provocation here, is about Europe as a value setter. But what about the perception of a sort of new colonial Europe as value setter, which is something that we need, I guess, to bear in mind when thinking about our role in the globe and the perception, especially for young people that are very sensitive to this. And lastly, but not least, 2 points. One, we're talking about, security values, rule of law, justice. What about corruption and organized crime? These are things that came up, especially as you can imagine from Italian participants that are very concerned about these issues, though it's a European issue, we all know, and global one. And last but not least, digital. So when we talk about security, we cannot forget about cyber security. And in the previous session about digital, I didn't have the time to raise the point on how can Europe become a digital superpower, including cybersecurity, and not depending on other international sort of digital, companies and so on. So our strategic autonomy in terms of digital cybersecurity, and of course, media literacy. So we need to have citizens understanding the importance of digital security and cybersecurity as well. So different aspects about security as well.
Thank you, Alessandra. Can I go back to you, Federica, on that, and specifically what Alessandra said, this idea of this perception of a neo-colonial Europe. We know that and you obliquely referred to it in your comments earlier, the decolonization narrative, movement, quite a nebulous kind of concept in many ways, but it has gained incredible traction amongst the young generation in Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia, in Europe and the US. It's also been weaponized by certain states. What's your take on that, this idea of neo-colonial Europe, the decolonization framework being the lens that a lot of foreign policy issues are viewed through by a considerable number of Europeans as well?
Yesterday at the college in Bruges, we had the honor of hosting the president of Malta. And this question came from some of our students, and he said, well, we were a colony, and we're today a member state. This to say that I think we have, sometimes we have difficulties inside the European Union to realize to what extent the European Union membership is diverse. If you consider the number of member states, I would say that less than half has been a colonial power, and some have been colonies in different forms. Sometimes we have difficulties in building a narrative about this diversity of Europe abroad. I've noticed, for instance, myself personally, that being of a certain nationality or another can have an impact with your capacity to relate to interlocutors around the world. Being an Italian in Libya or in the Horn of Africa is different than being an Italian in Argentina, as well as being a Spanish in, India is different than being a Spanish in Cuba. And I could continue without mentioning any Belgian examples. This to say that I think that here we have a lot of work to do as the European Union to build a narrative that goes beyond the perception of some individual member states. Some individual member states have a colonial past that is heavy, with which some of them are well, all of them are working in one way or another. As Daniel mentioned, as Kristen mentioned, this is something for member states to deal with. It's not for the European Union. I think that as European Union, we should develop more a narrative of the fact that the European Union as such is definitely not, it is not possible to identify it with a colonial or post-colonial power because of its diversity. Then there is another thing that is more complex and more subtle to address, and that is that this narrative in some of our partners and in some of the public opinion has very little to do with the history and has a lot to do with the normative power of the European Union. And here I think we have to be very bold. Being a normative power worldwide has nothing to do with being post-colonial. It is about setting the standards for international norms to be held accountable to and to be strong. The stronger we are on the credibility of handling our or some of our member states' colonial past, the stronger we can be on being a normative power worldwide without being accused of imposing norms and standards because of post-colonial dynamics. We have to break that link.
Very interesting. Back to the floor, interventions, show of hands. So we have this lady here. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Liisa Pakosta from Estonian Parliament, Chair of the European Union Affairs Committee. And I just follow your point on normative power and credibility. For credibility, we actually need some ammo. So one of the policy recommendations for European Union is to raise the market barriers and other normative barriers from the defense industry. And really, the defense industry has long been considered here as an area similar to porn industry, and it is not right. So there is no democracy under occupation. All the Baltic countries can tell you long stories about it. And the second recommendation is that the AI regulations and defense industry should be on different sides. So if we regulate the defense industry and AI, our sons and daughters will die on the battlefield fighting against the powers who didn't regulate AI and defense industry. So and the third thing is, we really have to get over Hungary and give the money to Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And over to Malcolm.
Thank you, Mary. Malcolm Byrne is my name. I'm a senator in Ireland. And I want to come back to a comment that Yasminko made. If we're going to talk about, security and values, and you made the very valid point that when your childhood is affected by war, that stays with you. And your values are shaped by, your experiences in life. That was why the European Union came about. It was because of a generation that were impacted by what had happened in the Second World War and its immediate aftermath. And I think we're kind of all lucky. We're kind of within a bubble here in that we're all in positions whereby we regularly interact, with people from other countries. We engage in these big issues. The real challenge is around ensuring that all of our citizens within Europe are able to interact and engage. Because the best way to have security is not by building fences and walls, but it's by building mutual understanding and good relationships. One of the most successful EU programs has been the Erasmus program, which has allowed student exchange. I would even argue, and I think it needs to go further, the Discover EU Pass, which allows 18-year-olds to travel around the European Union. We should be ambitious and look at giving that to every 18-year-old around the European Union, because whether you're coming from a colonial power, a former colonial power, or indeed a colonized country or whatever, the best way to build understanding is through exchange, is to be able to sit around and to talk about a lot of our histories. And in many ways, therefore, we need to build that 21st century citizen, to be able for everybody to understand those security and values, But it comes back to, some of the points earlier. Those values need to be asserted and defended, and they need to be in many ways in three places, and I'll conclude on this. They need to be defended internally within the European Union. There can't be any hypocrisy on the part of, member states with regard to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. They need to be geopolitically defended, and we shouldn't make any apologies, particularly, and I do believe we need to argue for trade as well, but trade on just terms, and then also in the digital space, whether it's in the metaverse or whatever. But I think, to your point about, AI, the AI Act has the potential to be the most significant piece of legislation that the European Union will enact this decade. And it has to be infused with people-centered values. And that's why I think we do need to look at that concept of a 21st century citizenship infused with the values that we believe to be important.
Thanks, Malcolm. We'll go over to Ana now. Do we have a mic? There you go.
I'm Ana Gomes from Portugal, a former member of the European Parliament, a socialist. I think we may have wonderful rules for global governance, wonderful institutions, but if we don't have moral authority, if we don't have consistency, we don't have credibility in imposing and imparting them. And this is the problem of Europe in this moment. We can't continue to have double standards. We can't stay there for Ukraine and indeed denounce and fight the aggression and the occupation by Russia if we don't see the occupation in Palestine. We can't impose one way of self-defense. And by the way, we've been pretty inconsistent in Ukraine, and we know very well how much we denied, for instance, the means that Ukraine needed to defend itself in order to not to escalate, provoke escalation by Russia. And little by little, we have been, of course, but too little, too late, giving these means to Ukraine. And then at the same time, allowing Israel to completely make a joke of international humanitarian law, the rules of the war. So the problem is this lack of inconsistency, is this lack of moral, indeed, living up to our values and to indeed global, the values that we want to instill in all over the world for global governance. So how can we never, for instance, on the reform of the UN Security Council, we never pushed for it, even when we could, when we had even Britain inside the European Union. But obviously the P5, none of them has an interest in changing that. So we have global governance totally blocked, unable to work. But we will never be able to do that if indeed we don't have a moral voice, and we don't have it in this moment. And this has a lot to do, and actually, who's winning is Russia, I'm sorry to tell you. They are winning in every way, and even in the corruption they have been infiltrating and us. This is part of the problem. And it's why our young people are in many places very discouraged with what is going on. Until we tackle that, we won't be able to indeed change the perception, and we won't make a difference for good. Sorry to tell you.
And to follow up from that, and not to bombard you with questions, Federica, but I work on the MENA region more generally, and within the policy analyst community, the question over the last month has been, who speaks for Europe? Because your successor, for quite some time after October 7th, appeared to be completely sidelined. So this question of who speaks for Europe, who goes where, when, and who is the face of Europe, and what happens when there seems to be a divergence of views on a particular situation.
Didier, you want to reply? Are we Chatham House? No, we're not. We're recorded everywhere. Good. You want? I have the standard line to take. You look at the treaties. It's clear who speaks on foreign policy for the European Union, and that's it. That's the correct institutional answer, right? I speak here under the control of two former colleagues. Reality is that beyond the treaties, there's politics. and personalities and dynamics. And one thing that doesn't exist in politics and in foreign policy either is the vacuum. So the space is, let's put it this way. You have the treaty provisions, which are clear, who speaks for the European Union international scene, the telephone number, and which institution has the responsibility of leading on foreign and security policy. That's clear, that's the Council. But then there's also the reality of the fact that institutions and people leading institutions have a voice and have a recognition and have sometimes a credibility in certain audiences. Personally, again, I know sometimes I'm accused of being too optimistic and to see things more, rosy than they are, but this shows that it was not included in the contract. I'm really like that, so I continue being like that even now that I don't have to. I'm personally not so much worried about who speaks for Europe and when and who goes where, provided that the voice of Europe is coordinated and is clear. That's the point. I always opposed the concept of speaking with one voice because I think that one of the strengths of Europe is having more voices, because the voice that you can hear in different parts of Europe because of difference in geography, in history, in politics is relevant because it gives us this this complexity, this understanding of complexity that we can understand because we have it inside. So I'm happy when we have several voices. The point is to sing the same song with different voices. So the point to me is not who speaks. The point is which message is convened. Then by whom, I care a bit less. Obviously, by all in principle. But the point is, does the coordination mechanism, does the interinstitutional coordination mechanism that allows the European Union to have a univocal, coherent message work? That is a different story.
And we've been talking about the EU as an honest broker. Do you think that, given the way Europe has handled, the EU has handled the Israeli-Palestinian situation over the last month, its credibility as an honest broker in the future regarding that file has been damaged?
I think, there's an Italian say that is very wise. It's actually a regional say that goes like this. I'm too little if I consider myself, but I'm big enough if I compare myself with others. I think the European Union is the most honest broker you can find around the world on the Palestinian-Israeli issue still. And I think we will remain so. We will never be able to solve or fix the two conflicts, Israel-Palestinian, and potentially the multiplication of that. Hopefully not, but it could be region-wise and worldwide, hopefully not. We will never be able to fix it alone. There are very few situations where one single power in the world can fix a crisis alone today. In Europe, I think we still have that power in some regions, take the Balkans, for instance, very few others. For sure, we will not be able to fix the Middle East alone, but I think it's impossible to fix the conflicts there without the European Union as one of the brokers, of the honest brokers, yes. And again, if you compare it with other players in the world, we're definitely the most honest one.
Okay, back to the floor. Yasminko, you wanted to come in again, and we had another hand here. Any other hands? Here, okay, well, Yasminko.
Yes, just to connect briefly to what has been said about Europe first thinking that giving tanks to Ukraine is too much, and then committing tanks when the fields were already mined, so it was too late. So it's not only to do the right thing, but also to do it timely. And then also to connect to what was said now, that Europe maybe has in one single place in this world the power to change things on its own, and its Balkans, Western Balkans. But this also will not last forever. And again, it's important to do it timely. And I think security, one of the aspects of European security is also its enlargement policy. And this is much more than how rich this union will be. And this is much more than some distant place that sounds when you say Western Balkans. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are part of this Western Balkans, and our longest border is border with European Union. So we are on the border of European Union. It's Croatia. And I don't know how many of you in this room know, but a few weeks ago, one of the leading politicians from my country went to Russia, to Moscow, met Putin, and awarded him with a medal. Europe needs to act, not to react. This is a big issue. It will be much more expensive, it will be much more difficult, and it will be impossible, just like now it's impossible to solve and influence some things in the world if new war starts in the Balkans. So this is just another thing which I think we should keep.
Thank you, Yasminko. And over here, Mike here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Michael Meyer-Resende from Democracy Reporting International, an NGO based in Berlin with a number of offices around the world, in particular also in the Middle East and North Africa. I wanted to come back to one remark of Commissioner Reinders, who said when the EU was founded, it was founded on democracy. And I think if we look back at that time, it was clear that building a democracy was an issue of hard policy. It was not easy. It was not self-evident. And I think over the decades, we have forgotten this a bit. And the idea became, well, democracy is about values. That's nice. That's idealistic. That's for people like me in the NGOs. But it hasn't so much to do with hard foreign policy. And I think this we really have to change, because we see how dangerous autocracy is. Russia is, of course, exhibit A, but we can mention many others. And that we take internal development in other countries very, very seriously, for their own citizens, of course, but also for the security in the world. And I think a lot more can be done to bring the thinking into our foreign policy and to be more subtle about how we set standards, how we establish them, and how we intervene in that space. And the second remark is just on, to come back to you, Federica Mogherini, on the Gaza issue. So I'm less sanguine, I have to say. As I said, we are very rooted in the region. And the feedback I now get from colleagues is really, really different from what I had before. And, you know, there were many Gaza wars, and there was a Lebanon war, etc. I feel this is going much deeper now, maybe because the world has changed, maybe because there's more this idea about decolonization, etc. And I think if we, as the European Union, are not able to say, if you cut off water and electricity of 2 million people, this is completely unacceptable, and we don't stand by it, and we cannot support that, then we lose our values. And I'm specifically picking this because there are many different opinions. It's a complex situation. 7th October was a horrible massacre. I'm there, you know, I'm not, I think I'm pretty middle of the road on this, but there are few things that you can very clearly identify that the Israeli army is doing that are absolutely unacceptable. And we just discuss them as if they aren't there, and we don't stand up and say, sorry, that we cannot support, and in a serious way, not just by declarations. Thank you.
Thank you. And then over to Paul here.
Thanks, Mary. I'm the rapporteur of this session, so I probably shouldn't speak, but I just wanted to quickly, and I'm glad that the previous speaker mentioned the massacre of the 7th of October, because I hadn't heard any of the people who were so indignant about what the Israelis are doing now even mention it. So let us beware of selective indignation, and let us remember that among the children, the first children that were killed in this instance were Israeli children in their beds, in their homes. So I'm sorry, but you know, that somehow there's a lot of reversal going on here. And let's remember just who Hamas is. Hamas is an organization that has been characterized by the European Union on numerous occasions as a terrorist organization, which has a charter which is about destroying Israel completely and killing Jews, and which includes some of the old anti-Semitic tropes that have been around for centuries, such as the protocols of the elders of Zion. So while I too share the general upset and commiseration and indignation about some of the things happening to civilians in the Gaza Strip, which is a crowded area where Hamas are deeply embedded in fighting among the people and using the people to protect them I think we should really beware of selective indignation. My other point, very briefly, as I'm one of the people who had the task of co-drafting some of these recommendations, is to say that this is a union, we are a union of values and interests. We've talked this afternoon almost exclusively about ourselves as a union of values. And of course we have values, but we also have interests, and to elide that is kind of illusory in my view. And those interests include our core interest in keeping our society and our democracy safe and secure. That requires investments. It requires investments in defense. It requires big investments in resilience, some of which we heard about this morning. But I think that you know, there's a risk that we see ourselves as being purely a peace-loving, values-promoting union in a world that is increasingly hostile, as we see all around us. So let us be honest about our values and our interests, and let us also be honest about the need for our society to defend itself and defend our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Before we go to our speakers for closing remarks, I'm going to do one final round. We have this lady here.
I would like, there are so many interesting points here, so I would like to confine myself to what it was said about Gaza. You might know that, well, thinking forward beyond the war, we have this kind of EMEC project, which is a corridor linking Europe to India through the Arabian Gulf. I think that despite the war, we need to continue to be motivated, because only this kind of connectivity, digital and green bridge, can bring stability in the region. And of course, this war, I hope it will not escalate. I hope that we will find a solution, and the European Union will be able to act like as a honest broker with the support of people, with the countries in the region. But we need to keep an eye on this kind of infrastructure project, which was launched on the occasion of G20. Okay. And to have this kind of, optimistic view, and while working on the war, of course, which we know very well the situation and this kind of divergent views of the European Union. So we need to converge through something positive. Thank you.
So 2 more interventions. This lady here, and any other hand? Go over to you.
Good afternoon to everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm Rekena from the Lifelong Learning Platform, European Civil Society for Education and Training. So I wear 2 hats, education on one side and civil society on the other side. And I do see them both as very important in this discussion, as indeed through education we can teach young people those values and to live by those values. But in order to do so, we need to give example. And I agree on what was said before, that we should take responsibility, and that means also revising our curricula in a way that is decolonized, which is very important, and we need to take into consideration where we stand at the moment and how young people are completely polarized on these issues, and we are failing them in many ways because they are feeling unsafe as never before. And this is something that we need to reflect even more, because if we fail young people today, as it was mentioned, we failed them forever, and it will be much more harder for Europe to get them back. So I think it's very important to use what Europe has probably succeeded to, and it was mentioned by our Irish colleagues. Erasmus Plus is certainly an example. It's one of the most successful projects of the European Union, when the only one where actually we have managed to go to citizens at the very grassroots levels and created some kind of European identity that no other EU policies has created. So let's use it. So if I can recommend, definitely use that as a vehicle to build these values and to live by those values. But first of all, we have to avoid double standards, because my family is shared between Western Balkans, Europe, and Africa, and I can tell you that at the moment Africa is starting to hate Europe, and this is a major risk for our security, but in general it's a major risk for society that we are falling apart from each other.
Thank you. So now we'll go to our initial speakers for their closing remarks. What I would like all four of you to do is draw on everything you've heard during the session, respond to whatever you'd like to respond to, but also basically give us one demand for the next EU mandate. What's your one big demand for the next EU mandate? Hannah, over to you.
You mentioned, Mary, that we have to speak about something that was mentioned previously. Well, Belarus was not mentioned throughout the entire discussion in the past 1 hour and a half. And I think it's sad, because what would have happened if in 2020 we would have won, if the revolution in Belarus would be successful? Who knows, maybe Putin would not have started the war, because Belarus was crucial, the territory of Belarus was crucial in the attack on Kiev and in the attack on Ukraine. And Lukashenko is the only material ally of Putin in this war. So I would like the EU to make Free Belarus a priority in the same way that Putin makes Belarus a dictatorial priority for him, because he sees a lot of geopolitical value there. And when I mentioned concrete steps like sanctions, many things have been done, and we are really grateful to the EU for all the sanctions that have been adopted. However, there are many loopholes and there are derogations that are still in place, and these loopholes have to be closed. And this is really serious. We are talking about oligarchs who are avoiding sanctions. The Commissioner mentioned the tribunal and justice. In the same way that we're talking about justice for Putin, we have to be talking about justice for Lukashenko, because he's also a war criminal and he's helping Putin in abduction of Ukrainian children. So let us make Free Belarus priority, and let us remember who Lukashenko is and that he has to be punished.
Thank you, Hannah. Didier, over to you.
No, thank you. Just three brief remarks and then a response to your question. Because I've listened to a lot of things, and I want to respond about first corruption. I've listened many comments on corruption also in Europe, but I want to say that for the first time we have put into place a real capacity to investigate and prosecute from the EU level. We have for the first time a European Prosecutor Office, and it's very new, but it's very efficient in different places in Europe. And we are fighting for the independence of the justice system and for the independence of the prosecutors, and you have seen that due to that, sometimes it's possible also in the recent days to see some investigations in different member states, but also in the European institutions. So there are not so many places in the world where it's possible for independent judges to organize such a process. We require to continue, and it's the second chapter of the rule of law report. It's dedicated to the fight against corruption and to improve that. About AI, the second remark, it's true that we need to continue to work, but what we try to do with our new legislative framework on digitalization in general and on AI in particular is the same that we've tried to do with the data protection and the privacy. We were the first in the world to come with the GDPR. Now it's more and more the rule on the 5 continents. Not exactly the same, but more and more. With AI Act, we try to do the same, to give a real impulse to international rules on the basis of our values, and that's very important to try to do that. Third, on the foreign policy, I know that there are many discussions on double standards, but when I'm looking to the situation in the Middle East, there is no contradiction, but we need to do both, between the condemnation of a terrorist attack from a terrorist group, Hamas, in Israel, with many victims, and a request for full respect for international humanitarian law. And what we try to do now is, for the moment, the conference in Paris, on the proposal of the French president with support of the European Union, to try to do what? To increase the humanitarian support, but also to have an access to the civilians, because it's very important to do both. To increase the humanitarian support is fine, but we need to have real access on the ground. And we try to do that. So there is no contradiction between that. But I fully share the view of Federica. We have worked on this during many times. It's not to have a one voice. It's more to have one message, maybe with some nuances, but at least one message repeated by the European Authority. And for the next mandate, if I may, during this mandate, we have tried to push forward many new legislations. The Green Deal, the digital framework, and so on. Now it's time for enforcement and implementation, but also for the values. We need to continue to enforce what we have, to have a better level of full respect for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in the EU, in the candidates for the next accession, but also in all the different places in the world where we have a role to play. And that's very important. And I'm sure that in the next mandate it will be maybe the first issue to try to come with a better enforcement of what we have, because we have a lot of tools.
Thank you very much, Didier. Federica, over to you.
Yes, one reaction and one idea for the future of future mandates, not an original one, but one I believe a lot in. First reaction is on the interest values debate. You would have expected it from me, probably. I really think that this is a trap. I think that we have, as Europeans, and as European Union in particular, actually, I think our interest is uphold our values. And that in the world of today, where it seems that the concept, even the concept of cooperation and governance and even working for peace, which is a word that is disappearing from the radar screen internationally, seems to be definitely not a trendy one. I think that actually it's not only a value of the European Union, it's an interest of the European Union to make sure that a cooperative approach to international affairs and to institutional work in general is revised, is reviewed, because it's somehow it's our history, it's our DNA, it's what we found out on our own skin, that actually cooperating is more convenient than making war. And now at a world level, this narrative seems to be completely disappearing. And I think that we have an interest. It's not because we are naive that we insist on being cooperative worldwide. I think it's because we know that it's in our interest. Also because you need international cooperation, you need global governance also to work on your, including economic interest, trade, investments, and so on and so forth. Development needs security and stability. So I really would like to see that the debate about interest and values is not taken in a binary way, but is actually taken together. And if I could have a plea for the next mandate, would be to make sure that by the end of the next mandate, member states are not 27 anymore, but 28, 29, 30 probably, and to have new member states before the end of the next mandate, in particular with a look at the Balkans, because you're perfectly right, we will not be there forever, as they are somehow projected towards the European Union. And I think that there is a good perspective for that to happen. And I hope that this can happen with or without internal reforms, but without the issue of having internal reforms to have the EU ready for enlargement, that this doesn't become a way to postpone the enlargement in the future.
Christian, the last word.
Thank you. Well, I can say I agree with Federica Mogherini. In fact, the points you made were the ones I wanted to make. No, but and repetition is the mother to all learning, isn't it? So on the value interest, I think we must see that as one. Our interest is our values are our interest. And that goes internally and it goes externally. And that's how we have influence, in fact. And in particular these days with so much being questioned about global governance, about the way that we work together is even more important than before. Maybe one new point, and that is Ukraine. I think looking now ahead for the next mandate, I think what's going to be essential is that we are able to be resilient in our support for Ukraine and for Ukraine's fight against this unacceptable invasion. I think that's going to be a challenge, but that is something where I would hope that the mandate of the next commissioner will be very clear on that point and that the investments will be done in that respect. And finally, on enlargement, I think that is one thing which next mandate will have to deliver on. Whether it goes as far as Federica Mogherini points to, I don't know, but what needs to be the case is that this is a priority, and that has to do with values. Because what we are doing is that we are projecting the values and our interests to the Western Balkan by, I would argue, exporting stability instead of importing instability, and that is essential for us.
Thank you very much, Christian. I think that's a wrap in general rather. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts, ideas, insights, and perspectives today. Just a reminder, in this room, in 30 minutes after your coffee break, we will have the final session. It's titled Let's Talk Growth, Alternative Models for Sustainable and Inclusive Economic Growth in Europe. The speakers will be economist Anne Pettifor, Pascal Donahue, who is the president of the Eurogroup, and Rame Sabanier, who's the vice president of Strategy Europe at Coca-Cola Company. In this room in 30 minutes after your coffee break. Thank you all.
Clearly, our jingle is having no impact on keeping you caught to attention. You're carrying on the conversation. It's obviously a good sign. Clearly, at this time of the day, you're all chatting. The lovely murmur of chitter-chatter. So, yes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you've had a productive afternoon after lunch. And those of you who are just joining us, thank you for joining us for this. If you like the glide path down, this is our last session for State of Europe this year, our 20th edition, as I said before. And this has always all been about our renewed social contract and the 10 policy choices document, which you have had either by email or you've got the physical copy. This particular session is to really discuss that good old hoary chestnut of growth, inclusivity, competitiveness. Can it all be achieved? Is it a pipe dream? Everyone's been talking about the need for us to have, a GDP plus model, or a degrowth model, or an inclusive model of growth. People talk about the fact that you can't have competition and values, or you can't have growth and a welfare net, etc., and so forth. And all these kind of vice versa or alternatives are presented to us all the time. So, in order for us to think about how we might move forward in a way that adopts a different mindset, so those of you who are here in the morning, as I was saying, that how do we move from a 1950s mindset to a 2050s mindset, which means us rethinking and reimagining a lot about economic theory, public governance, how do we make things in society work, which are not based on the norms of the past 50 years, because actually the challenges that we're facing now, not many of us are prepared for. And those in leadership roles have probably never been in a position of leadership where they've had simultaneous, concurrent, sequential crises, starting with health, financial, a war, etc., and so forth, up to this point where we've had the tragedy in the Middle East, and we don't know what's going to happen next week, given that this week we woke up to the collapse of the Portuguese government under corruption, and Spain's having a terrible time forming a government, and etc. and so forth. It just carries on. So there's a kind of a vortex feeling that's taking place right now, and it feels like the tectonic plates under our Earth are shifting. How do we prepare for that? How do we make sense of that? And given that public debt is at the highest it's ever been since the records began. I mean, highest. We've got municipalities on the brink of bankruptcy. Many have become bankrupt. And governments are thinking about how do you square budgets, or rather balance the books in the next 7 years when your debt is the highest it's ever been in Europe and elsewhere in the world. So on that note, on that cheery note, what we want to do is discuss how do we move forward. And I want you to obviously think about this document again. And again, I turn your attention to the building blocks that we've got here, which are essential building blocks. As I said, a mindset tilted towards looking at developing a renewed social contract based on a mindset or tilt towards equality, fairness, equity, redistribution, power sharing of policy making, etc., and so forth. And in this document, we set out a number of recommendations where we're asking people to think about how do you basically create the conditions for inclusive, sustainable growth? And in there, we've set out some ideas. And we'd welcome your view, because our plan is to use this document, which is at this stage a working paper. We really welcome your views on it. Tell us if it's crap thinking, lazy thinking. Is it not intellectually robust enough? Is it not specific enough? Should it go further, more, deeper, far better? Let us know. We want to hear from you. But in this session, we're going to have three people. We've got a politician who's the president of a political group. We have a household name of a private sector brand. And then we have an economist. So these are the three that we have to stimulate our thinking and our debate in this last session. I'm going to start with the politician. We have the minister, president of the Eurogroup, who's here to contribute their kind of sense of how we move forward on centre. Where are you? I can't see you, actually. I'm so sorry. I'm being so rude. You must think, oh, God. Hello. So you've just had your meeting last night. Obviously you're here in your role as the president of the Renew Group. Can you share your views on how we move forward in the state that we find ourselves in now? What are your thoughts? What's the thoughts of your group on this conundrum of growth, sustainability, and if I can call it kind of a welfareism, if we can name that dirty word? Over to you.
Great. Well, thanks very much and good afternoon, everybody. It is great to be here at such a lovely event and great to be here in such a wonderful forum. As you were making your introduction, I was reminded of the comments that the great historian of Central and Eastern Europe, Anne Applebaum, recently made at a festival of history in Dublin. And I had one of the most bracing experiences of my public life when I was asked to interview Anne upon the publication of her new book, The Twilight of Democracy. And when I was asking some questions, she interrupted me halfway through the interview and said to me the following. She said, "Pessimism is irresponsible." And she said that to me for a number of different reasons. But one of the points that she was making is that if all we have to offer democracies and all we have to offer voters is pessimism, then we shouldn't be at all surprised at the votes and decisions they go on to make. And when I was listening to your introduction earlier on, the sense of sequential, very deep crises, I started off my political career in the global financial crisis. Just when I was recovering from that, we then had to deal with Brexit in Ireland. Then we had to deal with the pandemic. And then we've had to deal with the awful economic consequences of the conflict. And my own conviction growing from all of this is that if all I as a politician have to offer, and if all the political centre has to offer our democracies, is a sense of permacrisis for the future ahead, we should not then be disappointed in the decisions that they make around supporting politicians like me. So let me, in this somewhat grey afternoon, make the case for optimism, even just by looking at one economic factor. If we were having this meeting a year ago, inflation in the euro area stood at 10.8%. Today it stands at just under 3%. And when we were meeting a year ago, the journey between 10.8% and 3% looked like a very, very long journey. And that is a journey that has been made at some great cost to societies and with great difficulty to economies, but it has been made. So if I go on with that context offered to answer your question then regarding how we square this knot of financial markets becoming more normal, therefore asking governments to pay more for borrowing, with public debt being high, and with our societies and our economies needing more. I think there's three ways in which we'll be able to do it, and it will be a story of gradual progress, but progress nonetheless. The first one will be by the European Union reaching agreement on new fiscal rules that look to make changes with regard to public finances and borrowing and debt levels, but look to do it at a sensible pace, and also look to recognise the need to invest in the future. And I've just come from an ECOFIN meeting, and I can see the progress that we're making to get to that agreement. The second one will be, we need a huge step forward in how we organise our savings here in Europe. I've just quickly read your fabulously provocative and imaginative document here, Policy Choices at a
Can you hold it up again? We're going to really, obviously...
There we go.
Tweet it out everywhere, please.
And just to repeat, fabulously provocative and imaginative is what I said.
Music to our ears, thank you.
We need European savings to help fund choices like this. And we have the most underdeveloped way of doing this of any global currency. And we need to change this, and this is something that we are working on at the moment. And then the final element of it all will be then the profound and perhaps most difficult changes of all we need to make in relation to climate change and what that means for our economies. I started off with a note of optimism. So with the case for that made, allow me to flag a brief but well-founded note of, if not pessimism, at least one of caution, which is winning the battle for the policies that are needed to help transition our economies. That battle, I fear, is getting harder. It's getting harder in the aftermath of inflation. It's getting harder because of the other political pressures that we are facing. And we need to be ever vigilant in that contest and making the case for it. And I'm really proud that, for example, in Ireland, I'm delighted to be joined by my Irish colleague, Senator Malcolm Byrne over there. We've now put up carbon taxes in our budgets 4 years in a row, even at a time of high inflation. And we're going to keep it all the way up to 2028 until we properly price carbon in our country. So I pick out those three particular elements, and I'll end by making the case for the necessity of optimism.
Thank you for that. And I imagine you know that I'll come back on this, is that it's great, you know, the inflation curve is in a downward shift, yet, you know as well as I do, there are probably about 60% of the population in Europe are facing prices of oil and butter at 100 or 150% more. Their disposable income is the lowest it's ever been, and people between the ages of 21 and 35 cannot buy a house, let alone rent, and you've got to shift back into living at home. And I suppose I just want to play that reality back to you. You know that reality. So, and my apologies for referring to you as the Renew Group's Eurogroup. What are you going to propose for the new mandate to be able to deal with that crisis of livelihoods, find a way where the fiscal levers or the potential fiscal or monetary levers that the EU may or may not have to create a different kind of mechanism for alleviating the crisis of livelihoods for people?
And you're 100% right to contrast my case for optimism with the reality of those that I serve. And I'm so aware of the challenges that you are facing. They'll be brought home to me tomorrow when I'm spending a day in my constituency meeting my constituents. But I'd make the case for what the European Union is already doing. So if you would look at the Recovery and Resilience Fund put in place in the aftermath of the pandemic, and for example, look at the focus that that plan has now, hundreds of billions of euro being spent to help put in place the skills that are needed, for example, to transition to a greener and to a healthier future. Yesterday, I met all the trade unions and employer representatives body in Europe, along with President Lagarde and with the Commission, and we were making the case for those training programmes that are underway that are going to retrain hundreds of thousands of young workers and maybe even older workers. To your direct point then regarding how we help with the cost of living, that then falls then to the choices that we are all making about budget policy in our respective economies, where we are all, for example, have deficits of between 3 and 4% of our national income. Most of that is being used to provide measures to help with the cost of living, to deal with the profoundly disruptive consequences of somebody in fixed income going into their local shop and finding out now that they can't afford the butter or bread that they were able to buy a year ago. And economy by economy, measures have been put in to help with that turmoil. And we can sustain them for a while longer until we get to a point, which we have to, that we see inflation begin to sustainably fall next year.
Are you up for a European welfare net?
So am I up for a European welfare net? So as always, I guess it depends really upon what are the constituents of that and what do you mean by it. So if I'd offer an interpretation of that welfare net that I'm certainly in favour of, the first one is that I'm in favour of very, very well-funded social insurance systems that redistribute wealth. And I am in favour of the rollout of the systems that are needed to drive wider pension coverage for that cohort of workers at the moment and citizens who neither own a home nor have a pension. And then I am in favour of the measures we need to take at EU-wide level to ensure that all governments are prioritising that. So that would be my version of such an S. And just to reassure you, last night in the Eurogroup, all finance ministers of the European Union discussed the adequacy of our pension systems and what steps we need to take to drive their coverage, recognising the consequences we could face if we don't do that.
Thank you. And listen to that, the heavens have opened up.
I'd prefer if the sun came out, given the points I made, but
Indeed.
a reminder of the reality, perhaps.
Indeed. No, thank you, Pascal.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn over to Anna. And if I may, is, you know, you've been in the territory of economics for a long time. You are, you know, you've written brilliantly around the state of economics and the need to reform it and rethink it. Share with us your hypothesis or your kind of theory of change about where we, in terms of where we find ourselves right now, are we able to still negotiate a response to climate change, the issues of inequality, resource constraints, and still deal with inequality? Are these completely mutually exclusive, or can we find a different pathway through this? Over to you.
So, Dharmendra, my answer is yes, and it's a little road that we have to travel for me to get there. But I wanted to begin by reminding us all that this is the 85th anniversary of Kristallnacht, right? And what I worry about is that we in the West have recreated the conditions that led to Kristallnacht, that led to the rise of authoritarianism and Nazism, right? We are looking, if you look around, there's a possibility next year that Trump will be the president of the United States, that Modi will be the prime minister of India, that President Putin will still be in Russia, that we will have authoritarian and even fascist leaders all over the world, right, in very key positions. How did we get to this position? I'm going to argue that we did this by replicating the economic policies of the 1930s. On the one hand, the gold standard, which enabled finance to move without friction around the world, and on the other hand, austerity. The austerity budgets of Heinrich Brüning in 1930 to 32 were a direct cause of the rise of authoritarianism in Germany. Most economists agree with that. So we should not be replicating an economy which leads to the rise of fascism and authoritarian. And the problem for the European Union is that the ideology of austerity is deeply embedded in the psyche of European politicians. And I've heard Minister Donoghue speak about the need for savings, but I know also today the Financial Times is telling me that an advisory body for the European Court has argued that no, Apple has to pay the $14 billion in tax revenues that it's avoided by leaving its tax revenues, its profits in Ireland. And so, you know, that's still not yet gone to the court. It goes as an advisory one. But Ireland is a tax haven. And if we don't have the savings, Mr. Donoghue, it's partly because so much of our taxes are dodged. And I want to also say that while I'm really excited about the news coming from Poland and the fact that Poland once again is joining the European Union, I have to remind you that Prime Minister Tusk said back in 2015 that it was a radical leftist delusion that governments could spend and invest. And that he was in no doubt that frugality is an absolutely fundamental value of the European Union. If that is the case, then you should not be surprised that citizens of the European Union are so unhappy. Now, that's changing, and I'm pleased to see that. EU state aid expenditure rose from 102 billion in 2015 to 334 billion in 2021. Now, remember, the European Union has a population of about 424 million, which is less than 100 million less than what the Americans have, 300 and something million. But between March 2022 and August 23, the EU approved state aid of 733 billion euros. And that, to me, is progress. We saw, and especially when the United States, in the United States, Biden has just passed his IRA, his Inflation Reduction Act, with an expenditure of $369 billion. So what I think is the problem with the European Union, and what is so clear from Mrs. von der Leyen, is this commitment to competitiveness. Only a week or so ago, she said that the European Union will do all that it takes to retain its competitiveness. What that means is the European Union will continue to orient its economy towards exports, that this will be a priority for the European Union, and that on the whole this means neglecting the domestic economy at home. It's an external orientation of the economy. Now, this has led to what a famous economist, Professor Michael Pettis, has called trade wars, which in his view are embedded in class wars. And how does this work? Because a trade war is mainly a conflict between banks and owners of financial assets on the one hand, and ordinary households. And so what we've seen is that the big corporations, the 1%, have made very good money out of the export orientation of the European economy. The 99% have watched as their real earnings have fallen in real time, and especially in the last year when earnings were massively eroded by inflation. So they have, and the problem with this is this: the 1% don't spend all the money they earn. There's a limit to the amount of private jets, mansions, and other luxuries that you can spend your fortune on. The 99% spend all of their income. They spend it on food, they spend it on housing, they spend it on health, they spend it on their children, sending their children to university, and so on. What we've done is we've restricted the expenditure, the purchasing power, if you like, of the 99%, while we've massively increased the purchasing power of the 1%. That is another reason why there's so much disillusionment with the European Union. So one of my suggestions for a new mandate would be the reorientation of the European economy back towards Europeans and not towards international competitiveness. So we've got massive inequality, and as I say, that boosts the income of the 1%. And the problem with having such an unequal and an unbalanced economy is that what we end up doing is overproducing and under-consuming. So we have a problem of overproduction and under-consumption. And many in the green movement are keen to blame the consumers for shopping too much and for buying too much. In fact, we have an economy which in aggregate terms suffers from overproduction, and you can see it when you go down the high street. There's surpluses everywhere. There are gluts everywhere. 3 bottles of shampoo for 2. Wherever you go, there's too much, and it's not being purchased. This is not good for business, and it's not good for the economy. So this is part of the problem with having austerity, with having the hard reforms, with constricting the wages of the 99% while increasing the income of the 1%. So we have this overproduction. Now, where does growth come into this? So I was very pleased to hear Mrs. von der Leyen say at a big conference a few months ago that the model of growth based on fossil fuels is now obsolete. And that is incredibly encouraging from a leader of the European Union. But what we have to remember is that the model of growth, as economists understand it, is a model which expects exponential expansion of economic activity, right? And that's delusional. Why is it delusional? Well, it's delusional because the resources within which the economy operates are finite. We only have that many resources with which to exploit. We cannot have exponential growth. And I give you one number as evidence of that, and that is a report produced by S&P Global in July 2022, in which they talked about the massive shortage in copper supply. Now, copper is the metal of electrification, right? We cannot have electrical vehicles, we cannot have energy infrastructure, we cannot have power if we don't have copper. And what S&P Global are telling us is the supply of copper is being run down, and not even recycling and reusing is going to compensate for that.
You can battle against this.
Yeah.
It's David and Goliath or Davida and Goliath. Don't worry, carry on.
So really my point is this, that in the end it's the physics that really matters. And in the battle between physics and platitudes and promises, and oh, we're going to do this and wouldn't it not be nice to do that, physics is always going to win. So I've got two proposals for mandates, but we could perhaps leave those to
No,
next.
I think it would be great to, because, you know, it's a fantastic deconstruction and analysis, as ever. And you're right. And it's great to have that historical perspective, the long-term view, which many of us forget. You know, the way you started was very powerful. But what we need to, no, there's no but. How do we move forward? What do you say to the neolibs and others who will say, this is how an economy should be run? We've known since the 60s that this is how it always has been. We need exponential growth, we need profit without a cap, etc. and so forth. What's your answer to that in terms of what would you say the mandate should do?
Well, I think
Two,
first,
as you said.
so first of all, we have to get over this ideology that we spend from our savings. That somehow or other, when we're a farmer, we want to plant the seeds in the field. We first build up the savings here, and then only when we've got the savings can we go and buy the seed and employ the labor and sow the seeds. That's never been how investment works, right? We get money from the bank, and we use that to sow the seeds, to grow the harvest and harvest the field, and only then do we pay for it, in a sense. So investment is always followed by savings. Savings don't fund investment. Finance funds investment, not savings. Savings are a consequence of investment. In the European Union, this ideology of austerity is based on the fact we can't do anything until we build up a supply of savings here. That paralyzes us. But no business builds its business, develops in that way. No business develops...
Sorry, our resident cartoonist is making fun. And, you know, as ever, Tonu gets it right. Well done, Tonu, over there. Sorry, Anne, please.
So the second point I will try and make is that in our economy we have low levels of safe employment, of secure employment, and of well-paid employment. I was so pleased to hear the McKinsey report this morning arguing that we needed more skilled and, in that sense, well-paid employment. Why?
That is capitalism showering down on top of you,
The
saying,
reason-
stop, Anne. Go on.
not agreeing with you.
The reason we need well-paid, skilled employment is that it helps to balance the budget. How does it balance the budget? Anybody who's skilled and well-paid has to pay taxes. We get tax revenues, which balances the budget, which pays for the investment. It works that way round, not the other way round. So I mean, I think we have to overcome this ideology that you can't invest, that the ECB can't finance the investment we need to save us from climate breakdown, right? If we had floods here tomorrow, we would find the money. We should find the money, right?
Indeed.
What we're limited by is our own capacity to deal with that and the resources we have, including the mineral resources, to deal with that.
But you know the issue that, because you had I mean, I'm using a UK example,
Yeah.
the foolhardy trust moment of economics, trickle-down stuff. And then you've got everyone now, the Sunak version of, how do you double down on inflation? And everyone says, there'll be a little bit of pain, but that little bit of pain is to 70% of the population, because what we're saying is we can't spend. Whereas there is an alternative, which is spend your way out, potentially.
You spend in order
Closer to the mic, I'm afraid.
So the government, so Professor Mariana Mazzucato always says the private sector, timid mice, and the state is a roaring lion, right? So the state has the resources to invest, and the resources, and the way it manages that is through the central bank. The central bank provides the finance, the state spends that, and how it spends that, whether it spends it on tax evasion, or whether it spends it on speculation, or whether it spends it on investment in skilled, well-paid employment, which generates tax revenues to balance the books, are the choices. And the European Union is going for the first, not the second.
Thank you, Anne. I know, well done.
You have to be an opera singer to succeed here.
I know. It's, it's the challenges of trying to get to the right thing, and that's what we're dealing with. How do you get out of this storm that we've been in for the past 4.5, 5 years? And this is what this is all about. Thank you very much. I'm now going to go to, so as you've had it today, we've gone from these kind of very opposite or dialectically opposite kind of contributions. So I'm going to go to Coca-Cola now. So we have dear Arami here. Thank you for joining us. Share with us your views on the role of the private sector in, we call it in this document, we talk about the private sector should be a shareholder in creating a better good society, right? They should not, it's not just about CSR, it's not just about profit plus model, it's about genuinely working side by side to say, it matters to me, the kind of society that's around me, that I'm working within and employing. So from your perspective, what role can the private sector play in enabling a just transition? Over to you, Rami.
Thank you. So the only thing missing is thunder right now. If that does not happen, then I think we're on a good path. I feel really at home here. I come from, on a personal level, I come from a very long line of civil servants. My grandfather actually was one of the first Middle Easterns that worked for the United Nations. My father worked for the UN. I've got aunts and uncles that worked for the EU. And I'm one of the first people in the family that worked in the corporate environment. And so you can imagine the debates at home growing up have been really around exactly your question. Remember, with me positioning as we are a force for good. And my family, on the other hand, saying you need a lot more intervention from the center. The bottom line is you need both and you need all, hence your question. So maybe dissecting the term a just transition, or what does it mean to get to a good society? And a couple things here. At Coke, when we talk about that, we're really talking about ending up in or transitioning to a circular, carbon neutral endpoint. That's it. And we've set ourselves some targets that by 2040, we want to be a carbon neutral company. So now the key question and the critical task at hand is how do we create value through sustainability? How do we create value throughout the whole value chain to our suppliers, to our customers, to the bars, to the restaurants, to the universities, to the retailers? How do we create value to the communities that we operate in? We're a very, very local company at the end of it, despite being a multinational, and doing that all in an environment where the economy and everybody thrives. And again, that's really at the heart of it. So I'd like to highlight maybe three things. How do we do this, and how do we go about thinking about this? One, we usually start with a consumer. And starting with the consumer makes you understand, particularly in Europe, which tends to lead the way on a global basis, the consumer cares about sustainability. It's at the heart of what they believe in. And it was true before COVID, it stayed within COVID, and now post-COVID, it's coming back even more strongly. We look at what we call eco-actives. Eco-active consumers are those consumers that basically want to reduce their waste and reduce plastic usage. And they do that with their wallets. Ecoactives are a large and growing group that in Europe, more than 30% of Europeans are ecoactives, and it's growing by several percentage points every year. In countries like Germany, you have double the ecoactives than you have elsewhere in the world. Now, the interesting thing about this is that they span all income levels, they span all demographics, they span all backgrounds and ethnicities. And it is a group worth more than $250 billion. Message here is that sustainability that doesn't create value has no impact. Whereas value creation that is not sustainable has no future. And as a company, we've been around for 137 years, and we want to be around for another 137 years, if not more. Hence, it's important to create that sustainable value. So then, the second thing I wanted to mention was, we went through a pretty tough exercise over the last 18 months, where we re-looked at all our sustainability commitments and what it means to be a good corporate citizen. And there's a couple things to note here. One is, it's quite complex. We've got a lot of commitments, and sometimes they're at odds with one another. And how do you reconcile that to a system, to an organization on what you're delivering on? Where we came out of that is that at the end of the day, carbon is what matters. You solve for carbon, and the rest is an implication of it. And so now we're a lot more focused on delivering carbon. Now, the added challenge is the binary world says you have to either deliver on this commitment or you have to deliver on your financial commitments. And we've been changing that conversation, and we have, I believe, successfully changed it to focus on basically three levers. One is, we need to deliver financial commitments. We need to deliver within EU regulations or regulations where we operate, and we need to deliver on our commitments. And in many cases, our commitments far exceed the local legislation. Finding that magical point between the three is really the heart of it. And we're doing that more and more and more. And there's some examples. For example, in Romania, just recently, we opened a recycling plant for PET with the government support and local support. And now we have, it's the first plant of its type that basically recycles PET, and we use them as preforms for our portfolio. Another example is where we're investing in chemical recycling, where we can break down the polymers in a plastic bottle. And again, this is done with universities, this is done with startups, this is done with support of local governments. So that's a second point. And the third point I wanted to highlight in terms of how we go about doing it, and a gentleman this morning used some words that really resonated with me. We're changing the way we operate as a business. We've moved from the standard hierarchical process-led company, sequentially led company. And we think of ourselves as a network. The network is less hierarchical. Ideas come from anywhere in the network. You could be sitting in Moldova, you could be sitting in India, and if you have that idea, the network pivots there. Decisions are taken locally and they're scaled very, very quickly. In a way, I think of a multinational, I think of a company like Coke, like the EU. You've got autonomy at the country level, you've got ideas that come from the countries, but then you've got the power at the center that allows you to very quickly scale ideas. And when you quickly scale ideas, the opportunities are massive. So that's the third thing. So the operating model, the change management, the idea is another impact here on how we can drive that change.
Indeed. So take it a little bit further for me or for us, is that how does that then impact on the period that we're going to go through, which is going to be quite dramatic? We know about the economic circumstances people are living in. We know the impact of climate change. I mean, this year again, it will be the hottest year on the earth. We're going to see more extremities, hot, wet, dry, cold, etc. And it will be all over Europe and all over the world, right? And we know that we need to up our game. The three things you've said, how does that help us as a very large household name move us in the right direction in terms of, I suppose, ensuring a level of equity or fairness, but also changing your business model to be a leader in carbon reduction.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll give you a couple examples. As a leader, there are areas where we know we have to set the stage. So one example I already gave, which is around manufacturing, is around plastic. As a leader, we also have the responsibility to partner with credible NGOs that can have an impact. And I'll give you an example of some work we did with the WWF called our Living Danube project. What we've done there is we've been able to prove that we can reverse biodiversity loss. By investing in new technology, together with the WWF, we've picked several points across the Danube that have allowed us to basically reverse biodiversity loss. This is one example where you say, as a company, we know we are using a lot of water in our production. As a company, we know the consumers, we know the citizens in the world, in Europe, care a lot about water consumption.
Yeah.
We know that there are several areas around the world, around Europe, where we also operate, that there's water, that they're under water stress. But if we can solve for problems such as this and partner with NGOs that are credible and invest our money in a way that is smart, and if it works, then it allows us to scale it. So that again is one other example. Another example that I'll give you, which is kind of near and dear to me, because I've got a project here running in Belgium at one of the universities. I started off with carbon footprint and the importance of reducing that. And one of the big pushes we have is the circular economy, and to also include dispense solutions as part of the circular economy and what we talk about as a reuse target. In this university setting, and I encourage you all to go there for those that live in Belgium, at VUB, where we got this pilot where we're trying to move people away from drinking out of bottles and cans and drinking out of dispense machines. And you see them. I see it with my kids all the time. They go around with their vessel and they carry it for water, they carry it for soda, they carry it for that, and they're trained to clean and then refill. Imagine, now the biggest gap to get that is consumers, right? Even us out there, we're all so ready to go for the container, we're also ready to go for the glass. If you change that consumer behavior, if you retrain the way we consume our products, the impact you have on the environment is massive. And that's all profitable. That's all value creating. That's still generating jobs. That's still generating a good kind of growth. It's not the 3-for-2 shampoo bottles that you're talking about. It's a qualitative and healthy type of growth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to, Bella, can I bring you into this conversation? You're by far probably the youngest person in this room, which is that's not to just kind of bring you in for that reason, right? But you've been active, you're an activist, you've been coherently arguing for a different kind of approach to climate action and climate change. What's your reflection on what you've heard so far in this conversation? That is, if you won't be busy doing other things, because you might be, because I know you weren't prepared for this question. But even just, I've heard you before. What's your reaction to what you've heard so far? Introduce yourself, please, for the benefit of.
I'm going to have to be very honest. I've been preparing for the next session.
That's what I thought.
And I couldn't hear half of it over the rain. So I won't be disingenuous, but why don't I listen and then I'll give my reflections at the end.
Well done. Okay, fine.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. You weren't expecting me to kind of, ask you to contribute. Reactions to what you've heard, or your own views on whether there's a paradox, a dilemma between growth, fairness, equity, social fairness. Anna, please, do introduce yourself for the benefit of others.
Ana Gomes, a former MEP and a political commentator in Portugal, a country that has been often mentioned today.
I had to, you know that.
For corruption.
Yes.
But it's indeed a problem of us all. By the way, the cases of corruption that just came out were actually on the areas where Portugal has been doing quite well. In innovating in renewables, it was about lithium and green hydrogen to meet indeed the climate change challenge. But the question is that indeed there is corruption. And my question, in particular to the president of the Eurogroup, is how come we continue to ignore that? This is exactly what is at stake of the points that have been made by Anne on taxation. How can we continue to put the question of common taxation under the rug and not know the real industry of tax evasion and indeed corruption and money laundering that has been fueled by our neglect, our common neglect, and this pretense that this is a national matter when this absolutely needs to be regulated. Otherwise, we will have some member states functioning as the tax havens for other member states, as the money laundering machinery for other member states. And here, yes, we go and back and talk about Portugal. OECD numbers, recent numbers, put Portugal as having, in 2022, 56 billion parked in offshores, some of them within the EU, by the way. And this is 22% our GDP. 22% of GDP in a country that has an estimate 34% of informal economy, so outside taxes. This is within the EU. How can this not be seen by the ministers sitting in Eurogroup and in any other European institution? Isn't this indeed what has been not only enabling corruption, but indeed growing inequality, and the reason why so many citizens, not just young people, even older people like me, put in question indeed where we are going?
Anna, you know the question I have to ask you is that, were you as this passionate inside as you are outside?
Yes, I think so. Many people.
You know I had to ask that. Absolutely. Absolutely. I know. Thank you. It's always important to have that level of passion and clarity in these debates. I've got 3 European young leaders who want to come in, and they're all men. So I'm not going to go there first. I'm going to come to you in a moment. I want to go to the mayor of Malmo, if I may. There you are. Can I ask you to reflect? Because locality matters. One of the things that we say in our report on renewed social contract, when we talk about the conditions, the building blocks, we say that Europe needs a different relationship with cities, because cities are the ones that are creating the most economic growth. They're the ones that are likely to have the highest hit rate in a disaster, highest population of populations, but also cities are really the drivers of change, of really reimagining action on climate change. We know that across the piece. What's your take on this debate?
Thank you.
Do introduce yourself.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Katrin Stjernfeldt-Jamme, and I'm the mayor of Malmö in the very southern part of Sweden. And I'm also the vice president of ICLE, which is a network with, I think we are 2,700 cities and regions globally today. And we are working really hard together to share our experiences when it comes to green transition in general. And I would say when I first started, and I met my colleagues globally like 10 years ago, we had a very strong focus on green transition, how to make new city districts with like climate-friendly infrastructure in place from the first place. And we have built and developed like totally green city districts. And then we realized, and I think when we meet today, we have a strong focus also on social sustainability, because we realize we develop new city districts. It's quite expensive. Most of our citizens can't afford the new apartments that are being built in those districts. And to be in the forefront for in the green transition, that has to be done, and that has to be led and done within the cities. We realize that 90% of all our already existing buildings, they have to be refurbed. We have to make the green transition in the already existing parts of the cities. And the problem is that when we have to make those huge investments in infrastructure, when we refurb to save energy and find all those new smart solutions, it drives the cost for the people who already live within the cities. So when you travel around to fast-growing cities, you can see that the people in the city center, they are been driving away. They can't afford the living any longer. And that's something that we really have to find new financial solutions, how to make all the investment that we know they have to be done. But we have to do it in a way that we pay for it in some kind of solidarity and make sure that we don't leave lots of people behind.
Did you feel you're included in the conversations about how the Resilience and Recovery Fund would be spent in your country?
I think in general, of course, since I'm vice president of this city network, in general, that all national governments, but also organizations like the European Union, it would be a smart idea to listen more to the local level.
Such a diplomatic answer, therefore no.
I really think that when we do our investments, when we meet our citizens like on an everyday basis, they don't really care about who's in charge of the legislation, who has the mandate to make different kind of decisions. They really want us to deliver. And I think we, at the local level, we know that we have to do a lot of different things. And sometimes we have the support from the national government, sometimes we don't, but we still have to do the job.
No, but my point is that you are closer to the action, and therefore you know which projects need funding. You know what's available for funding, and the RFF funding could have been spent much more quickly, theoretically, if the network of mayors had been closely aligned to the spending plans and the profiles that were submitted to the EU. But, you know, I know that you've given your answer, therefore it's a work in progress that needs to improve.
I have one last thing then. I think it's important when we talk about the new policies for next term and so on, I think it's important to see the local level, the municipalities, as not only actors that are supposed to implement. Listen to what we see at the local level and make it a part of the legislation or the policy making. I think we need to see a little bit of a change. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to, very briefly, because I want to bring in Pascal before he has to go in less than 10 minutes, but the three of you, the trio, if I can ask you to make your contributions quite short. So Nicholas, you had your hand up first, then Malcolm, and then Jaromil. So we'll go that route way. We need a mic over here, please.
Hi. So my question was mainly...
Do introduce yourself again, sorry.
My question was mainly to Sir Donoghue. So my name is Nicholas Bryan. I'm the chairman of the European Startup Network, but before that, I used to be an elected official in the most rural countryside part of France for 10 years. So I got my political education with a lot of rural common sense. And when my constituents were telling me to run a budget, I had only three options. Either I would cut spending, or I would raise taxes, or I would borrow money. We have three transitions that we are facing on the continent. The demographic transition, we've never lived so old, and this is fantastic, but it costs a lot of money. We have the green transition, we have climate change to tackle, it costs a lot of money. And we have the digital transition, it costs a lot of money. So I don't see how we can cut spending with these three transitions. So my question to President Donoghue is, are we borrowing money or are we raising taxes? And please tell us what kind of debt we're raising, or what kind of taxes we should raise,
But
or what kind of spendings we should cut. Thank you
okay,
so
so
much.
Nicholas, in terms of your personal view, your view in terms of what would you like to see happen? Are you are you a fan of more borrowing?
I'm French.
You did this last time.
No, I'm kidding. If I want to go back to common sense, it's always better to pool some money and borrow, rather than everyone having borrowing in Portugal, in France, in Ireland. We would probably get better rates. So joint borrowing probably is a good option. I would love to hear your views on that. And taxes, carbon taxes, taxing my friends at Apple, Google, and the likes would be fantastic too. And I'm sure Ireland can play a major part in this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Malcolm. Again, briefly.
Thank you, Demetra and Malcolm Byrne. I'm a senator from Ireland, and having dealt with trickle-down economics, now that the rain has stopped, I want to echo my Irish compatriot, Minister Donoghue's optimism, because I think if you look at part of the discussion around growth, we've all talked very much here at a macro level. The discussion has to be, and it's about selling the message to the citizen. And we've a lot of great positives that are out there. So what are the important things to the citizen? The important things to the citizen are jobs, health, education, access to housing. If we look at the European Union, we're now in a situation, and I totally get there are problems around employment, but you still got to remember that there are 74.6% of Europeans now employed. It's the highest rate ever. And the European Union played a major role in terms of encouraging far more women into the workforce. If we look at life expectancy, we're moving to a situation where by 2050, we'll have a life expectancy across the EU of 85, and by the end of the century of 90. If we look at levels of education, we're now at a situation whereby 84% of those aged 20 to 24 right across the European Union have completed upper second level education. We were talking earlier about accession, and particularly in the Balkans and Ukraine. If the European Union wasn't succeeding at both a macro, but more importantly at a local level for citizens, do you think countries would be wanting to join us? So what I'm just saying is we've also got to have a bit of perspective around all of these issues.
So therefore, in summation, are you suggesting that it's all all right, Jack? Let's keep doing as we're doing.
No, I'm not. But what I'm not saying is, Demendra, in a sense, but it's all doom and gloom. Okay. There are far more opportunities, and even if people here think about, when they were Bella's age, how difficult it would even be to get to Brussels. Whether you're talking about, restrictions on borders, whether you're talking about...
I get that, right, Malcolm, I get that.
And here's your but, Demendra, which is precisely the point.
Your point.
Too long we spend our time saying, look, we have all of these problems in Europe. We need to have the balance as well. We've got to also send out that there is a message of hope. Yes, we have a lot of problems, but we're not going to spend the time, we're not going to solve them by cursing them. We're going to solve them by working together and by highlighting all of the positive things that the European Union has achieved, but more importantly, by working together that we can achieve.
Sure, and I'm with you on that, but I think, great, but going to the hardest communities in Europe right now and send that message, and I'm being deliberately provocative. Don't answer that question. I'm just saying, if you were to go in there...
But I do go in, go into them, Demendra, right? I do go into them. But sending them a message of all that's coming down the line is, climate change and, further divisions and so on. It's about being able to give people access to jobs, to housing, to education.
Great. I know you need to go, so I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the points.
I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to come back in again, given the number of questions that have been aimed towards me. So thanks a million for being able to do it, and what a great forum. I'm sorry I'm not able to spend longer here. The only reason I have to go is to attend an event with the ECB in a short while. but I would have loved to participate in more of the debate. Just want to make 4 points in response back to the different views that I've heard and some of the questions that have been put to me. Point number 1. If you look at the recent economic history of the euro area and the European Union, the launch of the €650 billion Recovery and Resilience Plan, the facilitation of governments being able to spend far more money during a pandemic in the early part of an inflation cycle by the ECB. If you look at the SURE instrument that has been brought out, where the European Union helped us pay the wages of workers directly during the pandemic. If you look at the European Commission now issuing joint European debt. I will leave it to those who replace me to decide and to describe what economic policy that is. But it ain't austerity. That is not austerity. The reason why we have seen such an increase in public debt that we now have to deal and manage in a careful way, which we'll be able to do. The reason why we have a recovery and resilience fund is to manage the challenges of today in a way that is different to how we managed them a decade ago. And I repeat again, whatever you want to describe that mix of models, it's a long way away from austerity. Secondly, in relation to the points that were put to myself regarding Ireland, I'm one of the 2 finance ministers of Ireland. I served as finance minister for nearly 6 years. And yes, there is hope. And great cartoon, there is hope. And yes, please all visit Ireland too. But to deal with the charge then in relation to taxation and some of the language that was used there. So last night in our Dáil, in our Parliament, we introduced the minimum effective tax rate. So we did that. I was the finance minister who intervened early at the last moment to support a minimum effective tax rate for 135 countries, and we're one of the first countries to bring it in. The other pillar of the OECD work, which is underway, dealing with tax evasion, dealing with aggressive tax planning, we're supporting, we're moulding, we'll implement it. Our tax authorities will share information with any other tax authority regarding any business that you think may be engaged in aggressive tax planning. Does every other tax authority for every other country who's making charges about us do that? And I've heard in the same breath some who would laud and recognise the Inflation Reduction Act in America. So the Inflation Reduction Act uses subsidies, often made permanent, to support big businesses. So if a big country has the right to use subsidies to support individual companies, surely smaller countries should have the ability to decide they want to set taxes at a low and stable rate and be part of the OECD to support an economy overall. If you believe one economy can do the other, particularly big ones, but a smaller economy can't do something a bit different, I'd raise questions regarding consistency and recognising the right of countries to exercise democratic choices within the EU. Thirdly, in response to the great question from my French former rural friend, what do I think the mix should be? Well, we're putting up carbon taxes. We've done it 4 years in a row. So the answer to your question is it's going to be a mix. And that's not fudging the question. It is that we are going to need to increase taxes on those parts of economic activity that are harming our environment. We're going to need to do it year by year, and year by year that's going to deliver a large amount of change. We're already on that journey. We need to be on it together. And then in relation to your call for joint borrowing, well, some other countries will have to pay for that joint borrowing, including surplus countries, including net contributors to the European Union. Ireland is both. And we're happy to support a project underpinned by joint borrowing, like the Recovery and Resilience Fund, because we know without it, Europe will falter. I want Europe to succeed. So it will be a mixture of changing taxes, and it will be a mixture then of how we gradually deal with debt, which is a big part of the debate that I've just come from. And then the final question, the final point you put to me is, you said, who'll make the case within their communities for hope and for the European way? I, like Malcolm, will be doing that tomorrow morning in the heart of inner city Dublin. I'll be making that case. It ain't perfect. It's not without fault. It does have honest politicians within it. But I think it's the best way this part of the world has for looking after ourselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. And I'm going to bring you in now, but thank you for your contribution. I will bring others in. So, over to you first.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. So I'm a scientist. I'm an astrophysicist, actually. Work in Spain, Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, but I'm also a politician in my village, so I have to deal with daily travels of the world. Anyway, I wanted to
Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Guillem Anglada, by the way. I find planets. So I want to support what Anne said very strongly, because I think it has been missed with the rain that we live in a finite world. And this has a lot of derivatives. When we are talking about borrowing money, what is money? Money is the power to put people to work. So if we are asked money somewhere else, in China, in Africa, this means that we will have to work to make up for this money that we are going to borrow. I think that the growth, thinking in growth terms is a mistake. We don't need to grow in size. We cannot grow in size. The world is finite. The rate of extraction of resources cannot double or triple. We are there. It's in a logarithmic scale. We are flat in an extraction of a lot of things. So this is not the mindset we should be having. We should be improving efficiency to be able to maintain our way of life, help other people to reach our way of life, and that's it. When we create a new capacity, when we invent nuclear fusion, will give us energy. Don't grow with that energy. Just use it to eliminate inequality and use it this way. This is a physical reality. This is not a political reality. This is not €1 million comes here and then you have 3, somehow magically the economists manage to, or the politicians manage to make money out of it. So we are talking about the physical world, the physical things. So this is man hours or woman hours working on things, and this will not magically appear or make up. So I advocate for actually not talking about growth, talking about redistribution. It was said yesterday also in the gala dinner, because it's also a zero-sum game. If we grow, this means somebody else is going to decrease. If we don't use the technology to improve this efficiency and stop every time we develop a new capacity to actually try to scale and scale up and be more get more production, try to live with like in the movies, things like this. Movies have done a lot of harm, I think, in the minds of a lot of people. So I think the change starts here, where we change this mindset and we understand that it's what we have to do is, work, be happy, but not really drink too much Coca-Cola. And I like Coca-Cola a lot, and it can still, everyone can do benefit without having to grow indefinitely. This is a fallacy, and we have to break that cycle. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, what is it with Irish people and hope today? I see another picture coming up there. So, I don't know if you've seen the film Lego the Movie, but there's a song in it that goes, "Everything is awesome, don't make me sing it." But I want to reflect on what my 2 Irish colleagues have just said, because I recognise the difficulty of that balance, because you have to talk to people with hope and you can't bullshit them, and it's really hard. And I work with a campaigning organisation called We Move Europe, and we're constantly trying to get people to be active in democracy, in politics, to take an interest in what's going on here. But when you're really honest about, like, things aren't changing enough, that's hard, because then people want to stay on the sofa and say, what the hell is the point here? I want to mention something that makes me very hopeful, which relates to something that Anne spoke about there. This event in May in the Parliament featured Kate Raworth, who talked about the donut model, which is now being rolled out in many cities across the world. And the cities are the hope, in fact. And what they're trying to do is, because you, Malcolm, talked about people need jobs, health, education, yes. And when you talk to people about the system within that, within which that exists, people don't want jobs at the cost of other people's well-being. So if we listen to the man in the corner here this morning who talked about the model of platform workers and, you know, the guy with Deliveroo who for 15 minutes doesn't get paid while he's waiting for the food, no one wants that. I don't think you want that either. But the reality is that these guys at city levels are developing plans that are about staying inside ecological boundaries and human foundations. That's the hope. And that can be done not just at the city level, but at every level. One other point, which is on the role of the corporate sector and growth. So in the 1970s in the UK, the average large corporation had 70% of its income that went back into wages and innovation, and 30% went to shareholders. Today, that is flipped on its head. And I think the question is, and it was raised here earlier today, is what is the purpose of endless accumulation of shareholder income? What is it for? And do we further deepen the 99% and the 1%? And, you know, to what end? Because Etche said earlier, we are driving people towards being fodder for fascism. That is a genuine worry. It is not about having some sort of agenda against rich people, but I have one fight with my father at home in Ireland every Christmas, and it's about tax justice, because he's afraid that if we tax the corporations too much, they'll all leave. And that's not good enough. That's not a social contract. Very last point, which is on Coca-Cola, and it's not personal. You're an individual with good intentions. But I know your company is being sued at the moment by BEOC, the Union of Consumers, for misleading claims on recycling, and particularly the 100% recyclable claim on plastic water bottles. So I just wonder, you know, they're not the most radical organization in the world, but they are bringing a case against you. What do you have to say to that?
Okay, all right. I'm not sure we're going to have time to do all of this because I need to get us out of this room, but Connie here first. There's a button behind you. Do introduce yourself.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Conny Reuter. I'm in Brussels with different hats. In the past, I was Secretary General of an NGO called Solidar. I was President of Social Platform. And my last job ended on the 30th of September as Global Coordinator of Progressive Alliance, which is the other global network of socialist and social democratic parties. So why I wanted to intervene shortly. First of all, I think it is always interesting also to have this debate, and I want to thank Friends of Europe to have this also confrontation of ideas, because there is a big problem also with the European elections to come. If we only have on one hand those who are in favor on Europe and on the others who turn away, we will not win. You said this morning, give me one reason to love Europe. Well, there are several reasons, we know it, but you can also say what would be the alternative. This is not motivating, but this is the reality in times, and I think this was the why I wanted to intervene. I'm very much worried, not on the classical fight between do we have to increase productivity, do we have to increase taxes to tax the rich, or to make economies, which means translated to come back to austerity. I think we do not speak enough on the risk, what is the real risk of a new fascism in Europe. Because let's look to the increase of the far right in many countries, Helen, in your country, in Sweden, in Finland, in those classical countries of compromise. It is incredible. Look to what is happening in Spain, actually. Vox is organizing demonstration in front of the offices of PSOE, attacking them physically. And we sit here and we speak, what would be your take on the next mandate? Let's say, how can we mobilize citizens and to understand we have to defend democracy? And I think we do not speak in these meetings enough on how to defend democracy and how to create, again, social, territorial cohesion and a real inclusive society. What do we know? How can we get back to inclusive societies when societies are more and more divided? And one reason of the division is the inequality. And where does the inequality come from? The inequality comes from the redistribution of wealth which is taking place, because the rich have become more richer with the windfall profits, and we only do not dare to really go hard in regulating financial markets and going more hard also in the question to tax the rich who do not know where to spend the money, but they know very well how to save it. I'm not a leftist. I'm a good social democrat, and I think this is a good principle. Defend democracy, if possible, social democracy, for sure. And the second is we also keep in mind what is the common sense and what is the common good. If not, our Europe can break away, and we know this. And I think this is why we should be much more worried and perhaps much more motivated, not only to ask what can we love in Europe. I can say I love this Europe because it's multinational, because we have 27 countries, it has overcome wars, and I can tell you also the other motivation is I do not better continent with democracies, but this democracy is about to fly away. And this is why I'm very concerned, and even in spite of my age and benefiting now from a huge pension, no, not huge, but from the pension, I'm happy to continue with the same engagement.
Connie, it's lovely to... It's lovely to have you back, and continue to serve as a conscience, because you always tell it like it is. But given the role you've played, you can see what's happening more widely that we need to, we need to open our eyes to. I have dramatically run out of time because I've got my Secretary General here looking at his watch, thinking, oh God, he's got to finish. But I'd like to have a couple of minutes, if I may, just to bring a couple of people in, if that's okay. Sonny, you wanted to come in. I want to bring in some of our citizen perspectives and yourself. So but we have to be quick, please.
I'm sorry. There was in the peak Euro crisis a narrative of Spanish exceptionalism, and I sadly contributed to that. And the background was there had been about 2 million immigrants from Latin America into Spain, and Spain was the country second, third most worst affected by the Euro crisis, 25% unemployment, and yet there was no far-right party, right? So we had this narrative that, there's living memory of Franco and fascism and dictatorship. Fast forward, Spain now has 3 far-right parties, and one of the most shocking lessons for me over the past 20-odd years has been this idea that, we as human beings, it's very easy to be liberal and open and inclusive and sharing when tomorrow looks better than today. If you think your children are going to have a better future, when the size of the pie is expanding, even if your share may be diminishing, as long as the arrow is pointing upwards. And it's like we have 2 modes, Jekyll and Hyde, in our head. And the sensitivity of us turning nasty, finding the other, whoever it is, someone who looks like me or someone else, right, to victimize, the minute it becomes about my share of the pie. I mean, if you follow Tolkien, my precious. And the nature, and I think it's a fundamental issue we need to recognize. Any discussion on degrowth, broadly defined, must contend with the fact that it is a political dead end, and that is not even to mention that far too many of the degrowthers are bourgeois socialists sitting here, for example, us, right? There are tens of millions, hundreds of millions, in fact, 4-5 billion people who don't even manage to meet their basic subsistence needs, right? You and I, when we cut our consumption by 80% in Europe, then we can tell them, sorry guys, we know you missed the bus, but let's be the noble poor, right? So whatever the environmental merits of degrowth broadly defined, the political economy is a complete bloody dead end.
That was cheery, Sonny, as usual. Thank you very much. No, thank you. It's important to hear. I want to bring in Julia. A citizen perspective. Or is it? Introduce yourself, please.
Hello, I'm Sophie. I've been facilitating for Debating Europe, the citizen branch of Friends of Europe, and so we have been talking with several facilitators, with 2024 citizens, and hearing their opinions on the main challenges of today. So we like to share some quotes that they've shared with us on climate. This one comes from Manon from Belgium, and she says, we should not forget that it's only a small percentage of people on this planet that have so much money. This is almost criminal, and there are no boundaries on it. And she finds it very strange that today we still accept this. there is another interesting quote that comes from Sweden, and she's saying like the green development can only take place if there is an economic profit for companies taking part in it. And then we have another quote that is interesting that comes more from a consumer perspective, like a citizen. Like it has to be made easy to make sustainable choices. If I should be encouraged to take a bicycle instead of driving my car, I need to have well-organized bicycle lanes. It has to be safe. If I should be encouraged to recycle, there must be a recycle station in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am afraid I have run out of time. So those of you, my apologies. I'm on bended knee that I've not been able to take you, because otherwise I'm going to crash into other things that are happening throughout the evening. So I do apologize. I wanted to just kind of provoke or invoke Schumann. So as I was thinking about this event one evening, and it just tells you a little bit about my private life, I read Schumann, his speech from 1940, well, let me just see. The 16th of May, 1949. And let me get my glasses. Actually, I should get my glasses, otherwise I'm going to fail miserably. But I thought it spoke to our times extremely, extremely well. And I can't find my glasses. Okay, so I will try. Is it? Ah, they're there. Fantastic. Okay. It says, the European spirit signifies being conscious of belonging to a cultural family, to have a willingness to serve that community in the spirit of total mutuality, without any hidden motivation of hegemony or the selfish exploitation of others. The 19th century saw feudal ideas being exposed, and with the rise of a national spirit, nationalities asserting themselves. Our century that has witnessed the nationalities and nationalisms must attempt and succeed in reconciling nations in a supranational association. This would safeguard the diversities and aspirations of each nation while coordinating them in the same manner as the regions are coordinated within the unity of a nation. Interesting that someone said that at that time. It seems like we're at a similar time in our life, in our world, in our experiences. And perhaps we need to think long and hard about what this union is about and what it needs to be able to adapt to the circumstances it finds itself in, but to really have a long, hard look at that statement, which still has currency. It still has currency to this day, but it needs to be born in a different mindset for the future. And as we said earlier on, as I said earlier on today, how do we move from a 1950s mindset to a 2050s mindset? And I hope that we can work with you, colleagues, in this project, our renewed social contract. You have it on your table, that we can move in a way that's conscious and conscientious of the need to change things. So thank you all very much. If you're interested in commenting directly, please get in touch. If you want, oh my goodness, it had to be an ambulance as well right now. Forgive me. If you want to become part of a coalition that we already have in place, come and see this glamorous man here on the corner, and put your hands up and don't be shy. That's Thomas. It can be in touch in terms of our coalition. What we plan to do now is go back into the field, consult with others, take your feedback, and the idea is that we'll launch our renewed social contract in February. And I hope that we can count on your engagement and support as we move forward, but also challenge. Thank you all very much for your time. Enjoy, and thank you for being with us. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, this is just to say there is a wrap-up session. There's an additional little vignette happening upstairs at 6:30. It's here with 3 key contributors about the renewed social contract. So we'll have Malcolm, we'll have Bella, and we'll have Nicholas, all here talking about the social contract. So if you have time, please stay. It will be here at 6:30. Yeah. Thank you very much.